Hello and welcome to the Monday Academy Showcase. I am Julian Pei, two-time car, joined today by Alberto Crumbs Rengifo. Welcome back, my friend.
It's good to be back, and we have a stacked academy this season, so I cannot wait to get into these games.
Well, with that, we do have an exciting lineup of games coming up tonight. We'll kick off with FlyQuest up against Immortals, followed by 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses, as finally TSM takes on Team Liquid. Be sure to stay tuned after the Academy Showcase for Monday Night League, which starts at 5 p.m. on twitch.tv/LCS and youtube.com/LOL Esports. Let's take a look, though, at how these Academy teams have fared during their first week of play. Dignitas and Golden Guardians up at the top, with surprisingly CLG's new squad not looking too hot, and Team Liquid and TSM both with bagels in the win column before their game today.
The teams in yellow are the ones to watch this season. Golden Guardians and Dignitas stacked with former LCS talent, looking to lead the pack, and everybody else is right behind them too, because teams have taken a different approach to this Academy season, importing players from Oceania, going, like FlyQuest that's just about to play, and just really trying to innovate a little bit more, which is exciting because Academy is starting to look a lot more like LCS.
Certainly looking a lot stronger. With that, let's take a look at the starting rosters. On the blue side, it is FlyQuest Academy. In the top lane, Revenge. In the jungle, Scouting Grounds Honda, MVP Fnatic. In the mid lane, it's Oceania's Triple. Bot and support, Mash and JJ, and their coach, Cop.
And selecting the red side, it's Immortals Academy. In the top lane, you've got Alarim, Potluck in the jungle, Insanity on mid, Apollo on bot, his support is Gate, and their coach is Koobs. Now, Fnatic will be a familiar name to anyone who tuned into the Honda Scouting Grounds after an impressive performance. He was not only picked up by FlyQuest, but was named the Honda MVP of Scouting Grounds. He fared well with his solo lanes controlling the meta, but better than that, he's got the Lee Sin, one of the strongest picks right now, and you really need to ban it if your team does not play it, which puts a very strong emphasis on the draft for this season.
Yeah, Lee Sin, Elise, Kiana, and Rek'Sai definitely in this man's wheelhouse, so he's very happy with how the meta is shaking out. On the other side, though, Alorum also did very well in his Academy opener versus TSM, playing Urgot into Aatrox, which we haven't seen in quite a while. Alorum certainly known for taking his own tune to champions sometimes, but he popped off in that game.
He's one of my favorite stories because he came into the Academy circuit as a Wukong one trick and then started diversifying from that, now has a counter pick to a very popular pick, and it's really cool to see these one tricks like Revenge, who's across from him, who was a Riven one trick as well, and then using the skills that they learned from these very specific champions translated to bruisers that are similar.
Yeah, and we have seen Alorum on the LCS stage, even playing more meta champions, certainly can whip out Ornn, which is about the only tank being played these days in the top lane, but you know that man on your screen, Revenge, is wanting to get aggressive, especially with his new jungler in Fnatic, and try and punish his top lane opponent. So very curious to see how Alorum and Potluck, who's also new back into Academy this split, kind of navigate that 2v2.
He was a coach. He was in the coaching staff for Golden Guardians, so really trying to diversify his resume, knowing the ins and outs and what it's being like to be a coach, being a player. And if he was to go back to coaching, he'd be able to give the players exactly what he wants because he now has the experience of being that player.
I also kind of like we'll call it the throwback 2v2 in the bot lane. We have Apollo and Gate, of course, mainstays of the LCS for a very long time and have now been in Academy for a split or two. And JJ also up and down through Academy and LCS, but Mash is a name that people have not seen in a very, very long time.
It's a really interesting fact that this is a player that has still been grinding away despite not being in times in Academy or even LCS. Always looking to make it back, and that kind of drive you have to respect. He finally got another chance here, and with a team that's looking to be one of the strongest Academy teams, you might look at Mash making a new run at his career.
It's funny that you mentioned that, yes, there are a number of Oceanic imports coming from the OPL I'm playing, especially in Academy. Triple on FlyQuest Academy is one of them. Mash kind of as well. Not technically, obviously, he is American, I believe, but he was last seen in OPL playing professionally. 2.5 years ago was his last NA game. So he's been in the scene, he's been playing amateur whenever he can. He's been trying to grind games wherever he can find them. And apparently he gave Oceania
I didn't know he had a stint over there. That's really cool by him. That really just shows that he's just willing to take the experience wherever he can get it.
And again, I think for all of the teams across Academy, and this is something we'll talk about for our next games as well, it's so different now with the number of imports, with how many different players got shuffled around. I guess with the exception of Dignitas, who just decided to take every eligible former LCS player and jam them into a very strong-looking roster. I think there's a really good mix of veterancy, experience, and up-and-coming players and imports, which is something that Academy hasn't really had before.
And up-and-coming coaching staff as well. A lot of teams are using Academy as a training grounds for their coaches. How well can they manage an entire roster? You have Rainover over in Cloud9 as well, trying to figure out how can he fit into a coaching lineup, which makes me think that a lot of these teams are going to take cues from their more developed partners in their LCS squads. And a team like FlyQuest, I expect to be really interested in Riven top. Revenge can play it the same way that Viper can. It's a tool that FlyQuest will have available. It's up to them to use it if Revenge is ready and willing.
I actually thought about that yesterday watching FlyQuest LCS game with Viper on Aatrox. I'm like, you have to have a good training partner because Revenge loves that pick. He's played it all the time, even last split when he came partway through for FlyQuest. So certainly I think those are two, again, very talented players, known for their Rivens, known for their mechanics and their lane dominance. And a lot of teams do think about their Academy team as like, how can we also give our main team the best training, whether it's a full-on 5v5 where maybe we point to something like Dignitas and that's potentially what they're looking for, or just sometimes picking a laner because you think they're a good matchup for, say, your top laner or your mid laner.
True, or somebody that's going to be good enough to develop the Academy players themselves. Like I think 100 Thieves now has another team below the Academy that they're going to be trying out against the Academy team. So a lot of integration between all three levels, below Academy and above it, to just make the entire ecosystem well-rounded, which should give more opportunities to players to compete wherever they want.
Certainly seen just in general with imports, with Scouting Grounds, lots of talent filtering up into the system. I think across the 100 players in both leagues, not one or the other, lots of talent to potentially pull from.
The talent is there, although the results have not gotten there yet.
It's only week one, Crumbs!
No, I know it's only week one, but I want to see some of these guys make it all the way to the LCS. We don't have that many players that actually go from Academy to the LCS to international results. So to see that trajectory would only solidify how strong this circuit will become.
All right, well, we're going to get ourselves into game number one, FlyQuest versus IMT. Some curious matchups. I guess we'll start with JJ's Blitzcrank more than anything else. We did actually see this also again on the FlyQuest side from Ignar.
It's very easy to do the prep that way. Just prep whatever your main LCS team does, and chances are you did a pretty good homework.
How do you not know that it's Ignar stealing JJ's homework and not the other way around?
Well, I'm going to say it's Ignar, because JJ did not bust out Blitzcrank all season long until Ignar showed up.
Well, kind of looking across the comps as well. I think top lane, we kind of expected it to be exciting if Valorum was willing to take something a little more aggressive. No On this time around has opted for the Pantheon as his counterpick into the Aatrox. So again, I'm expecting a lot of activity from Fnatic and Potluck, particularly towards that top side.
Yeah, when you got the mixture of magic damage from Elise, you want to be going to lanes that are physical damage. So not a lot of play around triple, but mostly with Revenge and then match with JJ. Blitzcrank hook into Elise or Cocoon into Blitzcrank. Crazy combo, gets you away from the Tahm Kench, which is a really good answer to Tahm Kench. He's not going to be able to devour somebody if he's an entire Blitz hook away.
Well, looks like Potluck is going to start on the blue buff here. Has help from Apollo and Gate. That's center Tahm Kench lane. We've certainly seen quite a lot of across the weekend between LCS and Academy. Fnatic is starting on his opposite side though, both junglers starting blue, but curious to see where Fnatic wants to go for potentially a very fast early gank.
That was very kind out of Apollo to use a Senna Q on the Jarvan, just giving away 70 mana, which might come in handy in the laning phase. I want to track if the mana play comes into fruition here, because Miss Fortune can get really annoying with her harass.
Certainly can. I think the other question is checking on Aphelios' status as a ban. Was left open this game, but MASH deciding to go for the Miss Fortune instead. I think between Aphelios, Senna, and MF, these are the bot laners we've been primarily seeing, but for the most part, at least for LCS games this past weekend, we saw a lot more Senna plus Aphelios. This time, MASH wanting something a bit more aggressive alongside the Ignite Blitzcrank of JJ.
He didn't want to read the tooltips of Aphelios. It's just
too much reading.
Too much, man. Just give me Miss Fortune. Press R to win.
All right, well, mid lane Triple seems to be in a spot of bother. This is a champion he's absolutely known for, was pretty famous for his control mages, at least locally in the OPL. Azir, one of the champions he has a number of games on, but so far Victor seems to be winning out the early stages. As Fnatic looking bot lane once again. I've seen this before. Apollo going to be the target, looking for it. They go for Gate instead. They're going to try and turn it back around. The stun lands, good flash throw from Gate. I think if they committed, they might have got it, but Devour, I think a little too on their minds.
That's a really tricky play from FlyQuest, because whoever you cocoon is probably not going to die, and if you go for the Senna, she's gonna be able to just get devoured, and she wasn't level 3 for the little getaway fog, so I forgot the name of that.
I like
getaway fog.
Getaway fog's great. We'll ship it. So to be fair, some cooldowns and some mana traded for 2 sums is pretty good, and here comes the regank diving down the bottom side. TP in as well. Tower tanked up, that's first blood. Fnatic get a nab it again. Triple down here, but here's Aloran. They actually stun Fnatic under the tower into the gravity field. He may go, he goes over, flashes out. Apollo gonna be the next target. FlyQuest, so well coordinated, absolutely make that dive work.
An excellent heads up play out of them, telling the mid laner that we might need your teleport here. We're gonna go for a play, knowing that the heal was down, and Fnatic very intelligently saves his repel long enough for Blitzcrank to get another hook and then get a kill in. Let's see how they juggle the aggro here, because that's the biggest thing here. It starts off with the Blitz, who has Aftershock proc, so he's gonna be really tanky, takes the final shot that he could, and then here is the Senna getting a little bit, distracted. It looked like the hook wasn't gonna hit, but her gun's really big. It's part of the hitbox.
And there's a lot of stuff on screen. Like, I think Apollo was focused on killing the diving Elise, but very well played by FlyQuest as JJ plucks Apollo out of the air for a second kill. And they're up early, about 500 gold or so. And again, we expected Fnatic to get aggressive. Once again, he pops down to the bottom half of the map. And this time they convert the regank very cleanly.
Something that Immortals has going on for them is that Potluck is significantly ahead when it comes to farm over Fnatic, but this jungle meta right now is really difficult to understand how a jungler is ahead or behind. Seems like the camps don't necessarily translate to the experience lead that it used to, so he's gonna be the same level, but whatever level he is, his game plan is the same. You gotta farm, man, or gank, you're playing Jarvan.
Potluck, has snuck in here, but now finally on a ward. Fnatic, in the meantime, knows he's safe on this control ward, so gonna go for it again here. No flash on either Apollo or Gate. See if JJ can line it up once more. Gonna be a 3v3 this time, grabs it. Stun gonna follow up there, Devour is good. Into the Black Mist goes Apollo as well, but they are gonna chase here, Repel not in range. So this time the gank will not be successful for Fly.
That just shows that even at a relatively long range, the Tahm Kench will save you from Blitzcrank.
Aloran seemingly a single spear away from killing Revenge, but Revenge, I think, knows the limits in the matchup, is gonna stay with a potion ticking. Flash in, that looks to be a kill. Aloran gonna grab it, Revenge gets very greedy, but the tower will mean the trade.
Really good from Revenge to actually throw that W out right before dying, knowing that that would be the only way to trade back against Aloran. And that's what happens when your Elise is camping bottom lane. She's not devoting any time to dealing with the lane bully that is Pantheon.
Well, small CS lead there for Aloran. Has already TP'd though, which I think maybe is part of the reason. Revenge though gonna walk back. And looks like save his TP for a potential play on this first Drake, as Fnatic is clearing out this side of the river. They already have control thanks to the early visits in bottom lane. Now let's watch this 1v1 again. As you said, Revenge just snuck the chain in here.
So you can tell he wants to go for the all-in because he's got the full stacks of the Pantheon passive going, which is really the only time that Pantheon goes really aggro. He gets a crazy steroid on all his abilities.
Good calculation though from Revenge. Nice catch there, Crumbs, as that chain was basically exactly enough to get the trade.
It would have been really bad if he didn't get that one.
Perhaps something else is happening here in the top side. Potluck is taking the enemy Gromp. That does mean the first Drake over to FlyQuest Academy. The first Infernal, not bad, but in general the early Drakes, not the most valuable.
It's 4%. It's such a small number of increased damage when you're only at Doran's Blades when you're a Misfortune, or not even at Doran's Ring when you're Azir. So it'll be a while for this dragon to pan out, and we're not going to get 3 of them. So it's just going to be a tiny little
You only get one. It's going to be one Ocean here as well as the next one, but Blue Buff Steel here for FlyQuest is Triple able to grab that. Seems like the map is split fairly in 2. Potluck though already level 6. The Fnatic actually only level 4. I can't imagine he's very far away from dinging 5, but you can see the pretty stark difference in playstyles here.
And I want to see that difference in playstyle translate to a counter gank. They know that the focus has been on bottom lane, and now you've got a Pantheon who's having a swell time in the top lane. He can use his ultimate to go anywhere else. Chain it with the Jarvan, go for a dive into the bottom lane, a dive anywhere else. You're gonna get results because you can outnumber somebody before FlyQuest can respond.
Sanity back in with a Hex Core upgrade. It's just going to clear out the waves. Triple also taking what looks like his first recall since the TP bottom lane. Gets almost a Nash's Tooth finished. Both the Codex and the Stinger now completed.
It's just so safe for Azir to play at this stage. He can just drop a few soldiers, clear the wave. No one's going to try to dive him as long as he plays far back. So he's going to maintain pressure, which holds Insanity back as well, who's just wave clearing. So much of it comes down to playing around the side lanes while avoiding the mid lane. So it makes these times in which ganks are happening a lot more spaced out because you're just not making anything happen in the mid lane. So you have to go from one corner of the map to the other.
Also what feels like a very early swap here for FlyQuest, moving their duo lane up to the top lane. So that to me signals something like Rift Herald. I think the next objective they want to take with the Drake down, but Triple may be in trouble here. Potluck just off to your street. Ooh, now out of there. Where'd he go? Oh, back to the jungle. Taking too long.
I feel like he's just gonna be so, unless he goes in, he should not die. You have your ultimate to get people out, you've got Flash, you've got your shifting sands to go anywhere on the map.
Does at least clear out a ward and put one down for himself, so left side control continuing here for FlyQuest Academy is something we did see again from FlyQuest in their opening game. Just a lot of really good coordination for a team of players that have not played together really much at all.
It's the same score as a start too. 3-1 was how they opened up their first game of the split with a very strong level 1, and with the chance.
Very different scenario.
Yeah,
yes.
Different scenario, same score, just seeing the similarities between the matches. And the similarity here is now they're going for a Rift Herald swap. A play that a lot of teams have forgotten to make that 10-minute Rift Herald swap, but one that FlyQuest will look for nonetheless.
There's also a second one that you can potentially grab as well. So it does seem like FlyQuest are fully committing to this left side of the map, looking to try and take the objective. As I say that, Triple goes back to lane, and Fnatic actually peeks for a gank here in top lane.
Jarvan has more farm than Senna, by the way.
That's quite a lot. Good hook, lands on the gate. Silence gonna land from the Blitzcrank ultimate. Here comes Potluck in finally. TP's going in. Fnatic, though, able to take down Gate. And that TP coming in, IMT gonna back off the play.
They're being so safe with every play. Make sure that somebody teleports in when FlyQuest goes for it, which makes it so much harder for Immortals to try to respond to anything that FlyQuest is throwing at them, and it's going to yield them the Rift Herald. Really good stuff from FlyQuest, especially when they're balancing out the teleports one at a time. They can go for another play, and it'll be Triple responding instead.
Yep, they knew Triple had Insanity stuck under the turret. Prio there from Azir, so again, continued clean gameplay here from FlyQuest. It really was, to me, in their CLG game, that the team fights felt like the most impressive looking thing. Lots of good individual things to start and end team fights, but for now, this has been a pretty smooth laning phase for FlyQuest. We're at 11.5 minutes in. They've taken the first Drake, they've taken the first Herald, looking at almost 1,500 gold ahead in the early game.
Another thing that has been really standard for FlyQuest, they've only ganked bottom lane. Immortals has to wake up and realize that the ganks are coming in only one direction, where Blitz Misfortune is. So they need to get ready and respond adequately. I think Alarum is the guy to go for. A Grand Skyfall will turn the tides of any fight if you get the right numbers there.
I feel like in some ways it's Triple's job to gank top lane. If Fnatic's just going bot, just shove the wave, come top, help me out. As Triple is actually top, shoving against Alarum, who's trying to get sneaky in this bit of brush. Not too sure how this 1v1's going to go, but it's not going to be a 1v1 for much longer, perhaps. Potluck is going to force Triple to back off a little bit. Alarum with a good chunk of damage as he leaps out of the shrubbery.
Yeah, this is not the lane assignment FlyQuest wants. You got to get the Azir back into the mid lane here. No surprises at the bottom lane. Back at the ranch.
Oh, hook lands again. JJ using the Rift Herald as a distraction, perhaps, but Herald does not quite finish off the tower. Dude does get a good chunk of the plate money off of it, though. There's also this Ocean Drake respawn that's likely the impetus for the swap. with Triple being the one currently on FlyQuest that has the TP. So no tower, but at least this Drake is probably good enough for FlyQuest.
So do you remember when the meta was about somebody makes a play somewhere or goes for a tower dive and your job as a jungler is to respond elsewhere and try to find a way to counter that? I think that right now things have shifted to the point where you just need to be involved in that original play in the first place. You can't just go ahead and look for a counter because there's just too much rewards available from each gank. And so if you let one or a few go through, if the enemy plays safe in the top side, you're always going to be disadvantaged. So I need to see Potluck follow Fnatic and not look to just mirror and trade a worthless objective for a turret.
I think part of the issue is how FlyQuest have played this early game. There's actually nothing they could have traded. They took the first Drake before Rift Herald spawned, then they swapped over, took the Herald, then walked back down and took the Drake, and used the Herald to take the bot tower. So I kind of agree with you in that, like, there's lots of early activity because, again, jungle XP is something that there's just not nearly as much of. But I think FlyQuest do deserve a lot of credit for engineering a situation where IMT have very few good choices.
Absolutely. They're doing a really good job, I think, because Fnatic is not showing on the map. A lot of his pathing is within his own jungle, outside of the vision that Immortals has laid out. And it's not the greatest vision, but you can see it here on the mini-map that there is just control wards on the entrances of the river, nowhere else. So they have no idea, oh, thank you, what Fnatic is up to. Except they know that he's just only showing up in the bottom.
Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. As you can see, the Rift has transformed. It will be Mountain Soul this go around, but kind of like the idea of JJ hiding behind the extra bit of rock that have spawned throughout.
Look at Alorum. He's here. He's just real battle.
Time to run. JJ popping the overdrive and getting out of there. Looks like Clyde is happy to play with their solos in the side for now.
And with 3 minutes on that Dragon, they don't really need to look for anything. They can play it slow, build the CS lead with the side lanes, and then just get the hooks with Elise. Right? You can always group up at any point and go for that play, and it's going to catch out anybody. So it's a death sentence with every hook. I think they should just rename every hook champion's hook a death sentence. Same with Nautilus, same with Blitz. You die if you get hit.
Well, I do like the Fly kind of doing what you said and continuing to slowly creep their vision forward and clear out vision. Most importantly, again, behind the rock we go. Oh, he goes around it. Potluck able to juke down. Does escape the wrath of the Blitzcrank Cook. But red buff Steel not going to be so lucky. FlyQuest finally starting to push themselves further into enemy territory.
Immortals can't contest. Mash is already here. And yes, Senna has a global ultimate, but she is slow as heck. She cannot just participate and run across the map. She'll just only shoot her ultimate.
Well, IMT's trying to stay grouped here. Top lane though, that's where the action is. Alorum going to get shielded up by said ulti. But I think the dive is just forthcoming at this point. Needs the last Q from Fnatic, does land it. Here's Gate and Potluck, and I think that's a mistake. Does get the flag and drag through now. Mash caught out on the left-hand side of the fight, but Gate looking to go down. Mash forced to flash. Kind of awkward now for FlyQuest between a few turrets, but they'll walk back towards their teammates.
Oh, they can still get this, though. They smell blood in the water. Triple is here and very healthy.
Yeah, Revenge clearing out the wave. There's actually no minions anywhere to be seen as the next wave pushes in towards IMT's turret. But it looks like FlyQuest not wanting to go for any extra aggression. Will just take the kill they got and get out.
That could have been really messy if they wanted to go for that.
I was
hoping they would go for it, right? You can have the Blitzcrank hook, and this is them just utilizing that pressure into the red buff and lack of vision to catch out the top lane. Right? There was no way that Alorim saw them there. The only time he saw Blitzcrank and Elite was entering the red side from below. And this is a complete surprise for Immortals, which makes the collapse that much tougher for them. They have no idea who they're supposed to collapse on.
Yep, Fnatic kind of the weak one, but has plenty of teammates to use as cover. FlyQuest get the kill and get out. 45 seconds now until the first Mountain Drake will spawn. IMT currently the first in the area with the vision, but FlyQuest still ahead of the objectives, know where they want to be. They actually are on top, looking for Rift Herald number 2. This is one of the other changes that happened here in Rise of the Elements.
Now they are Siamese Herald twins.
And it just feels so valuable. Like, one Herald was good, but you're like, now what do I do? Because often you got a side lane tower, you cashed in the plate money, and you're like, okay, cool. I still can't push forward on the map because they don't have any other points broken open. I think now we'd get able to get a second Herald and likely look mid, which is the one you want the most. Even with IMT trying to trade here in bottom lane, it does seem like Apollo and Alorum will get that tower. Quick channel there in the mid lane, and FlyQuest will be busting through the center of this map very quickly.
It keeps the whole map relevant, having the Rip Herald, because otherwise you would just never go back top until 20 minutes. So this means that everything is a little bit more engaged, and it's going to go for another charge, and Immortals is looking for Alorum. He's got a Grand Skyfall.
Oh, they get the turret actually really quickly. Alorum does move in with the ulti. Potluck looking for something, but doesn't find a target he wants to engage on, and IMT rotate off the Drake only to lose 2 turrets.
That was such a shy Grand Skyfall, and the hook is going to catch him. He puts his shield up. He's going to be fine.
Yep, JJ, they're on point with these hooks. Victor ulti out. Fnatic finds a stun only onto Gate, though. Chaos Storm getting FlyQuest a little low, so IMT might fancy something here. Still ulti up for J4. Revenge going to be the target. Hook misses. Mash over the wall with the ulti. Not going to connect. Fnatic now in trouble. Going to have to repel. Nowhere good to go, though. Back down he goes to the ward, actually, and that flash is maybe enough distance. Ulti out from center. Potluck out of there after the ulti usage, and lots of trades back and forth, but still no casualties.
There's no mana on Insanity. He's the main damage, so they're relying on Alorum's cooldowns to be able to take anybody down. So it's a slow, grueling battle, but with a Mountain Dragon to claim, these are champions that definitely are going to benefit from this. A lot of tanky boys on the Immortal side.
1 kill and their first Drake for 2 towers is the trade that IMT eventually end up with. But still down about 4,000 gold. Looking good on the FlyQuest side. But IMT, I think, finally committing to a 5v5 and feeling like, okay, we can start to win these team fights if we play them right.
Yeah, they've got the damage, and also they did a good job of avoiding what Mash's damage was going to be through the ultimate. He was a little preemptive, using it when Potluck jumped in, but getting that spell out and then continuing to be aggressive was the right call from Immortals, knowing that there's not a lot left in FlyQuest's tank.
Victor's certainly a champion that will scale up nicely. Already see Insanity just with that max hex score and a couple of extra needlessly large rods, doing plenty of damage with his ulti in that team fight. Triple, though, also no stranger to doing lots of sustained damage in a team fight, as the pointing guy's already finished, along with that Nash's Tooth.
So I think here, what FlyQuest can do is take advantage of Apollo's poor wave clear. Senna is so slow in the mid game when it comes to clearing minion waves, and if FlyQuest can get either the Azir or the Misfortune directly against her, they'll be able to shove and out-rotate Immortals every single time, which gives them the head start when it comes to contesting these objectives. And here we go again. Look at that. Senna is already in the mid lane. FlyQuest is ahead of the play.
JJ at it again. Gate this time does not get connected. Now maybe the counterplay here. Flash forced by Insanity as JJ gets over the wall. I think the red buff also got stolen. Triple running away from the Chaos Storm. Does take a pretty big chunk of damage, but gets himself to safety in short order. Revenge playing on the side lane here. I think Alorum, though, as far as starting things for Immortals, as you mentioned, Crumbs, only that one ulti so far, but at least has been very willing to start things.
Yeah, and I want to see him be willing to put himself in a dangerous situation next time around. Use the Grand Skyfall to position where you think the enemy is going to run, so you appear from behind them, not on the same time your team approaches from, so that you split the focus of FlyQuest. You can't have Mash shooting in the same direction. If he's double-upping you and there's no one behind you, you're already getting more value out of that play because he's minimizing his damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold actually on the big carries with FlyQuest. We've got about 1,000 gold up for Triple, and similar story there for Mash. Actually, I take it back, that's 2,000 plus up for Mash in that particular matchup. So I think with 2 items done for Triple, and I assume 2 done for Mash whenever he wants to go shopping. A lot more pressure that can be applied in these next few fights, so IMT still have to tread somewhat carefully, especially since they're getting consistently starved division. As 22 minutes in, Crumbs, we've got a Baron.
And something interesting just happened. Just got told by the producers. Mash fat-fingered his stopwatch.
I heard that.
Yeah, so I don't know if Immortals is going to be pressing tab to check that they now have Mash as a viable target to engage on.
Well, FlyQuest Academy using the Baron as bait to pull off pretty quickly. They have 1 Ocean Drake to help them regen between attempts. And again, doing a great job of just getting all the vision out of this red side jungle.
They can always shove mid lane faster. This is what Immortals has been dealing with all game long. They're happy because they have a Victor and a Senna that technically infinitely scales, but how long can they afford to bleed out in this way?
Nash gonna get the slowdown. JJ looking for the hook, does not connect onto Apollo. Was close though. IMT will be forced away. Drake spawning in a minute 10, so might have FlyQuest moving themselves over to this side of the map instead. Revenge gonna get around there, but gonna push away first as we watch this one in. Oh.
I would have liked to see him spam dance, actually troll himself.
Just laugh. Just gotta shake it off there. Nash has now sold his stopwatch and picked up a cloak for the, I assume, incoming Infinity Edge.
Huh. Okay. I would have just left it there. Maybe turn it into a GA at some point. There's physical damage that is going to be affecting you with Pantheon and Senna.
Build a stone plate, you know, really mix it up.
Right. Stone plate MF.
Seen a lot of stone plate support at least. Yeah, I don't think stone plate MF is coming to a solo queue near you anytime soon. Only one tower down for IMT means the space available to play on is rather limited. But FlyQuest continuing to play pretty clinically here. Just clearing out vision, going around the objective, and just looking for a pick with Elise and Blitz. IMT may look to challenge here on the Baron side of the map with the Drake being up, but Drake shouldn't take too long to be felled at this point.
Immortals is starting to feel good, that the hope is starting to pay off. There's a death cap on Insanity, and Victor's damage is gonna be completely raw. Not a single ounce of magic resistance.
AJ with a bit of a face check early. Gonna go into stasis, and that's actually Potluck gonna be forced to be devoured. Revenge now from the flank, again looking for a triple, dishing out damage on Insanity, but can't go too much further forward. JJ looking for the rehook. Root lands in onto Revenge, and FlyQuest just can't find the first kill.
Wow, just everything blown, but still nothing on the side of FlyQuest.
Right out here every time, it feels like, but been a little frustrating, I think, to not be able to convert. Oh, Gate maybe too far forward now. JJ looking for the knock-up, lands the hook instead, follows the knock-up, Cocoon in.
He can turn this.
Exhaust plus shield, Gate's in there. Ooh, that's Pantheon. Hello, JJ, goodbye.
The globals are finally being used from Immortals to outnumber FlyQuest. They're not strong enough right now. Close. You can see how much damage Victor is doing, but if they keep using these globals, Pantheon intelligently, or maybe even use the Tahm Kench to try to surprise the Blitzcrank once again, I think they're going to be able to slowly crawl back this gold lead.
Almost feels like that death was caused by frustration. You didn't get the entry kill, you really wanted it. You finally find the support that you can pick off, and Alorum just swoops in to get the kill instead. So one back there for IMT.
Support's trying to assert their dominance.
Certainly was almost asserted here, but Gate a little too tanky as Alorum charges in. And Insanity getting extra gold there.
It is harder to tell when Pantheon is coming in than before, when he had the entire circle, so you kind of knew how to position yourself. Now it's just that giant shield wave.
Ooh, very quick engage here from Potluck on the Mash. Flash out from Mash. At least we'll get the Summoner spell forced out, but I like the attempt from IMT. It's nice to finally see them getting a bit more proactive.
So that's actually a great play from Potluck, because Dragon's coming up in less than 3 minutes. You're gonna have to fight. You're not giving up a Mountain Soul for nothing. So if they can get a fight with Misfortune having Flash down, it'll be a lot easier to stop her ultimate or take her out altogether.
Good use of timing here though from FlyQuest. They know Potluck likely had to recall, so they're actually just sturging down the Baron. They miss Insanity with the hook, but he might get some bad news in just a moment. Smite is true from Fnatic. And FlyQuest just ninja the Baron.
He almost killed Elise with that Ray as well. That might have been able to get the jungle kill and the steal with one spell.
I think if he'd like sensed it, that's where you just chuck the ulti over and you're like, I know this is good. But I mean, a tough play to make for Insanity, and Fnatic had just enough health left to smite the Baron away.
That'd be the chattest move of all. Just completely blind, throw everything, get the steal.
If you blind flash in, I agree. If you just throw the ulti over, it's like, you half committed.
If I'm in a game
happens.
and I think the moral is down and the team feels like there's no way to come back, I'm flashing in blind.
Might have been a play that Insanity could make and not look completely foolish, but we'll never know. Can't roll back the timeline at this point.
You can flash in, and Tahm Kench can devour you over the wall.
That's true.
So there is a world where that play was the right play.
Right.
Not going to go down that rabbit hole and die on that hill, but I'll suggest it.
I would like to see it, but instead it's just a very calculated risk there from FlyQuest Academy. Gets in the Baron, now they can finally siege down the rest of these turrets. Hook over Potluck, put in the blender. Fnatic gonna try and execute him, but the Stone Plate keeps him healthy.
Getting that cooldown off is a big deal. He can't just jump Misfortune now without trading at least a 1-for-1.
Revenge also guiding the minions into the mid lane. Alorum there to answer, but looks like Revenge will move himself up towards the top half of the map and apply a bit more pressure on an easier to take turret as the bottom lane tier 2 also falls.
So at this point, the Jarvan that is supposed to engage on everybody is 5 levels down from the Aatrox.
It's a tough ask.
Itemization doesn't really cover that distance.
I agree. You can track freaks out there somewhere, I'm sure. You can calculate the gold there for you of those levels and items. But yes, it's a significant difference, to say the least. IMT, I think maybe just going to have to start doing something a little bit more risky. Perhaps not when the Baron's still up and pushing the waves in, but JJ instead going to maybe try something here. Potluck again, the target of the Blitzcrank engage, and this time it's almost enough. Good ult there from MF. Alorum going in, he looked for the big flank there. He's actually still in there. Alorum actually gonna look for the execute match. Does get shut down. What a play from the Pantheon. Insanity doesn't get out. Revenge continuing to cut down members of Immortals. And unfortunately, it was too little, too late on that play as the rest of FlyQuest sweep in for 3.
It's a valiant effort to at least go for it when they're not knocking at your Nexus. So I totally love that Immortals actually goes for it, wants to give it a shot instead of just bleeding out slowly. This shows that they're willing to put their lives on the line when the game seems lost, and that's something that we can't say for every single team.
I think if Insanity had been able to position it a bit differently, it's called like desperation play to try and stop the base from falling, but doesn't seem like it'll happen. Instead, it's FlyQuest gonna knock down another Nexus for this week, because I believe between them might be 4-0 for the Org. Not a bad way to open week 1 as IMT is continuing to throw bodies at the problem, but sometimes hard work is not enough, Crumbs. As the Nexus will go down. It's FlyQuest Academy taking the dub.
Just at the edge of death was the Azir. I think a few more autos and he was about to go out, but FlyQuest, this organization's clearly doing something right this split because they have not come out swinging this hard before.
It's all the trees, they're planting Crumbs. Gets
Right?
that good mental going.
They've got a purpose behind their wins. Are they planting trees for the Academy wins as well?
You know what? I don't know if they are, but they should be.
Now we're holding them to the standard.
All right, well, Tribble avoided taking a single death that game with the Nexus going down fast enough, and overall it does feel like the top side of FlyQuest continues to show good form. Fnatic, just such a breath of fresh air in this league.
Yeah, he was one of the best junglers in Scouting Grounds. I was really happy to see that he joined FlyQuest, that he found a team that was willing to take a chance with the Scouting Grounds players, because it is no coincidence that you play in Scouting Grounds and you have the drive to go all the way. That is why you qualify. That is, you grind it through basically nothing to try to get to this moment, and delivering is just the only way to continue to climb and get noticed by an LCS team or even be subbed out a few games.
Yep, and I think if I think on the scale of 1 to Blabber on aggression, he's definitely not Blabber, because very few players are. In fact, perhaps no other player should be.
8 out of 10 Blabbers?
But I think he's clear. He's up there.
Okay.
He's like, 8 or 9, maybe a 7. Certainly plays with the right amount of aggression, I would say.
And he's got the right champion pool right now. Elise, Lee Sin, the Kianas, exactly what you want out of your junglers. Very aggressive, kind of solo queue focused, which is more about messing with the other jungler or really hammering it home on one lane. And that's exactly what he did. Found the Blitzcrank, found the synergy, never stopped going. Won the game through it.
Well, we'll have a look at some replays here in the game. No, it's a draft instead. Didn't actually get to check in with the bans. Urgot did unfortunately get stripped away from Alorum. Decided not to give a revisit to that one.
Man, but I like it.
Mort as well. Kiana Renekton. Lots of your favorite combinations with Elise.
Yeah, so we don't know the order at which these were picked, just the entire combo.
I believe this is the order as well.
Wow. Well, that changes everything.
There you go.
There it is. See? Elise first pick is the big one. So coming into the season, I heard from a lot of teams, Elise is the pick to play. It's not Lee Sin, it's Elise because she gives you way more options for those early dives versus the Lee that is a lot more reliant on the setup. Elise is pretty much the only setup you need. So seeing this first pick shows us that FlyQuest is one of the teams that has a better grasp on the meta than most.
I mean, Fnatic certainly. If you give him the ability to play Elise, he will play Elise almost 9 games out of 10. He loves that champion. So I think well navigated there for FlyQuest. With Senna and Aphelios in the pool, impressive to see them take it over. But we'll have a look at kind of how it all started. We've been talking about Fnatic this whole time. This was the first thing he did to kick it off.
And it's very easy. He doesn't have to start with the cocoon. He waits for his teammate, and best of all, you save the repel to get out. You don't need to get fancy. I've seen so many times players try to get creative with the Elise. The combo is the same thing every time. Human into Spider, then get out with repel.
Also think that JJ, maybe the unsung hero of this game, combining with Fnatic. It was Thresh in their first game, now Blitzcrank in this one. He's been nailing people with hooks left, right, and center. But we'll have another look at this next replay as Fly do the same thing, but in the top lane.
And this was through a pocket of vision that Immortals did not get to scout out. JJ nails the hook, and the combination is just too powerful. He cannot flash out. He is completely CC'd up until the moment where he gets out, and it's too late.
Yep, Fnatic able to get in there. Revenge did burn the flash to try and secure the kill. Was not needed, but FlyQuest are able to get the kill, get themselves out, almost even redive for a couple more, it seemed like.
Immortals couldn't even collapse onto MASH because they didn't have vision of the Tri-Brush. They didn't even know that MASH was there. They only saw the bullet time hitting everybody and melting their team. So it was a really odd position for everybody on Immortals to try to respond to the catch on Pantheon.
And then a final replay, 3-1 for Fly here in mid lane that leads to the game just truly being opened up. And once again, it's JJ and Fnatic tag teaming for Potluck.
This was after he pulled the same Jarvan, got the stone play with the Elise combo, and then goes for him again. Mash didn't have flash, which is what Jarvan had accomplished earlier, but the rest of the team is completely unhinged. Look at Triple. I mean, the guy, no one even looked at him. People didn't even notice he was there.
Yeah, I think that was actually, now that I look back at it, that was the issue Insanity ran into, was the flanking Azir, just ripping him apart as he's trying desperately to kill the backline. Because in a different set of positioning, Victor rips through the back end of that team fight with a Lawrence play.
That's why you want to have these high DPS mid laners comboed with the current set of ADs. Everyone's diving onto the ADs, and if you have a DPS mid laner, then you've got those two threats. But if you have a bursty mid laner, then it's a lot easier to avoid that damage than it is to avoid the just mayhem that Victor or an Azir can lay down.
Well, as we see now, FlyQuest were able to take that play and then push straight down the Nexus. Although it did get a little close, it seemed like at times. KDA Triple protecting himself and most importantly, taking the Nexus.
Yeah.
I also appreciate they went for it, right? There's plenty of teams that would be like, okay, we got enough. We don't have to try and end the game here. But FlyQuest said, no, we can end the game.
I like that too, because so many times teams would say, no, just play it. We'll get another Baron and try to end it that way. Like, you don't need to do that anymore. I like the role. Like, yeah, that's exactly
That's how I feel.
Yeah. End it now. You don't even need Baron end games now.
Yeah, I think you certainly can just get a grasp, and that's what FlyQuest did. We'll be right back with 100 Thieves Academy versus Evil Genius Academy in just a moment. Don't go too far. Well, Tower tanked up. That's first blood. Fnatic get a nab it again. Triple down here, but here's a Aloran that actually stunned Fnatic under the tower into the gravity field. He may go. He goes over, flashes out Apollo. Aloran going to get shielded up by said ulti, but I think the dive is just forthcoming at this point. Needs the last Q from Fnatic. Does land it. Here's Kate.
Just Aatrox.
I'm 1 HP. I need to be.
Hello. Ian, right here.
Nice. Quadric.
Match does get shut down. What a play from the Pantheon. Insanity doesn't get out. Revenge continuing to cut down members of Immortals, and unfortunately it was too little, too late. Hello and welcome back for Game 2, where Evil Geniuses Academy will be facing off against 100 Thieves Academy. Let's take a look at the starting rosters, Crumbs. Selecting blue side, it's EG, and this one's a doozy. We'll talk about it in a moment. In the top lane, Kumo. In the jungle, Svenskeren. In the mid lane, Brandini. In bottom support, it is definitely Enmat still. And of course, their coach, Tim Kiro.
Yeah, not sure where these players are from. I feel like I've seen them before. Well, facing them on the red side, it's 100 Thieves Academy. Fake God in the top lane, Contracts in the jungle, Soligo in mid lane, Prismal on bot, his support is Breezy, and their coach, Kelsey Moser.
Now, due to visa problems, Svenskeren is starting in place of Kadir in the jungle, and Brandini is starting in place of Giyu, their intended mid laner, with LCS top laner Kumo starting for Brandini in the top lane.
Yeah, so both Kumo and Svenskeren played in the loss versus Dignitas yesterday, and they'll be marathoning week 1 playing the LCS game as well. Sure, definitely Enmat are old LCS teammates on Golden Guardians, but this is not the original Academy team that was intended. It's not the synergies that were envisioned, and in the opening game where they had Kumo in mid lane and Svenskeren in jungle, it did not look refined, and I totally get why their players aren't here.
Yeah, a difficult situation, certainly, but it is fun to see all these different swaps around for EG. On the side of 100 Thieves, though, they have Fake God, Soligo, and Prismal returning to 100 Thieves Academy, with the big changes being the addition of Contracts in the jungle and a brand new face to the league in Breezy playing support.
Yeah, Contracts, I'm very curious to see what he does on 100 Thieves, having not the greatest season on Golden Guardians, but Fake God is somebody that I want to keep my eyes on because he's replacing Someday in an odd way, because Someday is now obviously back into the LCS team, but Fake God was a really strong rookie his entire time. He just got thrown into the deep end and is now kind of recollecting himself, and we'll see what he has learned from the LCS team that can apply to Academy.
Yeah, I think it's really important for everyone to kind of separate Academy Fake God from LCS Fake God, because they were very different players put in very different situations, right? Fake God, when he entered Academy, was a rookie. He was basically 4 rookies in stunt. That was Kelsey's original 100 Thieves Academy team. He was extremely promising, the first pick from that year of Scouting Grounds. So another Scouting Grounds player who looked promising, being put into an Academy team, looked really good in top lane in Academy.
Got a cool name.
And then was like, you know what? Due to import stuff and how that works around, we got to figure this out. So we had to move Someday down because we wanted to move Ryu up because they couldn't fit all the slots out. So Fake God was basically said, hey, come into a league where we're pretty sure you're not ready yet, but we think you can hold your own. We believe this is the best iteration of the roster to start winning games, which I believe at the time they did at least pick back up their season. But now Fake God's back where he used to be. And this is somewhere where he's been very comfortable being aggressive, just 1v1ing people in his lane, and just kind of being the player he was promised to be when he first got drafted.
And I am definitely sure that he has an increased motivation now that he got a taste of the LCS team, what it's like to compete against the best the LCS has to offer. And otherwise, he wouldn't be here again, looking to get back on top, as many of the Academy players' intentions are to kind of grind out here, master themselves, and then move up into the LCS circuit.
And kind of the other piece of 100 Thieves that is returning is, of course, Prismal. You mentioned Someday. How do we say this? Just completely, like, the dictionary definition of smurfing in a league.
Hard
That's what
carry.
Someday did in Academy. They are, by the way, the defending Academy champions, in large part to Someday's contribution to that team. But the other person, the other name on the lips of everyone talking about this team was Prismal. Much younger player, promising AD. I believe had played in Collegiate, probably Scouting Grounds as well. Come up in the scene, and he is certainly someone to watch on this team as well. Now that Fake God is rejoining the team, Prismal was kind of the backbone of a team that was certainly led by Someday, but he didn't do 100% of the work. He couldn't.
He was the backbone, and it's going to be interesting to see how he shifts that initial approach of being the backbone, playing a lot of Ezreal, into now a meta that is completely upside down. You're no longer playing what was Season 9 bot lane carries. You're now going with Aphelios, with Senna, with Misfortune. Like, this is nothing we saw last year, so I'm curious to see if he still finds the same success on these carries that get killed instantly. Somebody looks your way, you are done. There's no peeling for you, so a lot of it comes down to what can the solo lanes do when your carry gets taken out.
And of course, on the EG side, to kind of temper their first loss, it was not a pretty looking game. They did play Dignitas Academy, who, as we saw yesterday in their stage game at the end of LCS, looking very, very good with 5 former LCS players hanging around. Kumo was also playing mid that game. I think he didn't like that experience too much because he picked on mid, Tana counterpicked Zoe, and it was a mess.
Yeah, Kuma.
So he's like, Brandini, it's your turn.
Ornn against Zoe, not the matchup I would opt into in the mid lane, but I think Kumo has an incredibly interesting story because of how he ended up on this team. He is now essentially part of one big bundle from Cloud9 that gets put in here, and he had 2 games in the LCS on Jace where he got a lot of attention and had mixed results. Now he's expected to hold his own while Svenskeren focuses his attention on world champion Bang and Jizuke in the mid lane. So what can Kumo do on his own? I think Academy is going to be a good tempering place to see what this team can do because he's going to play LCS just a few hours later today.
Yeah, I think LCS MVP Svenskeren is truly being tested. He's got 3 different mid laners in 1 week.
Yeah.
He's got a whole new set of teammates to work around. He's got a smile on his face. I appreciate that. He's got a long week of games ahead of him.
Listen, he walks into the studio and there's a giant mural of him every time. So I think that does something for your confidence.
That thing is awesome. I assume it made the rounds on social media, but it's in the lobby of the LCS studio, and it's just whoever did that, huge shout out. It's an incredible bit of work.
It might almost matter more than the trophy. I'd rather get a mural of myself than a trophy.
I'm kind of aligned. All right, well, we're waiting for champs. Let's hear from Deftly about being reunited with his best buddy, Matt.
Honestly, I'm really excited to play with Matt because I first played with Matt at the very start of my LCS career, and I feel like I was a very green player, and I had him kind of like teach me the ropes of things, and I'm excited to show him how much I've improved over the past year of just playing full-time LCS. And yeah, I think like even when we were in 10th place in 2018, I always felt like I could rely on him, and like we'd always perform. So that's something I'm definitely looking forward to.
His rock, his pillar.
And definitely, certainly, I mean, he's becoming a journeyman at this point between both leagues, actually. Was on GGS and then back to Academy and then on C9 and then their Academy team and then also played for the LCS team at the time. And now on another completely different team, at least reunited with a familiar face here in Matt, who has been one of the, consistent veterans, it feels like, in this scene. Certainly a player that has reached heights before, could potentially get there again. But I think if you're looking for a player to manage your younger talent, Matt is a very good person to go to.
That's why it makes sense that Matt is paired up with these younger players that Kumo and Svenskeren are playing for today. Matt and Deftly very solid in the bottom lane, should just hold their own and guide the young rookies into the LCS or the Academy, wherever they may be. But now they've got Svenskeren and Kumo to be the voices of reason here. And I think when you've got the MVP jungler, you probably listen to him more than yourself.
Well, we'll see what he says in this particular champ slate. We will bring you the draft disc go round. LeBlanc and Azir being banned away from Soligo. Brandini trying to protect himself from his newfound role in the mid lane. Akali also being banned away. I suppose that is a champion you can also take top lane. So just trying to keep that out of Brandini's hands. Don't want that position to go wrong, because if you're 100 Thieves, I believe you're thinking that that one feels pretty comfortable already.
Yeah, and it's not 10.2 yet, so the nerfs are not here. And EG really just trying to get 100 Thieves solo lanes away from their comfort zone, especially Soligo. Last split, he was known for Azir and LeBlanc. Once again, get rid of those. And his first game, he got off to a great start, but was unable to have the proper synergy with contracts to snowball the advantage properly. One of the difficult aspects of LeBlanc. Sure, you can get a lead, but can you push it all the way to the Nexus to claim a victory? It gets tougher as the minutes go by because she's not that big AoE mid laner that just stalls out a game.
I also like Rumble and Senna been mainstays of the recent meta. So we'll see what EG want to take for their first priority here. Aphelios is something definitely can consider. I believe he did play it in their opening game, but deciding on Lucian instead. So potentially flexing 3 spots here.
Yeah, that's just the danger of the Lucian first pick. And for EG, it's clear they're going to need a lot of crowd control now. You don't pick a Lucian if you're not planning on just having a wealth of CC to go alongside him. So the Elise is one of the picks that pairs excellently with him, because in the solo lane, Lucian with Elise is an incredibly deadly combination to deny you from the minion wave, build up a wave, then tower dive you. So at least getting it off these hands means that EG synergy with Lucian is a lot weaker.
It does feel like the more you talk about Elise Crumbs, Elise plus any champion in range seems to be a good combination.
Physical damage. It has to be physical because
Okay,
you
that's-
cannot allow anybody to build magic resistance and bypass your entire combination.
All right, well, Aphelios and Elise, the first 2 picks for the Thieves, quite powerful there. Svenskeren picking up Old Faithful there with Lee Sin. There's Mordekaiser also for EG as Pantheon going to make a second appearance in as many games today.
Yeah, Pantheon and Elise, very strong combination to set you up, especially if it is in the
Back
mid
up
lane.
Renekton.
Yeah, there it is, back up Renekton, point and clicks done. Follow up into the Cocoon. So they've got a way to make action happen early game for the Thieves. It's up to them to find the opportunity and kind of risk it, because you're going to have to dive a lot.
Yeah, well, definitely continuing to eat bans here as Varus is the first one in phase 2 for the Thieves. That is Aurelia on the other side. So keeping the solo lane champions out of Fake God and Soligo's hands.
So these are thinking, where are Evil Genius's picks going? Because Mordekaiser can be put into the mid lane as well. So you have a lot of flexing power here for the Thieves. And I think now they're just getting rid of what they don't want to deal with personally, instead of thinking exactly where Evil Geniuses is going for their picks. So deny the support right away and then take your own support, let EG decide, and then you've got that last pick to really figure out where you want the Pantheon to go. That is also a flex.
Of course, Matt, once named Matt Life after a very famous Korean Thresh player. Pretty good at that champion, like a lot of the supports here in Academy, so gonna keep that one out of his hands. I do like the respect there for the Thieves in the 2v2. Also given back by EG as they ban away Leona from Breezy, who has been a pleasure to have back in the metagame.
I think the Thieves needs to go for Nautilus here. I think this is a really good Nautilus game. You don't have to deal with the Leona. Thresh is out.
It's a good spot to pick it too, because maybe Soligo's, fancying to bring the mid back, but it is Braum perhaps instead that will be the pickup. A similarly styled support.
Okay. It denies the Lucian Braum combo. That could be really annoying to deal with in the bottom lane as well. So it's a much safer play out of them. And we'll see if they pair that up with Elise's action in the bottom lane, or it just means that they're using Braum to be able to go to the solo lane.
All right, so it is solo lane Lucian, which I think was maybe your inkling, but I like this. Xayah and Rakan there for EG. Something we have not seen that often, actually.
Yeah, the Rakan is kind of the backup engage right now when all the tanks are gone. Well, you can always go Rakan to have a reliable way to find a team fight, and he's still very, very powerful. It's all about getting the fight started, and he's one of the best.
Pantheon mid, I believe, with this last pick of Aatrox for the Thieves. So Soligo, as you said, was really known for being good on the champions he specialized in. This is a departure from the Azir LeBlanc that was banned out here.
And
I'm wondering if it's a counter pick or just a straight up good champion.
it's just very dangerous as a 2v2. That's, I think, what they're looking for. Last game, it was Lee Sin LeBlanc. This time, it's Elise Pantheon. Seems like a trend in 100 Thieves is drafting a very strong early 2v2 composition that can put the pedal to the metal, hopefully get a gold lead that allows you to control dragons, and then snowball the game through a Dragon Soul into a Baron. Now, they didn't execute it last time. It's not the easiest to pull off. You need a lot of vision. You need a lot of accurate timings and invading blue buffs. That's what we didn't see last time around. That's what we need to see today.
Well, kind of like what EG's got going on here. They've picked some fairly aggressive lanes, especially for Kumo there in top lane with the Lucian, so...
Oh, the Lucian is going top.
Yes.
Okay.
Feels like Licorice took a page out of Goonie's book, and then Kumo behind him on Cloud9 just started copying the homework down.
That's a tough matchup because Lucian now is not getting as much gold from the plates, so you're not snowballing as well as you used to before. And without that gold, what value are you adding to your team as top lane Lucian? You're not split pushing anything. You're trying to join fights later, so your mechanics have to be unreal to make this pick work.
We'll see if Kumo can get it done. Certainly in LCS last year, was playing Jace only and certainly had success being aggressive in his lanes. Well, we'll have to figure out if this kind of stitched together EG can pull out a win here, or if 100 Thieves will put their first one on the board.
So I think the Thieves are going to look for exclusively solo lane action here. The lanes are all set up to go for that. Kumo is a sitting duck. All he has to do is use dash aggressively, and Contracts is going to be there to punish him.
Well, certainly paying close attention to the two junglers here. One former LCS, one current and reigning MVP, but have met up a few times. And we'll see where they do look to start early as they pause. Just to breathe.
I think it just shows that being jungle MVP is so team reliant so much of the time. I mean, I believe it was even him when he was being interviewed about it. It's like, yeah, you know, so much of this is actually credited to my teams. They do so much to protect me, to set me up. And you can't expect a jungler to just slot into any team randomly and be able to deliver the performances that he can, being in the lineup for multiple years.
Yep. Has at least had some time with Kumo. That was, as you said, part of the package that went over to EG along with Zeyzal, who's still around the studio waiting to play his game later tonight.
It's just such a bad 2v2. Lucian Lee Sin, no one sets up anybody, all skill shots.
Just invade. Push and invade, don't worry about it.
Yeah. It's a difficult
Just type it,
style.
I'll try to be like, yo, meet me at the crab.
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Who will buy it? Will somebody believe it? They'll tell your team not to show up. They always do. They're always there, just waiting.
Nobody ever wants to 1v1 you.
They think you're trolling. You'll get reported.
All right, so it seems like a player on stage has a keyboard issue. We'll get that resolved ASAP. But for now, there is a pause.
Whoa. Happy birthday, Papa Smith.
Oh, that's true.
Hey, look at that.
Fun fact.
Yes.
Papa Smith's birthday. Very easy to remember if you're from Australia. It's on Australia Day, which is the 26th of January.
What do you celebrate on Australia? The arrival of British people on Australia?
I believe so.
Okay.
Mostly we eat sausages and play music.
Isn't that every day in Australia?
Yes.
Just barbecuing and having a good time.
It is great. It's truly great.
Yes, now we've got the correct stands for both sides, 100 Thieves against EG. I think that the Thieves should be feeling really confident here, knowing that they have a lineup that has some core parts still together, that they're up against an EG that hasn't even had their entire roster. I cannot imagine that a lot of the preparation for Svenskeren and Kumo was focused on the Academy game compared to the LCS game they have to play just a few moments later against the 100 Thieves LCS.
If nothing else, I think wanting to play a fairly fast game with something like Lucian and Lee Sin might help you in the sense that you do not want to play a 60-minute grind when you have to play an LCS game 2 games later. So
I'll tell you, I've actually had to run this circuit, not only slotting into a team that you've never played with before, but also playing it into Academy and having to do LCS after. You usually just say, give me a comfort pick and let's just go. And just follow me and we'll see what happens.
And I think certainly for Sven, and I think for Kumo as well, there's comfort here in these picks. Brandini, though, up against Soligo. The Mordekaiser mid, like taking a top champ there. Of course, as you mentioned, Crumbs,
you mentioned this.
Serviceable mid.
You mentioned this. Just invade. Just use the range advantage and the level 1 advantage to get
power. Smite battle. Who's gonna win? It is.
Oh no! Kumo gets it.
Ooh. All right. You know what? That might have been intended.
No way.
How do you win the lane now? It's fake card.
Oh, but no.
Your opponent has red buff.
Svenskeren started Q, and now he doesn't have Smite. You're supposed to start W on Lee Sin to minimize the damage that you're taking early. So he's going to be in a wealth of trouble doing this.
He's doing the blue buff solo. He's not afraid, Crumbs. He'll be just fine, I'm sure. There's no way he dies to this camp, right?
Oh, no. He's fine. He's probably going to have to do an odd pathing when it comes to incorporating ganks in his route. He's so low. Oh, this hurts.
It's good. Oh, calculated there from Sven. And going to go straight to the other side of his jungle, where looks like Soligo has already gotten the information. Does get a ward straight onto the Raptors, but Sven, good awareness. Just going to walk all the way around it.
Yeah, that's really clutch out of him, not wanting to give away not only his HP, but his pathing, because otherwise that would prompt Contracts to do whatever he wants because he's now ahead of him. Having a smite up. Who would have known?
Who would have thought is Sven going to smite the thread buff when it comes back up? Doesn't want to lose that to a potential invade from Contracts. Is Brandini just going to miss clawing in Soligo there? I will tell you, not super experienced in this matchup, but excited to see how it plays out in the 1v1.
Mordekaiser Pantheon? You're not an expert in that?
I am not an expert in Mordekaiser Pantheon, no.
I don't even think Brandini's an expert in that one.
All right, well, we can at least talk about the other side of what happened with that level 1, because we mentioned that feels kind of unlaneable. We'll talk about it in a second, actually. Svenskeren maybe finally eating the invade that Contracts is setting up. All the sweeper doesn't catch him. Love the intuition there from Contracts, but Svenskeren just a little too far south to be picked up there.
Yeah, knowing that he had to base right away, not bothering for a gank. So it's going to put Contracts in the position where he's got to think, what is Svenskeren up to now? I think with the information given, it's safe to assume exactly what Svenskeren did, and that he's going to have to pass to the top side now. But a gank in mid lane.
Mid lane wrap, nice from Contracts. First stun, there's the second backup Renekton coming in clutch. That's Soligo picking up first blood.
So easy when your mid laner is not packing cleanse. The stun CC is a breeze, and it's going to be at level 6 where Mordekaiser is going to be able to survive this. So for now, Hunter Thieves can return to this lane and get some more gold.
No, yeah, just a wave, big wave pushed in actually by Soligo. So I can't blame Brandini for TPing there, but this is the other side of that early red buff. It is 20 CS up right now for Kumo versus Fake God. At one point, it was like 24-1.
Yeah, it actually was really bad, and Svenskeren's devoting a lot of attention to this lane. This is easy. This is exactly how you want to see it. So the addition of the stun bar in the top of the champion is a really great tooltip to teach people how to chain CC properly. You never want that bar to drop. When they have flash, you must keep the stun going the entire time.
It's almost like, you know, this is how dead you are.
Yeah.
It was definitely going to get hit by Winter's fight. But Contracts maybe fancying a dive, does not go for it here. Top lane, Fake God. They're going to be food. Svenskeren waits it out. Ooh, good trade back. Sven goes down. Kumo does get the kill, but it looked a little messy.
And he's going to be able to teleport and not actually miss a lot in this lane. Yeah, he's getting crushed in the CS department, but when you have this much attention in the top lane for EG, the last thing you want to do is give back gold to the guy that you're supposed to beat up.
Yeah, and Kumo picks up a Vamp Scepter and a Longsword, and looks like he is going to be walking back. So Fake God has time now to finally recoup some of that CS deficit. Also 10 ahead for Soligo after that great gank from Contracts, so pretty interesting to see that different lanes start at very different places. It's only the bot lane that's been quiet. There's definitely and Prismal farming pretty happily beside each other.
No action bottom lane, very safe for both of these guys. And even though Kumo's gonna fall so far ahead in this matchup, he's still in danger of the Elise and Aatrox gank. No matter how far ahead he gets, a stun lands, you are gonna get one shot. So he needs to always respect the jungler, which is part of the responsibility of Svenskeren to track where Contracts goes.
Also, the niceties in bot lane may be ending as that's triple Doran's Blade for Prismal with Contracts revisiting the lane.
Look at Soligo, he's gonna go for an ultimate here.
Good call, Crumbs. Moves in for it, Contracts. They get knocked up by Matt. Good disengage TP to counter. A little too deep for Kumo to potentially cut somebody off, so he's just going to walk back to lane. That top lane lead's starting to fade away.
Yeah, I really don't like that teleport. You're playing Lucian to get ahead in lane, to build a lead for yourself, and then snowball that way. This is not a champion that can really help with a teleport. So now he just gave Aatrox some more CS back. He's got a kill. I think Fake God is happy now. He got to crash the wave and it resets.
Yeah, gold actually not too bad. 300 up right now for Kumo. His 100 Thieves quick onto this Ocean Drake with all the happenings around. Ooh, using Contracts to reset it, but he'll be back in business in just no time. Not sure if Deathly and Matt can make it out in time to try and contest. It looks like the answer is no. Prismal, though, may be in trouble as a result. Gonna potentially get snared, switches guns, starts shooting, puts the turret down.
No flash on Deathly, so if Contracts can flash Cocoon, they can get out of Matt.
Got an exhaust as well, they want Deathly. They do get the Cocoon down, beautifully played by 100 Thieves. I'm gonna move in for the next kill as well. Matt getting low, repel down Contracts. He gets Smell Blood, gets it, grabs the double kill, and gets himself killed under the turret for good measure.
I say that's worth. You got so much out of EG and the Dragon as well. EG's not answering with anything else on the top side of the map, so this is a big win for 100 Thieves.
Couldn't agree more. So watch this one again. I like this from EG, just trying to 2v1 Prismal, but Prismal just hightails out of there, and Now EG like, oh, they took the Drake,
So-
I think we're dead.
I don't actually like this move from Evil Geniuses because no one is on their side of the map. You just saw the dragon being taken, your Lee's in the top side, mid lane is stale, and you 100% know that Elise is there. So even if you were to kill the Aphelios or get some out of him, I think you're still going to go down.
Well, aggression from Contracts pays off despite the trade in kills. He's 2-1-1 right now. Quickly moving in towards that AP jungle enchant. Kumo assisting his team briefly on that Rift Herald, but looks like EG will eventually be able to trade objectives cross-map. Kumo still continuing to apply plenty of pressure in his 1v1 versus Fake God.
With that Cutlass, he's just so annoying with the sustain and being able to kite away from Aatrox. As long as he saves his E, Aatrox can never be the aggressor on this matchup.
Contracts trying to clear this ward. Sven is level 6, but doesn't have access to his trinket right now. Does have a control ward, but decides against chasing the Elise too far.
Curious to see where Sven uses this Herald, and he wants to use it fast because he is stifling his ability to ward hop as Lee Sin. One of your biggest playmaking tools is that ward hop. If you don't have that, you can't be as aggressive as you'd like to be. You cannot put yourself in the positions that he has been for the past few minutes, invading so much of Contracts' jungle. So the longer he keeps it, the more passive he'll likely have to play in his own jungle, and that's just not what he's been doing all game long.
Feels like mid lane is the best candidate right now, as Saligo does have the push. But Brandini able to pretty aggressively clear waves as they crash in, so it does seem like another play bot lane. This time, though, both junglers will be here in the area. Oh, Sven gonna recall now.
Got the completed jungle item. Oh, no, just the 2 components.
Doesn't seem like Sven has an obvious target just yet for the Herald.
I think top or mid, the solo lanes, right? That's where you've been playing this whole time. That's the easiest place to answer, because if you were to pop that in the bottom lane, you're probably going to instigate a giant party with Pantheon jumping in, with Fake God having his ultimate or teleport back up by the time that happens. And if you use it in the top lane, you might be able to even get yourself 2 Rift Heralds. Now that Contract showed bottom, I think this is the play.
Good call. You did say that, you know, Lucian can't maybe get as many plates as he used to. Well, this will change that.
He's not using it.
Not yet. Maybe waiting for a health threshold. Fake God can't do anything right now. His jungler
This
not
is
in
the
the area.
sign. You just saw the Elise away. They gotta pop this.
Considering the fighting his time for whatever reason. Interesting decision, not too sure on that, but 100 Thieves continuing to push on the other side. There we go, now going to be summoned. They will get the first tower here. Sven's going to zone off Fake God, take the Krugs. And that gold will go over to Kumo. A huge amount of gold given over to EG.
100 Thieves is committing for the play bottom, so Ligo's moving down. See if he can find a grand Skyfall, but no, it's just going to be a easy breezy first turn trade.
Yeah, it looks like 100 Thieves have enough bullets left in the Aphelios gun. To take tower aggro, so may have to delay for an extra wave here. Also a Drake back up in 45 seconds, but not something they can immediately leap onto after pressuring this bottom tower. And it does actually look like they might be thinking about a reset, because
Yeah, this is the time to reset. You can't wait any longer. If you want to fight for this dragon, by the time you base and make it back, dragon's going to be like 5 seconds from spawning. And if you don't have a safe route that has been cleared of vision, you're just not going to make it. Instead, they're going to opt to deny Evil Geniuses' recall as they stay healthier. So this dragon fight is going to be a battle of attrition here.
yeah, they actually stayed in that push, then Prismal ulted them to cancel the recalls. So now definitely might have to stay for a wave, as Prismal's looking for pot shots here and there. But actually bought enough time for the Drake to spawn. 100 Thieves going to stick to the plan and try and grab their second Drake for themselves.
They need to do it now. They know that Deathly doesn't have teleport. He's basing. This is the time to go for this play. If they don't pull the trigger, they are going to lose it, because Deathly will have come back.
Matt, at least, is staying on the map. Trying to make sure that they can contest for this objective. 100 Thieves not playing too quickly here, just wanting to suss out the situation first. And Minions finally get the job done for the Thieves in bot lane, as they'll take out the tower.
Still no focus on this dragon. They just have sight on Lee Sin going into this red side jungle. They suspect that he's there. The question mark pings, but still no focus on anything else from the Thieves.
Well, maybe check back in with the solo lanes here. Brandini actually down in farm, but at least getting the lane pushing. I think Soligo has not spent his money in quite a while with 2,000 in the bank. I think that's a fairly safe assumption. Kumo, though, has indeed cashed in for the Blade of the Ruin King and is still maintaining a healthy CS lead.
Well, we'll have to see if that lead translates to any major objective or a team fight win, because for now, sure, it's a Fed Lucian, but you know that Aatrox can always deliver in the team fight. The champion is crazy good. Once he hits that 2-item power spike of the Black Cleaver and Death Dance, he'll be hitting like a truck, and no one will have remembered what happened in the laning phase.
Contracts at least does solo the Drake out, and it will be the Cloud Rift for this go-round. Looks like duo lanes have also transferred mid. Svenskeren back behind them, but looks like he's taking a shortcut towards his red side jungle.
I think the most impactful aspect of the Cloud Dragon is actually the map changes, the speed, just allowing players to contest every fight across the map makes for a lot of action, and that's what I hope is going to happen now that we're hitting a kind of lull in the mid game. No objectives to fight for. Everyone's moving really fast. Lots to CC. Let's fight.
Is it your favorite Rift transformation?
No.
No?
No.
Which one's
Your
favorite Soul, your favorite like transformed Rift?
Oh. Yes, actually, it is my favorite
Yeah?
one. Yeah, I don't like the ocean one. There's too much grass on
I
my
really like
screen.
that one.
It's just so much stuff going on. I don't like the fire one. I feel naked. Like the map is exposed. And then the rock one, I don't get the placement of the rocks. I just want speed, so I like the cloud one.
That's fair. I have seen, actually JJ especially from FlyQuest Academy, he loves to sit behind the rock that kind of blocks the red buff and Raptor entrance.
Yeah.
He just sits behind there with his hook champions and waits for someone to walk in.
Exactly. So the kind of picks that he plays are what he's basing his favorite dragon transformations off of, whereas I'm going to keep saying this, I'm a Phil player now.
Oh, that's true.
The most
This is
overall
officially a Phil player.
transformation is the wind.
I like Ocean because I think it's, to me, it feels like the most dramatically different. Like adding brush just feel like versus adding walls or taking down walls or adding speed trans.
You
basically.
have not been beat up by a Rengar on an Ocean Dragon.
Oh no, that's happened. That's definitely happened to me. It felt awful. But when there's no Rengar, it's great.
The extra Honeydew is a really good addition because you can use the inside of the jungle to kind of refresh, which gives, I think, a different dynamic to the team fights inside the jungle, as well as the routes that people can take. Oh, I lost lane. I don't have to just go to river and heal up. I can go into the jungle, get a camp, and then appear somewhere else.
All right, we're back. Mid lane, brief stint of action, but subsides fairly quickly. Also on Ocean Rift, I like the bit of brush in the back of the pits. It's just so troll. The junglers can hide in there.
Yeah.
They're trying to do, it's great. Love it. Love it. All right, well. So I cloud this game, so we'll hold our horses.
Okay, so Kumo still wants to lane against Fake God, picking up the Executioner's Calling, being a very solid item against Aatrox.
If he side lanes all game, he's happy.
Yeah,
Don't
and
really want to leave if you don't have to.
EG would be happy as well, but their foreman is not strong at all. It really is just deathly because Brandini just takes somebody out, right? So it ends up being a 1v1 and a 3v3. So yeah, you want Xayah Rakan on that 3v3, but with a Lee Sin, it's so difficult mechanically to execute properly that I worry for EG to be able to pull off that 3-on-3 well, just because of the intensity and the mechanics necessary.
Well, despite how well Kumo's individual lane is going, the goal is actually even between the two teams. And Game State really sitting even as well with 2 Drakes for 100 Thieves. That's basically been traded for the 2 Rift Heralds over the course of the game. Svenskeren did just pick up the second one and will likely look to break mid with it. Contracts fishing for a stun. Does not connect onto Deathly and Matt.
It's been traded for Rift Heralds, but the gold is still in the favor of the Thieves. They were the ones that lost turrets. They were the ones losing the plates and having that brutal matchup in the top lane. So a really nice recovery that with an Aphelios hitting the mid-game should be really scary. I mean, this champion is still a mystery to most people that see it.
It is 1,500 gold ahead for Kumo, just to put a number on that individual lead. But as you said, the Thieves still holding a few hundred gold in the lead. So not too worried at this point. FakeGod has been able to pick up what CS can. And teams really just trying to crack through this mid lane here.
A big source of the damage for Thieves is good for 100 Thieves is going to be Contracts. He's going with the Sword Shoes, very strong on the Elise, the only real magic damage threat here. So as long as he's hitting those cocoons, he'll be able to pop any member from EG that jumps in. There's no Merc Treads, it's only Tabis, no magic resistance. So this is exactly what Elise wants to be doing, and it's important that she plays accordingly as a damage threat and not just SEC.
Matt going in, gets one charm onto Breezy as he looks for Contracts, but the repels did save him. Starfall in though for Soligo. And Kumo's now caught out in the pit. He's in the speed try and dancing around, but the fight's kind of starting on the other side. Into the Death Realm goes FakeGod. Is Brandini going to try and win a lopsided 1v1? And FakeGod's, it's kind of a struggle, but now he comes up. Brandini going to be forced to be saved by Matt as he dives back in and finds a knock-up. But in the front line, Brandini not going to last too much longer. Prismal able to find the snipe onto Matt. And that's 2-0 in favor of Thieves.
Here comes Elise. They could go for even more.
We're going to try something, but 5v5, pure 5v5, not working out. Sven going to get stunned. Chase is there. Ulti does not connect. As a quick safeguard there from Sven does save him.
The Thieves will win almost every 5v5. The ease of execution is too easy for them. It's Cocoon, it's Braum, one of the easiest CCs to hit in the game. And then you've got Pantheon, point and click. Matt, all skill shots on his engage. Same thing with Sven Skaren. And then you've got Kumo, who cannot actually start a fight, and Brandini, who takes himself out willingly. So it is really tough for Evil Geniuses to come up with an engage that is on their turn.
Yeah, strongest player Kumo is also stuck in the pit, so 100 Thieves leap at the chance for a fight here.
A good job from 100 Thieves to clear out the minion wave while the fight is happening so that they have that little advantage here in the mid lane.
Contracts, looks like he completely zoned out Kumo from that fight. And then it was two pretty easy picks for 100 Thieves. They take the mid tower, taking the lead in structures as well. And Sven Skaren still with his Herald. They were the ones that wanted to crack a tower. Still looking to try and engage here, but Contracts ever so slippery on the Elise.
Oh God, just the damage from the Elise right now is crazy.
Sven getting low. Prismal also finds that ulti with Infernum for a second time, I believe. But Sven just has to run out of there. 100 Thieves still chasing, find the first stun. Brandini down. They find the second as well as definitely falls without his ulti. Sven channels the Herald that might have been timing out. But EG just getting picked off by these Elise cocoons.
Let me free, set him free. He's now finally alive on the rift, but doesn't get anything done. Just wanted to be put out of the misery.
50 extra gold for somebody. Looks like Prismal will take the prize. Oh, it was 25 and it was for Soligo. As Cloud Drake goes over to 100 Thieves, continuing to mount that objective advantage.
Yeah, this is just clinical at this point from 100 Thieves. They understand how much stronger than Evil Geniuses they are in the team fights, and they're just going to continue to look for these 5v5 fights. Notice how much more the Elise is affecting these fights than the Lee Sin. Just chucking out a Spiderling is already enough to get everybody on EG to walk away.
And then again, everyone just splashes in. First bit of CC lands, and it's just that easy after that.
I don't know what everybody threw out there, but it seemed like it was everything and the kitchen sink.
That's a lot of Aphelios flames.
Yeah.
We may not yet know fully what Aphelios does, because it was a lot of reading, but I can tell you Prismal knows what's going on with this champion. 3-0 and 3 gold bounty mounting. In fact, the central part of the Thieves there, sitting at 7, 1, and 9 collectively.
Only the highest IQ gamers can play Aphelios.
That's what it feels like, and that certainly ain't me. Matt, again, getting aggressive. Sven Skaren though the target. Soligo charges in. That's going to be one stun and done as Kumo goes down with Prismal on a rampage. Continuing to throw Q. Soligo looking to chase onto Sven. Breezy gets tagged. EG just can't safely move through the contested areas of the map without just eating a face full of stuns and DPS.
They can't team fight at all. There's no way for them to win in a team fight without a massive blunder from 100 Thieves. Another hook is sorry, Cocoon is going to catch.
It's Brandini. Death Realm maybe saves him here. Trying to kite it out. Fake God trying to keep him busy in the meantime. Good hook back. Contract repels out. Comes back down. There's Svenskeren looking for the kick. But a great stopwatch there from Prismal. Still needs to keep himself alive. Tag by the ulti. There's the stun. Fake God finds the dunk. And Prismal making it look so good on the Aphelios.
Oh, they can't even catch Breezy out. Svenskeren didn't check that Prismal had a stopwatch available, makes a fool of himself, and now the team fights are even more in the favor of 100 Thieves. And I want to go back to the point about the draft where EG committed so many resources to the laning phase that they forgot to pick anything that was going to be useful in the team fights. And this is what has happened. They didn't close out a game in 15 minutes because nobody can. And now they can't team fight.
Yeah, it certainly feels like a scenario where when you start falling behind, it does only get worse. But the Thieves are just going in at this point. They know where they're at.
Group and fight. That's a 4v2 that ends up being a 3v2 after Brandini uses his ultimate. And this would have been really sick, and I think he should have tried to go for a kick after, but he's just so squishy. He doesn't have that much time.
And then Matt goes in. Breezy gets out. 100 Thieves just getting away with everything at this point. Oh, ulti gonna miss just barely. But Soligo not gonna miss. Good kick from Sven to disengage. Matt re-engage, goes in with the ulti. Gets one for the charm, but a nice repel. For Contracts keeps him safe as Breezy does get charmed on the back end of it all. Kumo does not get tagged by a skill shot, so will live this time.
100 Thieves wins that 3v3, so they need to be very careful about how they approach it. They have essentially 3 invulnerabilities between Repel, Unbreakable from Braum, and then pseudo-unbreakable, or more unbreakable from Pantheon, because for some reason that thing blocks Ignite.
Even less breakable. As Tower goes down in mid, Thieves claim the tier 2, and now this gold lead's looking very different from the last time we checked in. 5k up for 100 Thieves. And it's not, you know, EG need to do something, right? Like, I get why they're looking for picks, but when anyone else shows up, it's just so tough.
Yeah, and I really wonder what this game would have looked like if Brandini was playing Mordekaiser top and Lucian middle. I think it would have been safer on mid against Elite Pantheon.
Oh, Kumo, very unsafe at this point. The tag team of jungler and support as Contracts racks up a 3rd kill. Gets kicks, finds another Cocoon. Auto in, repel down. No follow-up there. Just again, EG have to try something, but the margins on these plays are very thin, Crumbs.
What can they try? It's got to be Svenskeren getting a God ultimate or a really good quickness from Matt, and it needs damage. The CC is not enough. So when you look at who's going to deal the damage, I'm coming up blanks.
It feels like you have to trick Prismal into dying somehow. And I think given how he's
Mind control, I see what you're going for.
given how he's playing, I don't think that's going to happen. Looking really sharp on the Aphelios. 4-0-4 now. So racking up the KDA is EG continuing to try and look for picks. Contract's going to face check. Oh, Matt stunned, attempting a dash, and 100 Thieves leap at the opportunity for more kills. Good Braum ulti. Soligo's in there. Good double root. Soligo with the first kill. Matt going to flash out, gets exhausted. Good juke away from the Cocoon. Contracts thought he had it. Sven gets out, but the Thieves will take the Drake instead. I think Contracts, though, wants the kill he believes he deserves.
They want them all.
Svenskeren, yep, gets cute. See you later. And Drake goes over as well. The Thieves just chasing down their prey.
They're going to chase even more now. They're faster with the Wind Dragon Ocean Soul, or Wind Dragon Soul.
Windy Rift does mean some speedy kills. Stun lands onto Brandini, but he's actually somewhat robust at this point.
Well, at least he's got that going on for him, but he doesn't offer wave clear, which is one of the big problems that Mordekaiser mid has. So you're going to have to put the Xayah into the mid lane, somebody else into the side lane. Such a slow-moving composition now that Thieves has that extra movement speed to just run them around the rift wherever they please.
Doesn't offer smite either, so that's an easy Baron after the jungler being felled for 100 Thieves. Prism was finally going to go back and spend some money. We'll see what he gets in just a moment. 3 items there for Soligo in the mid lane. But Leandri's Torment on top of the enchanted jungle item there for Contracts, so he's racking up the deeps, as you mentioned, Crumbs.
I think he might actually end up having the highest damage in the game. There's just no MR. That's exactly how Elise shines, getting all that extra penetration, the damage burn from Leandries, just perfect for her.
And Contracts is just hunting them at this point. Very fitting for Elise. Just walking in, has a stopwatch at the ready, knows he has at least some extra safety alongside the repel, despite not having a flash. And we'll see what 100 Thieves can do with this Baron. Remember, both these teams still searching for their first win here in Academy. For EG, you can understand the situation of being put in is not ideal for the start of the season. But 100 Thieves certainly take it. With players new and old looking good.
And they're looking good in improvement from their last game, being able to accelerate the pace of the game between Elise and Pantheon. The 2v2, the mid lane jungle duo, the most important synergy in the game. Well, yes, I'll stand by that.
I'm there with you. 100 Thieves take the top tier 2. Looking to crack open the ever delicious inhibitors. And really get the game moving towards its final point. 10k up pretty much for the Thieves as well as Jeff Lee's forced to ulti away from the incoming Aphelios ulti. It's because he's got the Gravitum with being rooted in place. Probably not a very pleasant experience. Here we go, Saligo! Big flank, Matt. Ooh, almost gets sniped. Does charm, but that's an Ignite plus an auto for the kill, and the tower's gonna fall, and looks like the rest of EG may go with it. Brandini stopwatches, Contract shuts that down, and they're gonna take 2 inhibs minimum here, as they might just push in and end the game.
Not a very inspired attempt to engage there with Brandini ulting Breezy into the Shadow Realm.
Gotta try something. Thieves, though, are just gonna put the capstone on this game. They get the stuns, they'll grab the kills. That's an ace to end it all. Don't even need the second inhib. 100 Thieves gonna bounce back and pick up their first win of the 2020 Academy season.
Only 2 players died on the 100 Thieves side. 3 went deathless, which is as good a game as you could have possibly imagined.
15 kill participations there for Contracts out of the 18 kills that happened. He's checking the damage graph, by the way. Before he's even walk over and shake the hands, he's clicking on it. He'll let you know on Twitter what's going on there. But 100 Thieves, well-fought victory. I think once they realized the position the game was in, did an excellent job of just being, oh, we can just fight them.
Yeah,
Go fight them.
Yeah, we're just way stronger. We have all of these team fighting tools that are so easy to pull off versus one of the toughest in the game. Rakan Lee Sin for your engage. Talk about an uphill battle.
And look, risky draft for EG. They knew what they were getting into, you know, trying to give Kumo a very, very strong lane champion and snowball from there. But Fake God just said, okay, you know what? This happened to me in LCS a lot. I accepted that sometimes we're going to get some bad lanes and have to play weak side.
It's interesting to see that these are risky drafts on the first week. Right? Out of the week that you would expect the easiest drafts to happen, the most simple way to win, they've chosen to go the complete opposite direction.
It's just, again, so different the situation for EG. Still waiting for their intended players. Unfortunately, are going through some visa issues. So I'm really excited to see what the new players look like on EG. For now, between Kumo and Sven Marathoning Games and Brandini lane swapping, it's not the same.
No, not at all. I mean, it's going to be maybe even more inspiring for the returning players now that they're, okay, it's an uphill battle, right? We started from a deficit, got a long ways to catch back up now with the standings, so they'll have to give it their all and learn a little bit faster, and that might be the motivation they need to get this team to defy the expectations that have been set for them.
Well, there's certainly a lot of action throughout this game, so we'll take a look at the highlights here. First things first, this is a really great move from Contracts as they look to turn around after taking the Drake. Breezy in there, the new player, starting things off.
Love that move out of him with the flash exhaust, knowing that keeping Deathly as still as possible was going to be the key to getting all those kills there.
Appreciate that from Contracts too. Just follow Flash insta, knowing that even if he died, he wanted that second kill. You can see again, 100 Thieves just kind of corralling EG. Saligo had some great Pantheon ults as well this game.
And notice how here, 100 Thieves just had complete vision of the river. They have control wards, cleared out what EG had. So EG's going into this fight with less information than the Thieves are, which makes it so much tougher for them to know what is the right time to re-engage.
Also, one of the unique things of Mordalt is, you know, you might trap someone in the death realm with you. Your teammates also cannot help you. As Matt, I think, desperately wanted to try and save his teammates. Great ult there from Prismal as 100 Thieves once again leap for a few more. Some Aphelios stuff happened here, for sure.
Yeah, he changes guns and he runs people down with them.
This Infernum did quite a lot of work. 100 Thieves just diving recklessly at this point onto EG, as we'll watch a bit more of that.
This is another opening with a Cocoon. The pairing of the jungle support from Breezy and Contracts was phenomenal this game. And that's why you pick Elise and Braum. Those two are part of one of the strongest pairings for 2v2ing because Elise gets to be ranged form, helps you auto-attack those Braum passive stacks, and then when she chooses to go for the Cocoon, she can combo it once Braum has done his stun as well. So it's just such a strong synergy between those two that just outclasses what Lee Sin and Rakan can do when they have to use creativity and skill shots to outdo just simple button mashing.
Yeah, you saw in that last play, like Sven tried everything he could to get the key kill
Not
with
enough.
Prismal, and Prismal was just like, I have a watch, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
What
And
time is it?
Repel.
Oh, that's true.
And
yeah.
Unbreakable.
I'm actually kind of now surprised that Contracts died even once. But, oh, it's because he dove the tower for the kill.
Yeah.
Now I remember. Okay, I take it back. He's great. When we come back, TSM Academy will take on TL Academy. Don't go anywhere.
But a gank in mid lane.
Mid lane wrap, nice and Contracts. First stun. There's the second backup Renekton coming in clutch.
Going.
Dino flash, no R.
Okay.
Ward, no flash, no flash.
This champ is broken.
Okay, nice.
Comes back down. There's Spence Karen looking for the kick. But a great stopwatch there from Prismal. Still needs to keep himself alive. Tag by the ulti. There's the stun. Fake God finds the dunk.
Kill Mort.
Get both waves. Get both waves
Yeah.
at that.
Wait,
Get
we
both
can
waves
end,
at
we
that.
can end,
Yeah.
yeah.
Just end.
We can use both waves. Can you help me?
Okay.
Hello and welcome back for Game 3, where Team Liquid Academy will be facing off against TSM Academy. Let's take a look at the starting roster. Selecting blue side, it's Team Liquid Academy, but they are slightly different, at least, than their intended starting roster crumbs. In the top lane, it's Jenkins. In the jungle, it will be Mike Youngle for today. Mid laner, Yasui. Bot and support, Tactical and Cal. And their coach, Yoltz.
And facing them on the red side, it's TSM Academy. Dokla in the top lane, Spica in the jungle, Evolve making his debut LCS split in the mid lane. You've got Lost in the bottom lane, and Treats on support with their coach, Mabry.
Now, as mentioned, Team Liquid Academy will be starting Mike Young this week due to visa issues across Team Liquid.
Yeah, and it sucks, but we move on, and so I'm going to be closely watching mid lane for this matchup, Yasui versus Evolve. Now, this is Evolve's first split in the league. He was the first pick for the scouting grounds, but Yasui is no slouch to Academy. He's usually an absolute beast when it comes to regular season Academy play, and I expect him to ramp up his performance as the weeks go on. He has a really big champion pool, and on his first split on Team Liquid, I expect him to do nothing more than impress.
He had a really strong individual showing on a team that really struggles
Yeah.
throughout the regular season. On the other side, Spica, though, returns to TSM Academy after a short stint on the LCS roster at the end of 2019.
It was an unfair situation for him.
Definitely.
Plunged into a team that is in a downward spiral, expected to fill a role that two people failed to do so, and without any preparation, he was somehow going to be the miracle guy to place Sejuani and bring back TSM. Luckily, he's now back on the Academy team and just get a taste of what that playoff intensity can be like, and hopefully nobody puts that loss on him in his career and can look past it and say, this was a really promising jungler before, this is why he was on TSM, and we'll still look at him the same way.
I've definitely heard plenty of coaches and players talk about Academy players as like, yeah, like obviously for Academy players, your goal is to get into the LCS, but I think so much of training these players is like, it takes time. Spica, I think, certainly was not ready to debut in the LCS, but as you mentioned, did have to play. Did fine. I think in general, people aren't blaming Spica for the situation he was put in, and it is nice to see him now back in Academy where he was very good and hopefully continuing to train and improve, where he maybe can be at a point where he feels comfortable enough to play up into the LCS, because I think talent-wise, his ceiling is there.
Yeah, talent, he's there. Mentally, it's a whole nother animal. It takes a few times, a lot of losses. You know, people say you gotta lose until you know how to win. That's what they told me on my team. The losses never stopped coming, though, so I'm still waiting for that sweet price at the end of the loss.
And as I mentioned, Treats, of course, also returning to TSM Academy. So 2 returning players and 3 new ones, as Dokla also joins the side. Treats at this point, though, starting to become like a real mainstay of this team.
Yeah, I saw him in Sweden. I was just hanging out.
Oh, wow.
Like, hey, hello, I'm going to Sweden as well. So we just shared a few drinks there. It was a good time, and he's a player that is stepping up to be a vocal leader for this team. You know, unlike most Academy players, he's a little bit older. So I think he offers a more grounded, calm voice for the squad. And oddly enough, he's up against his former bot lane partner in Tactical. It used to be Tactical and Treats. Now we'll see which part of the divorce was the best.
Yeah, I mean, Tactical has to feel like this is certainly a matchup he wants to prove himself in. You know, it looked great on TSM Academy, and now it's been replaced by Lost, who was a perfectly good-looking AD, but I think didn't have nearly as good a split as Tactical did. So this will certainly be a fun 2v2 potentially, especially with Cal being more the newcomer there in the bot lane to the support role. But certainly excited to see what both these revamped teams look like, because again, we've talked about TSM Academy being different. This is a very different TLA as well. Yasui certainly being the most exciting pickup. And Schönfire also will rejoin this team once he's done playing for Bruxer in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, Schönfire is not a player here, but one that has a journey and a determination like no other. I mean, he goes around the world, just like, I'm going to make it on these teams. I'm going to do it. And that determination is the kind of grit that we really look for in some of these players that have been around for so long that are just still as motivated as the first day they got here.
Also, on Mike Young, yes, like not intending to start in Academy or LCS this particular split, but was playing with Team Liquid Academy very recently. So isn't a stranger to this organization, certainly. Isn't a stranger to playing in this level. When he looked good, he was like chain ganking, camping lanes, and just hard winning lanes for his team. When he didn't do that, he kind of disappeared. So there is kind of this polarity of Mike Young of like, he can win you the game or just kind of go unnoticed throughout a whole match. And at least in this situation, is capable of bringing enough of his laners up that they can win a game.
You could say he sets the tempo too well.
Certainly
and if
does.
he sets it poorly,
High tempo Young.
then the rest of the game feels it. I think Mike has a really interesting opportunity in his hands. And this is something that happens to a lot of players, especially now with these visa issues, is that if somebody else can't make it, you just randomly got promoted. Can you do a better job than the person that was supposed to be the starter? And if you do, how does that play into your career? Because that's what we saw with TSM last split in the LCS, with Grig being injured, Acadian comes in. These situations happen in every single facet of the game. And so once again, not intended to play, but does he still have it in him, right? He was on this team before. Does he have the vocal leadership in him to just come out of nowhere and rally everybody together into a victory?
Who would have thought that the highest number of inputs in Academy ever would cause the highest number of visa issues in Academy ever? Weird how that works. Of note, though, I have seen some people speculating. It's like, hey, why is chairs empty sometimes? Players don't have their visas in order yet, but they're often playing remotely, which was the case for DS and Win, just to clear that one up. It was also the case for Treats in the final TSM Academy 1 in spring 2019. Cardboard cutout Treats dominated in that final.
I mean, as someone that also deals with visa issues, so much of it falls on the individual to actually go through with it. And when it comes to the organization doing it, then they have to get the person to find all these papers that they may not have, right? They might be from another country. Where's your birth certificate? Do you know where that is? Where are all these documents? Do you know how did you do your taxes and all of these files that you're 18, you just got into Academy, like you don't know half of this stuff. So it's really a process of getting that information out, filing it, and then having it be approved as a case for this is a person of exceptional ability in this game. Are they going to be allowed to play? It's a whole other world that I'm stressed about it already. Let's move on. Let's go back to League.
I mean, let's go on to the fact that, again, teams hunting for their first win. Whoever loses this game will be only defeated in week 1 of Academy, and the other one will split 1-1. These are two teams that you look at the rosters, again, with the caveat that, yes, Shenfire is not playing for the team as intended. Mike Young is in instead. These are two very good-looking teams. They made a lot of different movements. TLA and TSM Academy were once some of the best Academy teams. In fact, TSM won as recently as last year, and TLA were consistently in contention towards finals, but didn't quite put together the same season they had in the 2019 season as they have in previous. So, with all that in mind, teams want to get things started off on the right foot.
And I think that this start also translates oddly to the LCS. This is the small brothers fighting it out with TSM versus TL with Big Brother LCS teams fighting it out as well. And both are having rough starts. And I think it's no coincidence that both Academy teams struggle and LCS teams struggle as well. We saw it all last year. The better teams in Academy seem to have something going on for them that transcended that league and got into every other facet of the organization.
It's one thing I like about this TLA roster is like a lot of the Team Liquid Academy players formerly have actually ended up in other places, Viper being the most obvious one, now the starter for FlyQuest. So they've drafted some really strong players. I think this is an exciting team to watch. Yusui is a player I had my eye on all last
another
year.
one?
Of course. Name a team that like hasn't been trained. But you're right, that's kind of where that's where he started, right?
Technically, I was also on Team Liquid.
There you go.
They were cursed before.
Everyone's been on, that's true. Everyone's been on Team Liquid, not me. I've never been on Team Liquid.
Oh,
that's
all
okay.
Right. Mark's been on Team Liquid.
Oh, God, that's true. Can't get rid of him. All right. Again, on the mid lane, we have talked a bit about Yusui. I'm kind of down to talk about Evolve. This is, as you mentioned, the #1 draft pick out of Scouting Grounds. Very young mid laner.
Yeah, and what
very talented
was being talked about Evolve in Scouting Grounds was that he felt to be the most complete player out of everybody else. He knew how to shot call, rotate around the map, understood macro in particular, meaning, all right, if I'm going here, what's the enemy going to do? What should I tell my other teammates that I need them to do? That kind of overarching view of the game. He had that down. That's why he got the first pick. Also has the likability of being a streamer as well. It's got the high mechanics of a Katarina.
Yeah.
So there's a lot going on for this player that I think just scratches the surface of what could be a wealth of talent.
But I think the thing to kind of Mark there is like, this is his first ever professional team. He's played an amateur before. He was on Radiance, which was High's team. And I think High is probably going to claim credit for like, I found this guy. Everyone knew. But like, yeah, he's been a streamer. He's been a high elo solo queue player, primarily on Katarina, has of course now diversified and is now just evolved instead of Cat evolved, his former ID. But this is like the next step for him. You know, he tried streaming. He's played solo queue. He's
evolving.
done amateur. He is evolving. What if we change his name again when he gets an LCS?
He's done. No more evolutions.
We'll see. I mean, certainly the ceiling on this player feels incredibly high. He has the raw individual talent. He seems to have a grasp on the game. He is extremely young, I think 18, like really just stepping into pro. This is a player that I'm extremely excited to watch, much like his jungler Speaker actually, who's in a similar spot, very young, talented player from solo queue. So how this TSM Academy lineup combines the veterancy of Dokla, of now Treats, who's starting to become more of a veteran in this scene, with very fresh players, particularly in the mid lane. You may never replace Bjergsen, but you might land on another team.
That's very true. And now that you bring up like what Evolve's bringing to the table, he had those kind of assassin-y style champions before, the LeBlanc that he played his debut game, the Akalis, and obviously Katarina. But that's a very different kind of champion to play in solo queue, in stream, in a non-pro league where you're going to get a lot of kills. You're going to get a lot of action that comes from the mistakes that your enemies are making. When you move up into Academy, into LCS, the mistakes are less frequent, and so more of it relies on how well can you set up with your team to create a situation for your enemy to slip up in. And that's a whole different wealth of work when you have to group up and secure deep vision and then understand the jungle routing and how to intercept them with your own support or your own jungler. So if he can learn to snowball very well, I think we'll see him stick to that. Or maybe he'll just drift away into a more passive Orianna, Victor, Azir kind of play style that is more traditional to what we see right now.
He's certainly capable of playing those champions. I think it's a want for both Yasui and Evolved, actually, to just show their aggressive streak, because they're both known for just being able to hard carry games, and it can start for them in the laning phase. With that, though, we are into champion selects for this battle, and Qiyana will be the first ban taken away from Speaker. He looks not too happy about it. TSM, though, are going to be the ones to ban Evolved. Again, Yasui, plenty of champions he can play as well. Yeah. This is the guy playing Kai'Sa mid and popping off.
He actually was really good on the Kai'Sa
He's 80s actually
Just playing it against Corki. I kind of missed that meta, especially when Yasui was playing it, just because you never had another player in the Academy just bring you so much stuff out of left field.
It's funny too, because you know who his AD was? It was Lost. Now he's playing against him. He's like, hey, I can play ADs better than you. And Lost is like, I don't think so.
Yeah, we got a real rematch here. A little grudge match between both these teams.
Rumble and LeBlanc, though, the next two. So Evolved will lose to LeBlanc. Also been a fairly prevalent champion, and Rumble has been everywhere. Nobody wants to give that one away.
You know he's a solid jungler, too.
Rumble's just good. Just good champion. Does it all. Elise also continuing to be targeted. This time will be banned away by Team Liquid.
Oddly in the blue side first ban, so they have something else in mind, not wanting to take that match before Mike Young or give it away. And if they lock this in, this is Mike just playing his signature style.
This is Mike Young feeling very comfortable. Lucian, the last ban from TSM, certainly respecting tactical prowess on that champion.
Yeah, this Jarvan pick is a deny onto Spica, who really likes the Jarvan as well, but there's still a lot that Spica can do here. You got Lee and Rek'Sai that I expect to be the answers into the Jarvan. Let's see how they risk. No, come on, man, not that. No.
Treats also on Braum, which has certainly become not particularly surprising. Would agree with you. I would like to see Speaker on a more aggressive champion.
Yeah.
Long time ago, he was, for his Graves in particular, very aggressive solo queue jungler. Lee Sin certainly more in his wheelhouse, I think. And certainly suits how people are playing right now.
It would truly be a tragedy if in Season 10,
someone
did put on Sejuani duty.
Speaker's like, I had enough of that. I did that already.
Guys, just let me hit 6, guys.
I appreciate that he's at least being, I assume, tongue-in-cheek about it. Kennen also is up, and Jenkins is on the team, so it's going to be picked.
Yeah, wasn't there a point last split where we were saying every time you're up against Jenkins, you just ban Kennen. You have to ban Kennen. He'll always pick it.
I don't know the stat off the top of my head, but at one point, I can I think I can safely say that Jenkins ate a large majority of the Academy Kennen ban.
Every playoff
last
game, it was
year.
banned against Team Liquid.
All right, looks like something a little more straightforward, or at least a little less aggressive. No, Aphelios going to be the swap over. A small part of me is like, is he doing it? Is he the guy still playing AD's mid? But I assume that's for tactical. As Lost maybe going to pick up the center here in response. Have seen a lot of this matchup. It seems like the center players favor their side, at least in the 2v2. But I think both champions have shown that they are very potent in different situations.
I like the Senna Braum, not because it's good for stacking those passive stacks from Braum, but because Braum's Unbreakable does a great job of keeping Senna alive through her mist.
All right, well, phase 2 of bans is now underway. Both teams have a bot laner. Actually, TSM has completed their bot lane. A jungle nab for each, and of course, the requisite cannon in the top lane, I assume, for Jenkins. Rakan going to be the takeaway from Cal.
There's still so many supports that Team Liquid could go for that make this a really deadly team fighting comp. You've got Jarvan and Kennen already, which is pretty much everything you need for an engage. They're going to be able to get the party started. And TSM doesn't have a lot of strong disengage just yet. So Team Liquid will probably ban out what hurts them the most. And it's going to be blind flexes in the solo lane. Champions like Ryze that could slot against Jenkins' Kennen or whatever Yusui wants to pick.
Evolve has been favoring Ryze a lot as well. So certainly, as you mentioned, some possibilities for either solo laner to take that one. It's like Maybury just conferring with the team on this final ban of this draft.
It's another support ban. You just don't know what Yusui's going to bust out.
Oh, actually going to just take off a control mage. Playing fairly safe there. But again, mid lane has been a little less action-packed with Akali basically never being let into drafts.
Not allowed. Only when her next music video comes out.
And she's back in. Liquid with the final ban here of this game. See if they continue to go after Evolved and Dokla, or if they have something else on the mind. It is On. Ooh, that's a good one to ban away. We want to talk about really strong, stable champions, especially if Dokla feels like he has to blind pick. On is among the best. As Aatrox also very blindable. That will be the pickup here.
They've gotten rid of a lot of the hard CC that TSM could go for, and so far it looks like Team Liquid's going to have a lot more agency when picking which fight to take. It's always a good sign being able to choose the fight that you want and not be at the mercy of your opponents wanting to engage on you.
Also looks like they are saving counter pick for Evolved. And Zoe maybe the pickup here for Yusui. Again, has a wealth of champions to draw from. It will be Zoe in this instance. And then last pick here for Team Liquid. Tactical needs someone to join him in the bot lane. Probably. Maybe they'll mix it up.
There's a lot of supports. This isn't really up to him. Things like Thresh makes sense too.
Thresh, I think, maybe the most all-round. Nautilus also perfectly acceptable. That will be the pick here for Cal. Curious to see if Evolved has something special lined up for this matchup, or if he's just going to take maybe something like the Victor.
I mean, the counters we had heard of before that still are relevant.
Vega.
Heimer and Lux.
And Vega.
Well, yeah, and Vega.
Cassiopeia. So this is something else that seems to be happening with Senna in particular, and that is going to be locked in for TSM. Senna's not the highest sustained damage champion.
No.
You know, much more of just like shoots you from far away and chunks you down. I mean, she's supposed to be a support also, who does have a supportive bent to her abilities. So you tend to make things up with a high damage control mage. Victor, Cassio in this case, certainly fits the bill.
And Cassio gets the added bonus of being able to take cleanse very easily against Zoe. It's going to be phenomenal. Really good against the Kennen too. But I'm very curious to see the team fights play out, because if Team Liquid gets the god fight they want, cleanse is not going to save you. If everything gets thrown at you, you are instantly dead.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how TSM are able to actually start fights. That kind of feels like the only thing that they might struggle with. Whereas TL, as you mentioned, have much more straightforward ways of starting things off. But I like the draft. Good, always good to see Aphelios and Senna. They've been everywhere, basically, throughout the weekend.
I'm a huge fan. Ease of execution. And if you ever doubt how valuable ease of execution, keep in mind that Samsung beat SKT by playing Malzahar against Faker 3 games in a row. All right? Ease of execution. Press R. How do you lock Faker down? That's that easy.
You just suppress him.
Yeah.
Track all his summoner spells, flash on him. Have your rookie AD pop off every game.
Use what the game gives you.
The game gave you rulebook. He was good that tournament. That's Crown, of course. Let's play Casio himself this past weekend. We won't dwell on that for now. TSM versus Team Liquid Academy. Certainly been a... there's always been a rivalry between these two teams. I feel like in Academy it's been very hard fought as well.
Absolutely. The Academy is a serious training ground now.
And lots of new players across these rosters, so curious to see how this game shakes out.
What is the name of that Braum skin? Because I believe he carries a mattress.
Is it like a chocolate bar or something? It's like
It could be a chocolate bar.
like the candy line, something like that. I think it's new. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not.
right.
I'm not as up to date.
Ziggs has one. I think you're right. Yeah, it's not a mattress.
Joins in with Ivan, which everybody wanted.
I thought a mattress made sense.
That'd be cool. Mattress salesman, bro.
Putting you to sleep. Bang.
Ooh, I like that. Guess that's the hidden theme of the wrestler skin. Oh, tactical. It's dancing. Fearless has 2 unique dances. Very strong champion. Just toggling between weapons.
It's like a character from an MMO just loaded with weapons that seemingly come out of nowhere.
You have that one skill, like, that's always up, so you just press it habitually. You just can't stop. You're like, what is this doing? I don't know, just keep pressing.
I can do it. Why not?
All right, looks like some shallow wards being placed across the river, but junglers will be starting on the same side. Doklet will move over to help Speaker. And Conqueror for both junglers. Fairly standard. Conqueror also in the mid lane there for Evolve. Doesn't look like we've got any surprises on the Rune front. So we'll just see how these early jungle paths shake out.
One thing from the runes that is interesting here is that Mike Young is running utility on the secondary tree for the Jarvan, so trying to get that extra stopwatch going on. And usually you'll see people go for domination to go for the movement speed after a kill so that you can start snowballing those ganks faster and faster. So we'll see what he does with this. If he takes a more slow approach to the early game, trying to farm up for maybe a Stone Blade, or if he snowballs to go for a GA. So we'll see what he's got in mind for this Jarvan as the game progresses and his stopwatch comes online.
The Evolve playing nice and forward here in the lane. Don't want to give Zoe space. Ooh, nice pull there from Yasui, keeping the wave right in front of the tower. That does cue Evolve to move down and try and ward, because he does need to find the Jarvan at this point. But it looks like he will spot him taking the Raptor camp away. This is level 2 here in the bot side for TL. They're going to get aggressive. Cow finds the hook. Block there on Treats. So that's the incoming shot, but a little bit of extra damage there.
Very nice. Luckily, Senna has an AoE heal that also hits her.
Certainly good for keeping things all good in lane.
So Yasui's going to build up a wave here against Evolve. He cannot contest this. Will just maybe miss a few on this way, but as long as he plays far back, he'll be safe. Oh, they're getting ganked.
Actually, looks like a double-sided gank there. Evolved is forced to flash by Mike Young. Cow has roamed up. Actually, nice using their bot priority to get a flash early, so Yasui feeling ever-growingly comfortable here in his 1v1. Hits level 4 first as well. In the meantime, Jenkins is pushing the lane 1v1 versus Dokla, because Aatrox doesn't really like when you're just spamming him with shurikens empowered by lightning.
Not just bot priority, but utilizing that time when he held that wave right in front of his turret to build up a threat and a sense of urgency for Evolve, thinking, oh, if I stay like this, Jarvan's just gonna gank me. That's the only thing Jarvan wants to do, and it pays off, and now he's gonna have to hug his tower even more because the threat is just too high.
Yep, clean bit of CSing there from Evolve. Pretty easy for Casio to just eat the minions under the tower. And looks like Yasui already taken that early back. Dark Seal, Corrupting Potion, and some boots here. So pretty normal stuff.
This early laning is pretty much dead even across the board. No one's going for anything. Junglers don't want to mess with each other. They just want to have a nice and agreeable session. And frankly, I just don't think you can do that in the jungle anymore. That kind of agreeable session just ends you lower level than the support.
I'm a bit surprised to see Speaker be a bit inactive here in the early game, but path his way finally all the way up to top lane, right on top of a ward. Nicely placed by, I assume, Jenkins. Don't think top lane is going to be the site of the first bit of aggression from him.
Look at the minimap. You've got Jarvan and Nautilus joining forces, seeing if they can make something happen in the mid lane as this wave crashes. Evolved might be in trouble. The clans could be everything that saves him.
I like this a lot, though. Just Cal almost perma-roaming, threatening in mid. Evolve does play correctly, safely, even though the wave is away from him, which always feels bad as you watch the CS just get left by the wayside. Good route there from Losto onto Tactical. Follow-up damage is decent. But MikeYeung also there towards the bot half of it, so not wanting to be too far forward there.
Just going to take that reset now. In vision, though, so TSM could respond maybe with a Dragon solo from Spica or a group effort with their bottom lane. We'll see. But definitely trying to take advantage of that. And nothing will happen. Just to tell.
So Good is managing the wave there. TP down from Tactical. They will move over to the Drake, or perhaps forward to that control ward they assume is in that brush. But not wanting to stray too far out. MikeYeung, I believe, maybe just now spotted on a ward. Or was out of vision before then. As Spica going to clear this control ward on the right side of mid. Level 6 now for both Zoe and Cassio. I think Yusui gets quite a bit more mileage out of this 1v1 now. Can still be tough. Zoe's range tends to put her in Cassio's range perfectly, but a nice hook from Cal. He's going to get himself stunned on the back end of it. Follow-up route is good as well from Lost, but Nautilus pretty tanky. The aftershock ticking.
And this was the result of Spica being able to health evolve, clear out mid lane, clear out the control wards, and get a nice solo off of a better timing on the harass from Lost and Treats in the bottom lane. This is just, you shove your lane, you've got time, and you know the jungler on the other side is not there because he started on the blue buff. So at 6 minutes, roughly 7, blue buff spawns. Easy time to go for Dragon.
That's a classic since season 1.
Yeah, actually, like it's actually a lesson that has not changed, and it's something that even the main TSM team still does. You just go for the invade of the first buff, or you time when the enemy team is gonna go for that first buff, the enemy jungler, and then you make a play.
It's just in the name comes. I get it. The Dokla still duking it out. Ocean over to TSM though should make their lives in lane a little bit more simple. Certainly looking for the potential rotations more than anything else, because it does seem like the lanes are just kind of pushing each other back and forth, very carefully manicuring their minions. The credit to Dokla, he was struggling a little bit in the very early levels where Cannon's range advantage really shines, but actually well and truly caught up now versus Jenkins. Might even be slightly ahead by 1 or 2.
Dokla gets to be really tanky, so Jenkins can't all in him. He needs to whittle him down, otherwise Dokla just wins that engage flat out, which is why he can be really aggressive, knowing that as long as he's healthy, Jenkins can't really counter.
Bubble lands in onto Yusui. Does get the paddle star, but good miasma from Evolve to deal some damage back. But this blue buff invade that was started by MikeYeung cannot be contested as a result. So a really clean steal there from Team Liquid Academy.
And that was from knowing the pathing. They knew Lee started red, finished on blue buff. There was going to be a mismatch on blue buffs, and that allows MikeYeung to path for that and get a denial on Evolve. That blue buff would have been Cassiopeia. She needs it now that she's got that tier of the goddess. Without it, she's not going to be able to last it the way she wants. It's going to free up Yusui, do whatever he wants in the mid lane. And the last thing anybody wants in their game, if you're against it, is a Zoe doing whatever she wants.
I do like that Cow is just sticking to MikeYeung for a lot of these roams. Not 6 just yet for the Nautilus. Treats has hit that benchmark, so any potential 3v3 that looked like it might have been started there in the bot lane will be slightly in favor of TSM as a result. But I wonder if this is a style that is, MikeYeung's doing, or if they'll carry it over forward. There's the roam maybe paying off here. Spica going to be the target, gets dunked! Ignite is down, and that's first blood for MikeYeung.
So Mike is just running a show here, doing so much to pressure the map, catching out Spica, even gets his flash too. Sure, Cow committed his, but that's what he's been doing all game long. He's been trying to join forces with his jungler to find a way to influence the map. Remember the first gank in the mid lane where he ganked Evolve, and here, once again, the big mistake from Spica, this is a mistake he just cannot do. opening up with the safeguard on yourself and clearing the ward. You just don't do that. When you don't know where the enemy is at, you cannot do that. Same thing with Jarvan. You don't know where the enemy is and you're clearing a ward, you cannot use your flag to get attack speed. Otherwise, that's a cue to jump you.
Duncan Dokla almost making Jensen have to perhaps burn a CD, but starting to get a foothold in the matchup. I feel like Aatrox does this in every matchup where he seems like he's behind. Eventually, like, you just get tagged by a knock-up or a chain, and then he just takes all your health away, and you lose the lane.
He's got that sustain built into his passive, which makes his trades really obnoxious, because it's also, for some reason, a % of your HP, max HP, so it just hurts like a truck, heals him a bunch, and allows him to stay in lane indefinitely, because he has no mana problems.
Quick top switch here from Team Liquid. They've only got a minute to make something work here because the Drake is respawning. So if they'd like that or like to fight for it, they are not really positioned to do so. However, this Herald or just general top lane pressure might be more of what they want. It is, of course, past 10 minutes, so we are seeing teams apply pressure to this part of the map. Team Liquid are going to start it here. MikeYeung, once again, king of the river right now.
Big plays going to be Jenkins teleporting in. That ward right there that Trees just cleared, the big sweeper out of him. Now Kennen cannot really join. If he does, they have the speed from the crab, but that's about it.
How do TSM start this fight? Looks like Herald is going to leash. Seeker actually keeps it alive. They might just try and steal it here. TSM shoots, goes in, does not connect with the Glacial Fissure. In the front line now is a decent ult there from Evolve, but the Nautilus ult is a bit better. MikeYeung looking for the dunk in onto the Cassio, but a good flash from Evolve as Yasui tries to find the flank center ulti. Not so bad. Tactical are able to take out Evolve. Now Treats on the other side of the map as Jenkins is going to clean up with the help of Tactical, who finds the double, and Yasui over the wall with every single flash in the game is going to finish off Treats as well.
TSM just walked right into that. You could see that Team Liquid was just pulling them back, just pulling them up into the river so that they could buy more space for Jenkins to teleport behind them. And it felt like Jenkins was barely even needed to with how well they positioned. The Herald reset, and it was all Team Liquid just being much stronger at this stage in the game. Without Cassiopeia having anybody dive her, she has a hard time committing to DPS.
Yeah, I think if Treats connects this ulti alongside of all this, may be a different story, but instead it's straight through the middle. MikeYeung pounces on his prey.
Cassier just got CC'd. She landed a good ultimate, but everything got thrown at her, and Senna's just in the back. What can she do at this point? There's so much threat of people jumping you, and when you get caught out at Senna, you're not escaping.
Yeah, you already ulted. That was all Lost could add to that part of the fight. Dokla did at least get one, but couldn't quite finish off MikeYeung either, despite the ulti being on and raring to go. So it is the first fight in favor of Team Liquid. 2,000 gold up now, looking for their next Drake as Dokla is the first to the area, but never mind. The matter of the Rift Herald is yet to be settled, Crumb.
Here we go again. Can Spica go for a steal? No.
Ult CD's not quite there on the TSM side.
Okay, TSM needs to leave. They don't have Cassiopeia here. This belongs to Team Liquid. Go somewhere else. Like Dragon, there's a perfectly fine Infernal up right now.
Yeah, seems like it's just time to trade here for TSM, and they will do so. TL not looking like they want to challenge. Looks like they want to get the Rift up top fast to try and take the tower.
Those are the kind of moves that are really going to hurt TSM in the long run when they waste time going to Herald, then back to Dragon. It's about 30 seconds worth of time that could have been used to get a Dragon and secure vision around the next play. Now that they're behind on this play, they have to go ahead and follow Team Liquid around instead of making their own action on the map and have Team Liquid follow their beat. This is the tempo that Team Liquid is setting, and well, MikeYeung is setting, and then TSM's just dancing to it.
Seems like a high tempo day. This top lane tower already fell. Good charge onto the second as well. Almost takes it out. If there been any extra attention being paid, Team Liquid might have picked up 2 there. Instead, they grow that gold lead to 3,500. Dokla has an even larger area of space to worry about. He's going to clear out what farm he can here.
gonna get really good from Team Liquid once Mike completes his stone plate too. It's gonna allow him to be super aggressive very early on, which is what you want when you're hitting these major item spikes like the Essence Reaver on Aphelios or Zoe once she completes her Luden's Echo. So once Mike gets online with his tankiness, you're gonna see Team Liquid really start to accelerate how aggressive they are.
Blue buff for Evolved though. Does keep the stuff charging. Almost up towards that Ceres for the Archangels. Treats and Speaker also taking a page out of Team Liquid's early games, sticking together as they roam through the jungle. Quietly, Tactical did get half the kills that Liquid have got so far. Essence Reaver already done. Looking like maybe Aphelios will take over yet another game, Crumbs.
And the Senna last hitting takes over another bot laner here as Lost is just stuck under the tower the whole way through. This is the weak point of Senna, but can Team Liquid abuse that is the question that we'll have to see, because it answers if Team Liquid can get a lead and snowball it. They've yet to find the win.
Dopa actually just wandering down here. Treats again looking for it. What an interrupt there onto Cal. That's going to be a kill as Dokla able to grab it.
It's a 4-man play on 3, so really good out of TSM, just using one more person than your opponent. That's a great rule of thumb when you're looking to engage. Do you have numbers advantage? As long as you have a +1, you're good to go.
Dokla actually using the long lane kind of to his advantage there. It was like, I have plenty of time. The wave is coming along.
Yeah.
So roams down, able to make sure they have enough numbers. And Treats finds the nice ulti to seal the kill.
And he's got plenty of cooldown reduction too, which does do a lot for Aatrox's mobility. With Team the Caulfield's Warhammer, the completed Cleaver, and starting to put points in his E, he's surprisingly quick across the map.
Well, again, not too many ways to engage, but this is certainly one of them for TSM. Oh, just perfect timing.
It's tough. Maybe if he dashed down, anchor toss that way into the brush,
yeah,
and then flashing away, kind of utilizing that fog of war to maybe juke out, he could have lived.
I think he's like, I'm fine. And then basically the timing worked out perfectly for Treats. As Cal does fall there. But still, Tactical doing just fine here in the lane. 20 CS ahead of Lost. And Evolved also. He's caught up. He's actually a lot more behind. The last time I checked in, only 10 down, was looking like 20 at some points. So both he and Yasui have stayed pretty anchored to their lanes so far, the first 17 minutes through. And Team Liquid are looking to aggress onto this turret. Mike Young, Stoneplate is getting close to completion, does have the Cinder Hulk. Doesn't need too many reasons to dive under the turret and try and get some kills.
Well, Jenkins is one of those reasons. He's got teleport up. He's going to be able to assist the fight that Team Liquid wants to go for once again with a completed Proto Belt and Sword Shoot. Just a great power spike here out of Team Liquid. And with Dragon in 1 minute, you know that they want to start a fight. It's up to TSM, though. They want to defend it.
Seems like with 2 Drakes, they are looking to get to that soul nice and quickly. Sui just trying to keep the wave cleared. Evolved, I think, expecting a jungler at any moment.
Yeah, and I want to point out with the junglers that it seems like the team that loses or is in a losing position or behind, however you want to phrase it, almost always gets the earlier dragons and then just loses 4 in a row and doesn't find a soul. So commitment to early dragon seems to be an indication that you're not making anything else happen on the map.
I feel like there's some argument to be like, okay, like maybe we can ignore the first 2, especially if you're trading. Team Liquid did do a nice job trading, getting that Herald and getting that turret in top lane. But once your enemy has 2, I think you have to pay a bit more attention because you don't want to give away the soul too quickly.
I try to keep my soul as close to my body as possible. I don't like to give it away.
All right, well, CL are in fact starting this Drake, so maybe they heard us. So that's going to be a pretty easy take there. TSM, just no vision to speak of in this area. So we continue to throw bubbles. TSM have already taken control of the left-hand side of the map.
So it is going to be an hourglass as the second item for Evolve, trying to stay as safe as possible from the onslaught that Team Liquid's engage can be. I like that move out of him because he's going to be the only DPS here, really. Sure, Dokla I think would be the secondary DPS at this stage in the game, but you can't count on him to be in every single fight because he's got to deal with the side lanes, he's got to deal with the cannon. So as long as Evolved lives, I think the DPS department is solved for TSM.
Now Blue steal into this Rift Herald take is the attempt for TSM. Doing it pretty quickly now that Evolved has joined the fray. The Team Liquid will not be around to collect this one. Unfortunately for Lost, and I'm sure Jat is somewhere screaming at his screen, Lost did not go back to pick up those souls. They're lying out on the ground.
I see that so often where Sennas are just leaving up souls left, right, and center. You can queue them. You don't even have to get in range of auto-attacking both.
It's already out of there. I think Lost didn't want to get collapsed on potentially, but yes, I agree. Soul priority, much like Triumph priority if you're a Bard player, of vital importance.
You know who was really good at? Johnson was really good at it. Collecting souls. But you also don't want to get caught in the mini game of being too focused on them.
Again, much like Bud, Chime Greed has killed many a player wondering to play the minigame.
Kindred Greed is a big one.
Oh, that's true. I thought you were thinking just like mark an enemy champ. Like, yeah, it works that way. You have to try and kill them. But you're right, the jungle camps are often too delicious looking.
Both. Everyone's got to go for those camps. It's Baron up. I can't give Kindred this stack of Krugs.
Alright, well, TSM looking to use their first Rift Herald of the game. Mid lane is often the avenue of choice, but I think Team Liquid know this, so they're chucking about as many players as they can afford into the mid lane. That's 4 right now. Lost actually with the Edge of Night, farming up into the top side.
Yeah, I love that itemization out of him. The Edge of Night
can't get killed by Zoe, man.
So much. And Nautilus, too.
Yeah.
Nautilus ultimate is a bye-bye from him, so this is great pickups to deal with what is going to be an eventual hard engage from Team Liquid. So they're anticipating what Team Liquid's looking for and trying to intercept it.
Gerald speeding down mid lane. Looks to be his first tower for TSM. They look for Jenkins, though. Kickback from Speaker is nice. Into the ulti as well as Cassio, I believe. And Cow on the backline is going to be killed. No, not yet. Jenkins is the target they really want. Evolve. No flash does go into stasis, but the shields are almost enough as Dokla able to nab the double. Yasui, though, does finish off the kill onto the enemy mid laner, but now Tactical running a little out of space as Lost is going to flash in. He wants the root here. Speaker also chasing with his own flash. The root's going to miss. Follow-up not quite there as Tactical has made just enough space for himself, but there may be a dive incoming.
They want him, and they're not letting him go.
Yep, they're going to keep chasing up the lane. There is a long bit of space for Tactical to try and run out of. An alcove minigame is here. Nope, Treat says absolutely not. No hiding in the brushes. It will be a shutdown. A Speaker able to grab the killing blow.
He just wanted to put an end to that quickly. I don't want to mess around with you. I'm flashing here. Just get this Aphelios out of here. That fight, man, it was all about Evolve buying time. He had the Seras, had the stopwatch, everything went on him, and it would have been even better for Team Liquid if it wasn't for Spica hitting a really clutch kick on the Kennen ultimate, as well as the exhaust from Spica. Did a great job of disengaging out of Kennen, but everybody else is still here.
And Dokla roams in. Enough protection there provided by Senna.
I think Lost could have saved Evolve if he used his ultimate on the Cassio and not on the Braum.
Yeah, tried to save Treats. They did do so, but
more valuable target. I don't know what to, maybe, you know, it's your bot lane partner. You don't want to do him dirty, but it's your mid laner. It's your Cassiopeia. You're not killing anybody without her.
the Senna ult target doesn't, right? You just click.
No, it's just like
Okay.
an AoE spread of a big gun.
So you couldn't cue the Cassio in stasis, and the timing's a little iffy, but certainly could have potentially saved the Cassio instead. Regardless, TSM still happy with the results of the fight, closing the gold gap they were previously around.
15 seconds on this Mountain Dragon. TSM has the inside track. They are loving this position. Their Aatrox is already here. Cannon is going to come in from the same angle. Doesn't really have a good TP ward. I think TSM's going to get a free one.
Treats is asleep, rather irresponsible, but it was Zoe's fault. As they're going to just cut the wave here. In fact, both teams are just kind of you know what? They said there's a line straight down mid lane. Nobody crossed it.
Yeah, but what is Team Liquid doing here?
Thought they were looking for the top tier 2 that they'd almost finished off from the earlier Herald, but I think they feel a little stuck here.
It's because Baron's too tanky. You can't threaten a 24-minute Baron and not be in a grave danger of getting wiped out. So it's a tough position if you didn't have an initial control of mid lane, where you're just like, oh, well, do we fight now? A fight that we are not well positioned for? Do we trade anything? So they just take the small L and not look to overextend for something that could cost them even more.
Yeah, still no control of mid lane. Loses them a second turret there. TSM do a really nice job of just chasing TL away from where they were looking to play.
Some bigger item spikes coming in now. Dokla is a legitimately huge threat with the Death Stance completed. He's got Mira Mana on Lost. And Zoe's got her Ludens and Morellos too, but it's not the survivability and time-buying pieces that Seraphs and Zhonya's do for Evolve.
Of note, still 2,000 gold ahead for Team Liquid. They're actually in the lead mostly on turrets more than anything else, but TSM with 3 Drakes looking for the next for that Mountain Soul is kind of the difference there in objectives. So still pretty close between the two. Played almost 26 minutes of League. Seems to go pretty even throughout this whole game. Kind of curious how TSM converts the space they've now created for themselves. And I think if we're looking at Team Liquid's plan, Jenkins has at least decided what he's going to do.
Oh, Jenkins always has a plan when he's playing Kennen, and team fighting is a big part of it. Just
Not right now.
unfortunately, your team fight is as good as your support and jungler are finding deep vision for you, because it's about the teleport.
Yeah, right.
So it's a big part for Mike and Cal to sneak into the red side jungle, secure the deep vision, push up their lanes, threaten teams TSM to come into them, and then Jenkins can go teleport and get a great team fight.
Yeah, pushing that long lane input for Jenkins certainly helps TL on making space around the Baron pit. There's some vision starting to be cleared. TSM's controllers are all on their side of the map. Oh, that one ward does get them by tactical, but there's that control ward they find as TL continue to blind TSM around the next important objective.
So for TSM, even though their vision around the blue side river and Baron is really not good, they know that no Baron threat is real without Aphelios. So as long as they see Aphelios anywhere on the map, they know that Team Liquid cannot be doing Baron. So they're very happy to just continue playing it slow, knowing that they don't have sight of Baron because Aphelios is not there. Therefore, Baron cannot be done.
And again, this lane for TSM, conversely, is really long in mid lane. So they're going to chase those minions down. Now it's their turn to double back and sweep through all this vision. Kind of just waiting for that next big team fight. Again, have to look at Dokla, have to look at Evolve. Even Lost, curious to see what impact he can find on Senna. Whereas the other side is definitely Yusui and certainly tactical.
Yeah, Dokla is... When he hits 16, it's really going to be deadly. This is a Baron that is spotted out. So TSM is still committed.
Senna does make Baron somewhat safe, and Cassio is extremely quick on the Baron take. So they are going to commit pretty hard. I think it's pretty low. Not low enough though. Yusui with a big blast of Battle Star, but they found Cal. Stun forward by Fruits, follow up by Cassio. Evolve nowhere to stasis, but Jenkins trying to make the team fight happen. Lost. Still going with the ulti, not quite enough to save his mid laner. Now he has to flash out of the pit. Speaker, he smote the Baron just for a bit of extra health, and Team Liquid come away with a team fight win.
And the best lessons are the harshest, because TSM just now understand that this Baron in Season 10 is not an easy objective. They get wiped and lose only 3 members, but the Baron that is lost is even greater.
Seems like Fruits has the right idea here, but Yusui just poking them to death on the flank.
And they had no idea that Jenkins is there, only that control word, but it doesn't see across the ledge. They don't actually know if he's poised to engage and exactly when. Tanking the Baron,
tactical.
poor timing for him, and you leave the carry completely free to do whatever he wants.
It's the right time to have bullets in Infernum. Tactical just destroyed that team fight once it was all set up. So TL, they take the Baron, they take a big lead now in this game, up almost 5,000 gold. And of course, Yusui, he's got a new book to read.
I got a new book to read now, one to de-stress me, because now there's 10 seconds left. TSM could have been setting up for a dragon to get that 4th soul.
Treats the pick. No follow-up though, but a good hook from Cal to just find something. TSM's looking a little vulnerable for all this damage that Team Liquid have now built up. And I don't think there's any chance TSM take this straight. They'll just give it over. Play for the soul the next time around.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda. They'll now have to fight for another Mountain Dragon in 5 more minutes. So at least the Baron will be gone by then. But the scars from the Baron fight will remain.
Yeah, trying not to lose too much ground here. Lost going to defend this tier 2 mid lane turret for as long as he can, but Jenkins is keeping the Baron on it. The rest of TL, in the meantime, are down in the bottom lane. Swiftly taking the tier 2 there. Evolved, killing Baron up minions despite being Cassio. Pretty tricky.
And lane that Miasma is just so strong to defend against the siege. You can usually just do it once a wave as the cooldown decreases with your levels now. So Evolved is going to be really strong for holding a lot of these turrets. But the rest of the squad, not so much.
Yeah, Zoe, of course, always good in sieges. So Yusui just making sure to keep people away from the turrets, and Team Liquid will have another pass at this once the mini wave comes in. In fact, don't even need it. That cannon Baron got distracted briefly by Evolved, but not long enough for that tower to stay up any longer.
Team Liquid can siege wherever they want as long as Cassiopeia is not there. Split her away, and Senna is just terrible at dealing with Baroned up minions. So this is exactly where they want to be.
Oh,
Mike Young splitting the top lane, and now Kennen in the mid lane. So get TSM separated, use the speed of wave clear to collapse and outnumber.
I thought for a second I was about to learn a very gross Zoe bubble spot, but it did not travel all the way through into the base wall. But still, Yusui is just making life very difficult to clear these waves safely. Ooh, engage on a Jenkins. I think it's his ulti. Speaker's going to find him. That should be a kill. Perhaps no. Back towards his teammates. There's the center ulti, but it's not enough from Lost.
Oh, that was close. Just slightly off on the angle there from Spica. But at least they saved every inhibitor and inhibitor turret from a Baron push, which is a really big deal. Those things are going to regenerate, so all the damage will disappear.
And now TSM, at least staying proactive here. Jokel and Speaker, I think, feeling empowered enough to try and make a play with Jenkins all on his own in mid. And the strength is still building again. Senna does scale decently if you pick up a lot of souls. Evolved will continue to scale throughout the game all the way up to item number 6. No boots required there for Cassio.
She couldn't even get him if she wanted. And how come Nami wears boots but not Cassiopeia?
Listen, Crumbs.
She doesn't have legs either. She's clearly half fish.
I don't know. That's a question for the lore team. That's not my department. TSM just kind of fending off, waiting for the next objective. I think we are going to have to look at either, actually both this next Baron and this next Dragon. They'll spawn within about 20 seconds of each other. It would be Soul Point for TL. It would be the Soul itself for TSM. The Baron always a worthy prize as the game gets later as well.
Dragon Soul is worth more here. TSM should trade this objective if it comes down to that. It will allow them to not only deal with a lot of Zoe's poke, but when the big engage happens, what else do you want besides additional resistances and HP?
For now, TSM are clearing their red side jungle. Baron is spawning 30 seconds sooner, excuse me. The team's pretty acutely aware of what objectives they are trying to play for next. Looks like the last bits of shopping will have to come in before the sale around the pit begins.
Oh yeah, the sale on the pit.
When I get
Battle as old as League of Legends itself.
Tactical also looking pretty scary with 4 items. Essence Reaver, RFC, Hurricane, and Infinity Edge. Can only assume that an unchecked Aphelios will easily win the team fight.
I love that word. You can only assume because no one knows what he's actually doing. You're dying, but you don't know how it's happening.
At the end of the day, AD is still AD. Tactical's got a lot of it at this point. Bubble hits, fine streets. Sui though not in range to follow up. Speaker fishing, trying to get some information on where Yusui might be.
Oh, look at that ward in the back of the mid lane. That could be where Jenkins teleports if TSM chooses to go on this merry-go-round sieging.
Yeah, Jenkins also threatening the inhib, so Joker going to be forced away. There are RTPs for both top laners though. Oh, as somebody walks past and Aphelios starting to get shot. And inhibited turret down. Jenkins actually had enough to take that out. Timing was a little bit off there for TSM, so now Team Liquid have an even easier time applying map pressure to TSM.
See what they choose to use with this map pressure, though. Baron or the Elder. It's going to be Jenkins flanking. He has Flash. He's not going to risk it. Too far ahead.
They did spot him, so TSM know to walk away.
You have to keep in mind that Lee can always kick him out.
Treats eats the paddle star, but with the door up, doesn't take too much damage. Getting really tense as both buffs as well, and Doku actually starting the Mountain Drake here. Oh, Jenkins may be caught out. No root's going to land, and TSM are going to commit for this. I don't know if they can see TL on the Baron side, but that's a very quick soul, and Team Liquid just give that away, Crumb.
Yeah, that's they want to trade
All right.
but I don't know if this was worth the trade. Remember what they did with this Baron. They barely hurt the inhibitor turret. They were not able to really find any major objective with it, and giving this away to TSM feels like giving them an answer to the hard engage that they're looking to go for, because when it comes to sieging, now that they have to deal with the extra health, Zoe's going to be less effective, and it's going to be harder to find an angle for Kennen to get in. That's part of why they're having a hard time. Kennen can't join them on a dive when you're just sieging front to back.
All right, well, Lost may be a little bit behind in items there to Tactical, but Evolved certainly is very powered up. 4 fully completed items, including the Rylai's and Leandry's, for that extra excessive damage over time. See how well TSM can fend off yet another round of sieges from TL. Jenkins again, playing fairly far forward against his long-range champions.
TSM is doing a good job of controlling this red side with the control ward, threatening Team Liquid to say, hey, if you commit to this turret, we're going to attack you from behind and cut off wherever Jenkins will want to join. So that position is playing double duty, and it does a good job of deterring Team Liquid. Once again, they got Baron. Nothing has happened with it.
Yeah, time's still ticking away. Jenkins, this is the lane they need to be looking to open up here, but TSM have done a really good job of just threatening. As Dokla, going to pop the ulti. They want Jenkins here. Speaker is available. Dunk is going to land. Dokla still needs to follow up. Jenkins low does have the flash, but Dokla going to say no to that one. So TL straight onto Evolve, going to try and force themselves onto the turret.
At what cost? So Team Liquid's definitely going to get the inhibitor. I don't know if they'll get more, though.
Lost is here again. Tower does fall. Dokla with a deep TP. Doesn't look like he can follow up there. The TSM, I think, just trying to minimize the Baron damage. Yeah, they lose another turret, but keeping their inhibitors up when the enemy team has Baron, and Zoe feels like a decent trade-off for TSM to make.
Yeah, I mean, TSM is very happy here. It felt like they were losing control of the game with that poor Baron play that cost it. Now they have the Soul. They've got a lot of items on their Cassiopeia. Their late game insurance has come in now that Senna also has an Infinity Edge. So TSM should feel like they got a new lease on this game and is inspired to try to come back with that aggressive look on Team Liquid.
Now, to be clear, the balance in this game is still very precarious for TSM.
Absolutely.
If one thing goes wrong, I think the game ends pretty swiftly on their side. And still a bit of Baron left here for TL. They'll try and push a little bit more into the mid of the map.
I still feel the same for both teams. Aphelios is one item up, and he's the largest threat, but how many fights have we seen where Aphelios is the first one to die and doesn't do anything? Not to say anything poor about the champion, he's incredibly powerful. It's just that teams like to focus him first, and if the highest damage dealer is out, well, it's hard to win a fight after that.
Yeah, if you can lock him down, then TL, I think, will maybe struggle to get it going unless Jenkins finds a really nice ulti, but TSM finding picks, I think it's really up to Treats or Speaker with some sort of miraculous-looking flank. Because other than that, TSM, the only way it felt like they can really get a fight going is just to run at them.
This was actually the problem with the TSM main team as well. Their draft did not give them the tools to have agency in deciding a fight. Once again, they're at the mercy of Team Liquid and are very scared of overextending.
Treats again looking for it, does force the flash. Again, the damage dealers on both teams, I guess in this case comparing Evolve specifically to Tactical, are very threatening. So if somebody puts a toe out of line, they will get pretty swiftly felled.
it almost feels like no one's going to step over that line until that timer on the top left of your screen hits 0.
Ooh.
They just
Fight-
want to go for Elder.
Man, it is very powerful. Certainly a good...
It's a standstill. It's like, we claim this territory. Come take it.
We'll see if they do just that. TSM again, short on space with 2 inhibitors down, but don't have very much longer to set themselves up for the next objective. Good to see a healthy dose of control wards in the inventory though. And looks like they are finally going to have a little bit of room to make their way into the room for the first time in what feels like quite a while.
And it's early though. It's a minute until the Elder. This gives Team Liquid enough time to not only clear this, but do so after a shop that was sooner than TSM. So they'll have an advantage with control wars, an advantage with itemization, maybe even some potions if they want to. So this is a bit of an early push from TSM that could just get cleared out from Team Liquid and amount to nothing.
Yeah. Other thing is that, again, these long side lanes are still threatening TSM. Jenkins has been pushing bot lane basically every chance he gets.
This is what I'm talking about, right? They just got in there and they laid 3 control wards on the threat, 4, but they're not defending them. So now once Team Liquid falls back into the Dragon Pit, they're gonna clear every single ward without any fight whatsoever, any resistance. Free gold and XP. Look at that.
Yeah, it looks like
What was the point of that?
I think, again, just a matter of timing, as you mentioned. TSM maybe not fully taking in the total situation around the map. Oh, Jenkins, nasty looking flank here. He snuck into the top half of the map. But Circle's going to head him off. Good ward there from Treats. Do need to keep track of this cannon. In fact, they're going to go for him. He does have flash. I should know that from the last time they picked him off. But ulti just burnt there from Circle, not able to convert the kill. TL onto the Elder. Already just getting straight on top, but I don't think he can get in there. Yasui, the target for Evolve. There's going to be a steal attempt there. Speaker kicked him out. He steals the Elder Dragon. Speaker with an absolutely massive play. May have very well saved this game for TSM Academy.
What a God mode kick, and the fight's still going. Yasui does not have flash.
Yep, Circle's here. Speaker continuing to make it work. How going to get executed? It's Elder Dragon burning everybody down. Only Jenkins and Mike Young left alive, but Jenkins, he's sticking in the top lane.
He's gonna try to trade an inhibitor. It might be enough to make super creeps and stall out the push that TSM is going for. They're gonna try to end the game here.
Circle is basing, so he's going to defend any further push from Jenkins, but they can play a 4v3, 4v2 actually, for about 20 more seconds. They're at least going to break here. Circle will not be able to cancel the recall of Jenkins by the looks of things. The TSM may just go straight for the throat here.
They absolutely should.
10 seconds. Jenkins always just gets absolutely owned. Great Miasma from Evolve. Kick back in. It's going to be a second kill here onto Mike Young. TSM. Get it. That's the burn. The execute. The ace. That may be all they need is TSM. Chugging down the towers. Good ult there from Tactical. TSM have to be careful. Not wanting to overcommit here. Dokla through the turrets. He's going to rejoin his team. 40 seconds on Jenkins and Mike Young, but the carries are alive for TL.
So he is back, so this is going to be a lot tougher, but the range on Lost is insane at this stage.
Able to really poke them down. Dokla going in. Wants to try and take down Yasui. The rest of TSM move in. Ulti out there. Speaker again looking for the kicks. Trees getting low. Lost zoning them out. Massive amount of damage again. The Elder Dragon continuing to come up trumps as Speaker's miracle steal brings TSM Academy their first win of the 2020 season.
That was such a good kick flash from Lee Sin. That was the highlight. Nothing he did that game comes close to how clutch that moment was from Spica. They didn't have the position, but they had the mechanics to get out of it.
Said it. Focus on the Drake's crumbs. They got the soul. They got themselves in a position for the Elder, and then Spica. Oh, yeah, such a good play.
Cannot wait to see the highlight from that one because it just happened so fast. The fight was going in another part of the map. Evolve flashed in to try to get the Zoe, but it was Lee Sin's focus on the objectives that ended up giving the Elder and the team fight win.
We also solved the issue of Senna being lower damage than the other ADs. Let's get Elder Dragon.
There you go.
20% extra damage.
Oh, such an easy, just get Elder.
It was actually really funny to see Lost with all that range, just like tapping people and then they explode.
Yeah. that makes Senna a real badass.
Found it. It's not the Souls Jet. It's the Elder Dragon. That's the one you want.
That's why you need Soul, to get the Elder Dragon in position.
All right, still about the Souls. I dig it. I dig it. Well, a tough loss there for Team Liquid Academy. Mike Young and friends looking good in that particular game. The TSM Academy fighting very hard for their first win, and will pick it up thanks to their jungler.
Yeah, I think more than anything, the moment where they went for Baron, huge tilter, huge tilt move. Because you made a big blunder, you gave the Baron over, you lose dragons, it starts to go downhill, but the mental focus to say, we can still win this. There's still a way back into this game, and once they secured that soul, I think that gave them the confidence and the team fight stats to say, yeah, we definitely got a shot.
There are a lot of moving pieces with like how open their side lanes were. I think TL could have also set themselves up better, and again, I don't know who that comes down to on this team, and this is a new roster. But TSM like kind of knew what they needed to do, and it wasn't pretty, but it was enough to win.
It gets you the first win on the board, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Certainly does. Looks like we'll be wrapping up in just a moment, but not just yet. I don't know. I'm curious to see I'm curious to think what I learned from this week between
So
these two teams.
I'll tell you what I
learned that
learned.
visa issues are not fun.
Visa issues are, they hurt. But I think inside the Rift, it's about understanding when a good time to base for the objective is. So 30 seconds too short. I think 45 seconds is the optimal time for you to start getting control of your lanes after you have shop, and then collapse into the objective a few seconds before it spawns to really maximize the time, or minimize the time that you're just dancing around, and maximize how much time you are actually collecting gold.
You know what? It's Academy. You know, they work on that stuff, right? That's part of being in this environment. But the individual play certainly worth celebrating at the end of the day. As you wrap up Academy games for this week, let's see how the team stack up. Surprise, surprise. Dignitas, FlyQuest, and Golden Guardians are all 2-0 after the first week, Crumbs.
Yeah, those three teams are just on a tear, particularly the golden ones. This seems to be the year of yellow. I want to see how they fare against everybody else, because no one else has as high an expectation about their results as they do. They got so many LCS players.
Well, Academy returns in just 4 days with Academy Rush on Friday, followed by EGA versus TSMA on Saturday after the LCS. We'll see C9A and IMTA, and then on Sunday, 100 Thieves Academy versus Team Liquid Academy. Be sure to join us again next Monday for 3 more exciting matchups, followed by Monday Night League.
I just see a lot of League, and I'm ready
There's
to tune
a
in.
lot of League, Crumbs. Well, that's all from us today. Be sure to stay tuned for Monday Night League starting at 5 p.m. Good night.
They give him so much respect. Jensen's going in. Oh, he actually gets in Medios with the smite down on Elder.
Smite picked up there by Smite. Scare doesn't even need the smite. And the fight is on. Galio over the top. Oh my gosh, just getting takes one down. Blocks the shot. Darmok is amazing.
Everyone, and welcome to Monday Night League, where we've got a quick recap of the history of Evil Geniuses, and we hear from the new GM of 100 Thieves. I'd like to welcome these two fantabulous gentlemen by my side. We've got Prawley, we've got Mark Z. How you doing today?
Pretty good.
It's the Monday night.
Yeah.
Monday Night League, bro.
Yeah.
I've forgiven him after disagreeing with me on Saturday. He was allowed back,
that.
but you've learned your lesson now, right?
I have.
Don't disagree.
I'll never be like that again.
Thank you.
Promise.
But that makes for a boring desk. I need a little disagreement here, so don't listen to Mark Z. Maybe you can choose to in the audience, but we'll leave that up to all of you. Now, before we hop into our final two games of this week, let's see how the teams ended up stacking up. So Cloud9, Dignitas, and FlyQuest end the first week of action at 2-0. Everybody else kind of in the middle, starting to get that 1-1 action, with the remainder finishing off in 0-2. And there are plenty of ways to kick off a new decade of League, like farming up kills or securing clutch Barons. But then there are those plays that we end up cleaning up, which we will be getting to in a moment. But first of all, just thoughts on standing so far.
I think there's a little error where it said Team Liquid was 0-2 already, unless we've already penciled that one in. But
no, there's a little asterisk
yeah.
on those.
Yeah.
But for everything else, I mean, someone predicted a lot of those matches, and maybe I got thrown under the bus.
Did you submit them for Sunday, your predictions?
Yeah. And
You're going to be like Crumbs
I only
and
had
lie and said that you got 4 right?
I did not get 4 right.
Okay.
I think that's impossible for Sunday.
That was a tough, it was a weird day.
That was a toughie.
Tough days on Sundays, but let's go ahead and take a look at one game in particular, because in his game against TSM, Immortals Aika picked up a smite off the ground and used it to grab that lovely blue buff. And what we've got for I'm Helping.
In on the Sonic Wave and Resonating Strike. Will he be too far in? They know Bjergsen can come over the wall, low on mana. Good damage to Smithies, he's rooted. Still a back and forth, low health bars. But it's not going to be anybody dead! And not even the blue buff is going to be going down now. Sentinel stays alive, he's just getting angry, and it looks like they'll finally be able to take it.
Lambert can we help him?
Flash.
This is really low. Because Dardak had to smite there a little bit early for some health, it actually allows Aika to pick up his smite, and then he's going to use that on the blue buff.
I can smite this.
Okay. LB flash.
Okay.
So are you helping if you pick up the smite or if you drop the smite?
I'm sure Smithy appreciated it, but that was a lot of things happening for nothing to happen.
That was one of those moments where you're like, everyone's going to die. And then everyone just walked away from the situation. Even I talked to Coach Peter. He wasn't that happy about it.
Well, I like, the Zoe flash into pick a flash and to find a smite. It's like, things are going to happen, and then nothing.
Nah, it was disappointing.
Disappointing moment at that time around, but we will be rounding out this week with our 2 matchups of the day. And first up, it will be Evil Geniuses returning to the stage as they challenge 100 Thieves. And with Team Liquid and TSM on a quest for their first win as they face off later on. But looking at that, with Game 2, we've got 2 powerhouses looking to bounce back from disappointing starts to the split. And for Team Liquid, it's all on the jungle substitutions, or are there other factors that are going on?
I think that first game, like the big moment that broke it open, you can probably put mostly on Surenfire. That's a situation where he got picked off, and most professional Jarbans will just EQ out right away after having a lot of experience. For like, I'm hitting a pink ward, someone's probably gonna try and kill me.
Yeah, I think he doesn't. Surenfire doesn't have the danger that you feel like when you get later in the game as a jungler, because you gotta know if I die, they're gonna take Baron. But I think he wasn't thinking that way yet, because he just doesn't have enough experience. So I'm gonna say the jungle is a bit of an issue because it's the hardest role to plug and play. I think every other role in League, you can kind of get in and deal with it a bit, but when you put a new jungler in, it's gonna affect the jungle mid situation, the jungle support situation, how you take objectives, how you set up vision. It's a whole bunch of roles that the jungler has to fill.
And that's why it's a little nervous. We're like, okay, so first they had Pobelter and Preseason they're practicing with. Then Surenfire shows up and they're like, oh, at least we got a real jungler. Let's scrim with him for 3 days. And then they're still waiting for Broxah. So there's a pretty big chunk here where if they continue to struggle and Broxah shows up, teams can pick up a lot of wins early on Team Liquid potentially.
I feel like a lot of people are looking at the situation thinking, all right, when Broxah gets here, maybe things will change, but there might still be that adjustment period for that. And while TSM ended up sporting their intended starting roster for week 1, we did get a slugfest, that's one way that we can describe it, for the new roster as they dropped their first game to Immortals.
Yeah, slugfest in like a thing on the ground moving very slowly, not a boxing comparison for me. That was a 60-minute game, and it was a bit of a doozy to watch as you just see this Senna max items still farming for souls. Jat was freaking out about efficiency, how we should be letting someone else get it for maximum soul droppage. It was pretty funny to see, but not encouraging for TSM.
Yeah, not great for TSM. I mean, I think they have a little things to change, but not too much. I do think it was a bit of a surprise. I was expecting that roster to like kind of hit the ground running a lot faster. So that was a little disappointing.
Well, and obviously there were other factors that played into it, but the draft in particular kind of set certain tones for that.
Yeah, I think for a lot of us, we saw very little engage, and we were talking in the pre-show about like where we wanted to see it. In the first 3, they've picked Rumble, Senna, and Tahm Kench, which I know you were not a fan of.
No, I mean, I think Rumble needs a bit of help. You need to do something. And then especially if you have Senna, Tahm Kench, and Rumble as your first 3 picks, there's not like a jungler mid combination that can fulfill all the roles you need, because you need some kind of engage, some kind of like tankiness. And right now, like tank jungles aren't that popular right now. You can't really just like pick a Sejuani and insert it.
Yeah, the only thing I saw was once you saw the Ezreal locked in for the 4th position, you have to take Jarvan, I think, which I know a lot of people don't really like playing Jarvan in Ezreal just because it feels like you're never going to land the EQ, but you need something to help the Rumble out and the rest of your team. So they were already in such a deficit, it felt like, in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, their draft allowed them to succeed in a way where they had like maybe one chance to really close this game, but usually you want a draft where you have a lot more options, you have a lot more chances if something fails, especially in the first week.
And regardless of the draft, even though TSM were doing very well in the beginning, it felt like there were specific moments within that game where things started to turn sour and get to that slugfest.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that blue buff invade when you're playing this kind of like high priority early game style. You have to actually get kills in that situation. And then later, when they had this insane flank, everyone was low on the enemy team in the top lane, 25 minutes, you win that situation, you get a bear, and the game's over. But they just played it so safe. You know, they're calling in the comms probably, slow down, and then you go so slow. The enemy team just walks right past them.
Yeah, and then I think only like maybe 2 people died, and then like Dardoch got killed too. So it's like they really couldn't get anything. Yeah, when you pick a comp like that, you need to be, you can't have like a 2K gold lead. You need to like kill and get an objective early.
Well, looking at that game 1, that we've got another team added to the LCS franchise. So for a quick recap on the org with the master plan, here's the Evil Geniuses oversimplified.
One last team has entered the LCS during the offseason, so let's jump into Evil Geniuses oversimplified. Evil Geniuses is known for only hiring the absolute best in game. The players to have donned an EG jersey are synonymous with greatness, dominant performances, and most importantly, undeniably unmatched good looks. What? Fine. EG is a team synonymous with esports. They've been through many leagues, and this marks their return as a premier organization in pro gaming. Last time EG set foot in North America, they brought in a beloved core of CLG EU and added some native solo lane flair with Pobelter and Inox. And they did fine. But now they're back and they've got a plan. And it all starts with last split's MVP Svenskeren, who's flanked by a couple of familiar faces in Kumo and Zeyzal. And if those don't get you feeling evil, they paired some off-season shade with a little bang and brought the most evil head of hair League Esports has ever seen. We'll see if it all comes together as we dive into spring. Until then, this has been Evil Geniuses Oversimplified.
Well, to hear more about the team, everyone join me in welcoming the CEO of Evil Geniuses herself, Nicole Lapointe Jameson. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Gabby. How are you?
Oh, I am great, and I'm super excited to get some thoughts from you because we've gotten to know a lot of CEOs over the years. You joined in May, obviously had big plans for Evil Geniuses, but what has drawn you to the strong messaging that is behind EG?
Yeah, when I came into EG about 10 months ago, I really was trying to listen and hear, what is the legacy? What am I trying to uphold and continue to really proliferate? And the cornerstones of our identity being bold, being assertive, being a bit of the heel were things that we leaned into strongly, especially with our return to LCS. So we've been very pleased to uphold that brand identity, as I'm sure you've seen.
Oh yeah, when you set the jerseys on fire, you set my goosebumps ablaze because that was a pretty intense moment. And you talk about the return to the LCS, EG being the oldest organization in history, as you've noted in the past. But why, after 5 years of being absent here, have you decided to make the return?
I think it's a twofold answer. The first is that we love League. If you look at the EG staff and players, and we participated in many titles over the years, the ones that we're less passionate about in the office, it's crickets on game day. For League of Legends, everyone is cheering, everyone is excited, and we're so pleased to be back. We also feel really strongly that Riot has curated a really great property that will transcend generations, and it's something that we feel strongly will be a really strong player going forward that we want to be part of.
And while it is a return, there are a lot of new things coming for EG. It is that new team feeling. And most often when teams decide to come into a new place, they go, oh, maybe we'll pick up an academy roster. Maybe we'll develop some young talent. Y'all went hard with the Honda MVP pickup. I know you can't speak on the behalf of your entire team, but just what were the thoughts in deciding to go so boldly in that direction?
Yeah, we had a limited time frame when entering into League this season. And so we had, you have two main entry points, more developmental, more budget, or come in hot. And we really wanted to be a competitor and a contender like we are in many of our other titles. And so curating a team around the best of the best was exactly what we wanted to do.
You may be tired of hearing this part. Many have questioned the evil aptitude of the players that you have selected. And I know maybe 30 minutes or so ago, you put some evidence to the fact that there is some evil there. But you actually said specifically in a Travis Gafford interview, you'd be surprised when asked this question. So care to elaborate upon that?
Well, of course. As I'm sure you've seen recently on Twitter, we kind of pulled the curtains behind on some of our players' evil aptitudes, as you see Jizuke playing with a flamethrower. But, at Evil Geniuses, we encourage all of our players to be bold, to be individuals. And like any employee, when they come on board, they go through HR training, social media training, puppy kicking training, walking on the grass you're not supposed to walk on training. And we really lean into making sure our players uphold the brand identity that they now are a beacon of.
So the puppies get kicked, but the kittens don't. Is that because you have a cat?
Oh, exactly. You called me out.
Yeah, you had to protect all of those stripes there. But what exactly, you're saying that there's all of this training going involved to kind of fit with that brand, but there's still that personality friction that can happen. So how really do you teach someone to be evil? Do you find those characteristics and tap into them a bit more, or just introduce new aspects to their personalities?
Of course. And on a more serious note, by being evil, by living evil, as we encourage our players to do, it's being themselves and being unapologetically themselves, not being afraid to be questioned for what they do and why they do it. And we are an org that backs and encourages that individuality.
Now, one last thought before we end up going, because you're facing off against 100 Thieves, and many have likened the bold resurgence of Evil Geniuses into the space to the flash that they came through with during franchising 2 years ago. Do you feel there's a potential rivalry either with this organization because of that or any other teams within the league?
Well, 100 Thieves is an amazing organization that's been very thoughtful in how they position themselves and their brand. But in terms of rivalry, I'd say we've probably poked fun and pissed off everyone, and including ourselves. So I think we are fair game for everybody to be rivals with.
Well, only time is going to tell how those rivalries develop. Thank you so much, Nicole, for sitting on with me. Yep, but when we return, we are going to have more on who is going to be winning in game number 1. Until then, we're going to take a quick break, and when we see you again, it's more Monday Night League. Welcome back to Monday Night League. Ahead of Game 1, let's hear from the new 100 Thieves general manager Papa Smithy on his plans for the squad.
You know, it's been just the first few days of LCS and now a couple of months since I've transitioned to the GM role. I gotta say, it's nerve-wracking on game days. I feel like I'm the closest person who can't actually affect the result on the day, so it's stressful, but just seeing the look of relief, and especially after picking up the first win, the payoff's worth it. So names on a piece of paper are one thing when it comes to roster building, but the Copenhagen Boot Camp and now towards LCS, the reality of seeing all the players in the room and seeing what the vibe would be like was a really important thing to judge. And the good news is that everybody's in really good spirits. The communication is good. When we're winning, people are having fun. When we're losing, we're keeping in the game, keeping cool heads as we had to on Saturday. So I think right now the vibe check is really good at 100 Thieves, but it's only week 1. It's still early days. So, you know, at the end of the day, as GM, people wondering, where are you going to see me drafting on stage? You know, how involved will I be? I'm still present on scrim days, whether in the room or watching a stream of the games and things like that. I still ask questions after the fact and have input maybe after the fact, but on game days, and especially even on scrims, we've hired great people to take over the strategic side. So I still got the hot takes, but the drafts on stage, they're not me.
Well, let me be the first on the broadcast.
Don't flame me on Twitter, guys. That's what that answer was. That's not me. Those aren't my drafts.
Don't flame him because it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Papa Smithy.
Happy birthday.
I mean, do you want to offer him some flame for his birthday, or do you have some kind of words?
No, I just hope the players pick him something fun for his birthday. I hope he got to, he said he wasn't doing draft, but I hope he was like, hey guys, my favorite champion's this, by the way, and it's my birthday.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Maybe it could, but I think that's a bit of a stretch at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Well, all of the birthday wishes and maybe some mal wishes aside, let's turn our attention towards game number 1, because I want to gauge the expectations for the new rosters after one game of play, because for 100 Thieves, they picked up the winning after a grueling back and forth versus Golden Guardians. It wasn't exactly very streamlined.
No, that was tough. That was for 100 Thieves. They had to crawl all the way back in the game. They went up against a team that had Ocean Drakes, and I'd say Meteos probably had the worst start I've seen in professional play for a jungler in 2020. It was as brutal as you can imagine.
Yeah, it was about 0 buffs in his first round of clearing, so that's pretty terrible. But yeah, I think they had to claw their way back into that game, but I'm pretty sure it was mostly from that level 1 start and how it was. So I think the changes that they need to do for today aren't that drastic to actually like get the team rolling.
Yeah, I mean, losing every camp is as bad as it can go, but the fact that they could stay in the game, I think, you kind of heard Papa talk about it a little bit, that the communication stays good. So they must have some resiliency. You just don't hope that every game is like, you have to showcase that. But it was only the first game of the season, and his opponent closer did actually have a really good path.
While Meteos said it was kind of a mess, a win is a win. And now going to the other side of the rift, we've got Evil Geniuses, who looked sloppy in their premiere. So what are your takeaways from that?
Yeah, I would say I'm more worried for EG than 100 Thieves. I think, 100 Thieves, fix your level 1, kind of changes the game. EG, on the other hand, had like some like player mishaps, I think some communication errors, a little bit of just like team play faults. And I think, you know, they've had a day to fix it, but I don't know if it's enough time yet.
Yeah, I mean, the thing in the top lane with Sven Skaren going in on Froggen at like 4 levels down, so that's Alta. Yeah, I don't know. It just looks like this team has some communication problems where, like, I can imagine Zuke in the top lane's like, oh, I guess he just used a combo on me. Go get him, Sven. And it did not work out at all. So I still have a lot of hesitancy about this team. When I initially coming into the preseason, I was excited about a lot of their roster moves. That put a pretty sour taste in my mouth after one game, which is obviously, you know, hopefully I can forget it quickly today.
I mean, I think I was decently happy with Jizuke a bit, though. I at least saw him like fighting and going in a lot. Although, again, it wasn't all on the same page with everyone. I still like he still had that identity from Europe where he's just coming in and like actually making fights, even though he's playing Azir. Most Azirs don't do that all the time, but he's going EQR all the time.
Yeah, I can appreciate that. The other scary thing was the sole laner in Kumo, who had a tough matchup versus Huni's GP, but now today you're going up against Someday, who also has a nasty GP, and you had a lot of experience with him, so it's like, you know how good he is.
Yeah, Someday's not going to take it easy at all, so if he gets any lead like Huni did, he's going to punish pretty hard. Again, though, in that game where he did have trouble, I will say Kumo had to play with a jungler behind him, because remember, they invaded and took his red buff, so He did have a harder start, but I would say overall gameplay wasn't spectacular.
With everything out on the table for the first time in 2020, I'm excited to get your predictions for the day. So with our first matchup here going to be 100 Thieves, of course, versus Evil Geniuses. And
I knew it. I knew I wasn't gonna agree with Prolly at all. I knew he was gonna hate me for this.
We have to be disagreeable again.
Yeah.
So I want to get I think with the 100 Thieves coming off of the win, some are hoping that they get the second one, but Evil Geniuses may be losing a little faith based on their game 1 performance. Mark Z, why do you think they're going to turn it around for the second game?
Because I said they would in the preseason, and I'm not ready to back down off my words yet. That's basically it.
That's not a good reason.
It is not a good reason, but if you look at their first 2 games, you're like, you should predict 100 Thieves to win. Probably.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel. So I'm not doing that, and I'm listening to my preseason power rankings.
All right, so both teams had not the cleanest games for sure, although one was a win. So again, I'm gonna say the changes 100 Thieves have to make to be successful are not big changes, and they've had 2 days. EG, on the other hand, has to make kind of big changes.
Yeah.
And even today, Svenskeren and Kumo already lost today.
They've gone 0-3 on the weekend so far because they've played in the Academy games too. If they lose today, they will have gone 0-4 for what I'm pretty sure is the first time since LCS has super weeks in a single weekend.
It is a new record.
Yeah. And some players are used to maybe having to compartmentalize a bit, go into Academy, do your thing, and then come into the LCS. But how much do you think that impacts the fact that not only are they playing more games, but suffering those losses as well?
I mean, yeah, I'm not sure how bad the losses will hurt, but I think it's more just the time commitment of like playing with other people. So you have to kind of change your play style a bit. You probably have to like communicate a bit differently. You have to like maybe do more work. Because like today he should be just relaxing and preparing for the day. Instead he has to like show up, remember what he's drafting against his Academy team and then, or as the Academy team and then playing it. So he's doing a lot more than anyone else on his team has to do right now. Well, Kumo as well.
Yeah, it's a tough position to be in. And I think hopefully they can just set, like you said, compartmentalize the Academy games to be like, those don't really matter to us. That's not what our jobs are. So that hopefully they can stay focused. But like you said, even just taking the time to show up earlier, you have to be communicating from an energy level. They will be more tired than anyone else taking to the stage today.
Well, with the predictions locked in here at the desk, I think it's time to find out if 100 Thieves are going to keep it 100 on the Rift here for the weekend, or if Evil Geniuses will finally enact their master plan. So, casters, take it away.
Thank you all very much. Here we are for the first ever Monday Night League broadcast. I am Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns. I am joined by Mr. Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley, and we are pumped to be bringing you the action here on Monday.
I'm excited, man. It's a new day. We get some more League of Legends. Hopefully, we're going to have some great games.
What's better than 2 days of League of Legends of LCS action? The answer is 3, my friend. And these teams are ready and raring to go. Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves first up. Of the 4 teams playing tonight, 100 Thieves is the only one with the opportunity to have a 2-0 weekend here.
Yeah, and that would be huge for them. You know, this is a team that made so many different roster swaps, obviously returning to former players, but also bringing new guys into the org, such as Ryoma. And, you know, getting off on the right foot like that is going to really boost confidence among any new roster. And likewise, some of the other opponents are going to be swapping up a lot of things. And if you're starting off with that 0-2 week, especially with really high expectations that a team like EG had, you know, they were kind of shooting for the stars, looking to take down Liquid, looking to really compete at the top of the table. If you have a rough 0-2, let alone a rough 0-4 that Sven and Kumo are facing down, that can be tough to deal with.
That's a hard time to go through for anybody. Of course, you can never jump to too great of conclusions off of just 1 week of play, but nobody wants to.
You just might be wrong.
Sure you can. We pride ourselves on ridiculous over conclusions, but for real, you have to be able to be confident in what you're doing, and 0-2 doesn't inspire confidence at the very start.
No.
You want to walk away with a win from this, even if it is just the first week here. And honestly, for both of these teams, remember we talked a little bit on the first day, back on Saturday, a little bit about power rankings and how 100 Thieves was the one behind the scenes that most people had all over the place, right? Some people had them as high as 3rd. Some people had them as low as like 8th or 9th. This is the team that people seem to have the hardest time getting a read on. Evil Geniuses, you already said it. They're coming in looking to say, hey, we don't care about the rest. You're not worth our time. We want Team Liquid. Well, time to prove you deserve to talk that smack.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to do it here. And the picks and bans have started up. Rumble being taken off the table, not a big surprise. You know, Rumble has been such a popular pick lately, you know, both as a top lane, but also as a mid lane pick in the LPL. It is actually the most picked mid laner in this season. And we're seeing a lot of solo lane focus. Lucian really has been primarily a solo lane pick. GP getting banned away, Kumo not wanting to deal with that again after having a really rough matchup against Huni, and Someday had a pop-off game on the GP for their first win of the season.
And Akali banned away as well. She may not be able to go invisible underneath the turrets anymore, but she's still invisible in champion selects because nobody's willing to play against her. Senna locked in first and foremost by the Evil Geniuses. We've seen a lot of priority on this pick so far in the opening weekend.
We have, but we haven't actually seen a lot of success. Senna is 2-5 thus far in the LCS on this opening weekend, so we have seen a lot of lock-ins. We've not been seeing a lot of wins. This is a bit of a different answer. There's Zaya Rakan here for Cody Sun and Stunt, looking to be someone that can go a little bit more aggressive. This leads me to believe we're just getting Tahm Kench to be paired up with the Senna, though. That is available. That has been something a lot of players are really liking to play alongside that Senna, who is low mobility and does kind of have a risk of getting hard engaged on. So TK probably going to be the lock-in here, as they're not going to want to have that banned out in the next phase.
That being said, Tahm Kench has taken a lot of nerfs over the past year or so. It's a champion that is strictly valued for the fact that he's pretty much an extra ability for your AD and that he keeps them safe. That's his entire job. But you're going up against one of the most powerful duos in bottom lane in Zaya and Rakan, champions literally designed to work together. So I want to see exactly how well Bang and Zeyzal are able to deal with Cody and Stunt.
I mean, one of the big things for me, anytime I look at a draft like this already for EG, you know, you don't have any real hard engage. Yes, you can get that from the jungler for the mid lane, so we'll see if that does kind of go where they're going to head to. But that has been a problem for a lot of teams, right? We saw TSM struggle with that, you know, in their game yesterday. You know, teams without real true hard engage can have a tough time, and tank supports are very popular in the meta, such as Leona, such as Nautilus. Ornn is popular here too. But when you're looking at Aatrox and Mordekaiser in the top lane, that's not true hard engage. But 100 Thieves does have that with the Rakan. They have the ability to start fights on their terms, and going to be interested to see where Evil Geniuses looks for their next couple of picks. 100 Thieves banning out some hard engage already from the jungle, you know, denying that Jarvan pick. At least in another popular one they might want to try to take away.
Yeah, we've seen the jungle be all about those champions that can go buff Gromp. Kobe's loved talking about it time and time again, but it's true. You want to just get out there and start PvP at level 3 as soon as you can. Get active on the map, involve yourself in the lanes. Not surprised to see 3 out of 4 of these second phase bans targeted towards the jungle. Elise, Gragas, Jarvan, and Zoe all taken away.
And I think 100 Thieves will just take Lee Sin for themselves now. You know, they could go for something like an Olaf if they feel that, you know, they want to just kind of get a good matchup into there, but I think taking Lee Sin away from Svenskeren would be intelligent. The Lee Sin has been doing really, really well in the season thus far for a lot of different squads. They are going to go Olaf, so this is kind of the other option. This is something that I had mentioned, but it's picking a good matchup into what you're expecting your opponent to pick.
Pre-counter picking.
Yeah.
Well, we also know that Meteos is fond of playing Olaf. We know that the way that he likes to play the jungle, he likes to work with his mid laner, roam around, make things happen. When you're a champion that's always going to win skirmishes early on, it gives you that much more confidence to get into enemy territory and make those aggressive plays.
And he's also coming off of what was one of the roughest early games for a jungler I had seen, right? You know, they went up against Closer and Golden Guardians, and we did see, I believe, a 4-buff start for Closer in that game. Meteos was getting run around the jungle. He was playing, you know, the Predator Gragas. He's going to be on a really strong early game jungler now that can get in his opponent's face, that is not going to get bullied around in the same way that he was in that first game. It is going to be the Lee Sin pick as expected, pairing that alongside LeBlanc. So, you know, this is kind of something where I feel Evil Geniuses are really going to want to try to play through that mid-jungle duo. Very powerful 2v2 that they have drafted for themselves. Ryze going to be the answer here for Ryoma, but that's much more of that scaling pick. And I do think that Evil Geniuses are going to have to kind of get things done in the lanes and in these earlier levels because they don't have any true hard engage. And if you get to a stage where it's Ryze in a side lane, you know, looking for 1-3-1 alongside the Aatrox, they don't have the ability necessarily to get those hard engages and actually punish 100 Thieves for that.
Yeah, this is where I want to see the Geniuses part of the name come in. If I see these guys in A-ramming at any point in the game, that's not what this is about. You're talking about engage mechanisms not being there. You've got pick potential. You've got LeBlanc. You've got Lee Sin. You've got Tahm able to bring someone in with the Abyssal Voyage. But straight up 5v5, unless Svenskeren finds some sort of a madman insect play, it's not happening.
Yeah, I mean, 100 Thieves are going to be able to have a much easier time of choosing when and where you fight. When you have go buttons like that Rakan, pop the ultimate, fly in there, engage the fight, But Evil Geniuses, strong 2v2, both around top and mid lane. Mordekaiser, very scary to gank for any jungler, as you can kind of isolate someone out with that ultimate. And they're going to have a lot of that early game power, as well as the ability to move around the map with Tahm Kench to assist some of those side lanes.
Well, the nice part is, for the side of 100 Thieves, at least you've got Olaf as your jungler, so you don't have to worry so much about the whole Mordekaiser's level 6, I can't go top because all he'll do is death realm me and instantly kill me. You can use Ragnarok to break out of things. Olaf's ultimate is a Quicksilver Sash. So that's at least a little bit of an extra edge that you have in picking that champion as well.
Yep, that is very helpful, but he can still grab up the Aatrox and say, nope, I'm not fighting
be like,
you,
all right,
bro."
I'll fight this guy instead. So always got to be careful about it. But here we go. Eyes on the crowd. Everybody's ready to go here for the first Monday Night League matchup. Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves going head-to-head. One looking to prove that they are the new villain in town. The other looking to keep the success rolling after a comeback win 2 days ago.
It's going to be a pretty interesting one here for me. I am really someone who's going to be having a lot of eyes on Kumo. You know, he did grab that Mordekaiser. You know, someday going to be playing the Aatrox. And Kumo is a guy who really did have a tough time, you know, in his last game in the LCS. And while he did sub in a handful of games for C9 last year, you know, and they had some good results, he didn't always have strong laning, right? And Someday, I think, is one of the best laning top laners in the entire league, if not the best laner. So this is another big test for Kumo. You know, you have to kind of prove that you can match up against these top dogs in this lane, because if you're going to have that laning weakness, it's going to be exploited.
And especially on a matchup like this, Mordekaiser versus Aatrox, split push potential on the line. Both of these two wanted to be that 1v1 threat. Nobody's an Ornn. Nobody's waiting to just scale up, buy some items, hit the ulti in a team fight. You need to be able to hold your ground. And falling too far behind will be a death sentence for this entire half of the map, since not only are they volatile, Lee Sin and Olaf, not exactly junglers who are willing to fall behind either.
Yeah, it is really scary if you do start to fall too far behind. As you said, those junglers can get involved. Both mid laners have roam potential here too, with the Ryze as well as the LeBlanc, able to kind of make trips to that side lane. So side lane priority can become really, really big, especially when you realize, you know, as a Mordekaiser, you're the guy with the teleport here. It's Ignite on LeBlanc, so there's a good chance that you're going to be stuck matching up against the Ryze later in the game in a side lane. So if you are very weak at that point, that matchup becomes incredibly difficult too.
Everybody just farming up here nice and early. Doesn't look like we're going to see any of those level 2 ganks that you sometimes see. Lee Sin can go through mid lane early on if you're going for that buff Gromp type path. Just sort of get involved, see if maybe you can luck out and grab it a summoner spell, but we won't see Svenskeren take that sort of a path here this time around. Also worth noting, he does have the traditional refillable potion start. He does intend to clear the extra camps and not just go straight for PvP gameplay. So we are seeing more of that recently. Sometimes you start with a rejuvenation feed on a champion that wants to build a Tiamat in the jungle, but not here this time around. Meteos is also just going to keep farming up there on the Olaf in the top side. So effective at clearing with that champion. Bottom side, it's Bang and Zeyzal taking over the lane here nice and early.
Yeah, and you'd like to see Bang actually stepping forward aggressively while he still does have that level advantage. You want to take every possible opportunity on Senna to actually be farming souls. Hitting these breakpoints every 20 souls, getting the additional range, is so incredibly important. And that's a lot of why you take Glacial Augment, to be able to actually get the slow with the auto of the Q and have the follow-up. Because it's that 2-hit combo that actually grants you a soul steal from your opponent, as well as that percent health damage. So, you know, really important to be constantly stacking that up. So when you get to later stages of the game, you have an easier time actually contributing, because you're so dependent on having that long range come team fight time. Since you don't have a dash and you don't have very quick attack speed, you've got to kind of be this turret.
Ryoma's a little bit far forward here in the lane. Svenskeren getting himself involved nice and early. Ryoma with a flash away. Sonic Wave will be blocked by a hero of a minion, and 100 Thieves will keep their mid laner.
Yeah, well played by Ryoma to get out of there, but you've got to say EG maybe could have played that a little bit better. Jizuke held on to the Ignite. I feel like even just blowing the Ignite and maybe a flash follow for an auto attack could have actually got that kill. Ryoma was very, very low. They missed the chains from Jizuke. They missed the Q from Svenskeren, so you know, well played by Ryoma to get out of there, but I do think EG should have got that one.
Well, EG, they do go after it at first. That does mean the Ryze doesn't have either summoner spell now, so he is vulnerable for a gank. I expect to see Svenskeren come back around within the next 5 minutes. Remember, this is your MVP candidate, your MVP winner from Summer Split. This isn't a guy that you're expecting to just be like, oh, well, all right, summoners are done. See you 20 minutes from now. Yeah. I want to see big plays out of him.
I mean, he's got the giant mural in the LCS studio now at the entrance for the Honda MVP. larger than life out there, and we'll see if he can get something done. Because yeah, if you're going to hold on to the flash, you're going to hold on to the ignite, you want to be able to punish during this time window, and I think they need to be able to do that.
And look at the buy that he made as well. Meteos goes back, he pays the 650 gold to upgrade his smite, get the chilling smite, makes it easier for the first axe. Svenskeren says, I don't need a smite, I just need to be able to hit people harder. 2 long swords in the inventory means he's going to do that much more damage if he makes his way back into one of these lanes. Jizuke, again, not quite finding the chains.
You can even see Zeyzal moving out towards mid lane, anticipating perhaps some sort of a skirmish around there. He wanted to be in position to make a play if that were going to be the case.
Nothing quite yet. Tear up and running on the rise means he'll start stacking that mana. You can see Bang has the pickaxe as well as the fairy charm, so not quite stacking his tear up yet. But here comes another attempt from the side of Evil Geniuses. Ryoma, the chain's gonna lock him down. The damage comes through, and first blood, it's gonna find the mark that time.
Yeah, that was really well played, and it only cost them the ignite, so they do have that return gang coming through, don't have to spend the flash, still gonna have the safety of that, and it was kind of this long trip here from Zeyzal. He just grouped up with Svenskeren. They actually walked all the way in, were able to, get a deep ward down here in the opponent's jungle, is that kind of arrow I was pointing at. But we're going to see this one more time. This time is able to lock him up, land the chain, and that is what he needs to do. As soon as the chain is there, there's no real chance of getting out of this for Ryoma. It's a guaranteed Q from Lee Sin. It's a guaranteed tongue lash there from the Tahm Kench.
And I really like, too, just the tech choice Svenskeren makes. Safeguard to your mid laner first so you don't take one extra turret shot and risk Meteos being able to flash over the wall and finish you off or something. Really clean execution there from the side of Evil Geniuses to make sure they're the first ones on the board. It does give them about a 600 gold advantage over their opponents now, which conveniently is exactly the value of First Blood, so they're not building advantages up elsewhere passively just yet.
This top lane spot is a little bit awkward, actually, for Kumo, because they don't really have any vision up on this top side, right? You look up here for Evil Geniuses, where's your ward, right? There's nothing on this whole side of the map. So this whole area is pretty dark and full of terrors for Kumo, and that is why Ssumday has been able to actually hold that wave outside of his turret. Kumo tried to push, but wasn't able to fully reset the wave on the tower, which allowed Ssumday to actually hold that wave, and thus he has created for himself a 20 CS advantage for 7 minutes.
Bottom side, stunts going in. Him and Cody looking for the 2v2 here up against Bang and Zeyzal. They'll find a little bit of damage, but they'll take about the same in return, so nothing to write home about there for either side. That farm staying very close between the two sides. Svenskeren now finding himself in a bit of a tussle with Meteos in the river. A TP coming in as it looked like Meteos was backing away. Not exactly the kind of communication you want to see there from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it seemed like a little bit of a miscall. They perhaps thought it was going to be more of a committed fight. Ssumday, thankfully for him, he does have TP advantage, so it's not going to be a massive deficit for him up on that top side. He can run right back up to top lane, but this is giving Kumo a little bit of respite up there, right? He's going to be able to catch back up. He's going to be able to have some time, and in a couple of minutes, they will have a slight window with TP advantage.
Yeah, and it's not so much the fact that you lost something directly through it, as you say, but you did give up what could have been a potential
opportunity cost.
Yeah, the opportunity cost is really big there, as Ryoma takes a lot of damage here in the mid lane. Jizuke playing these little trades well, making sure he's coming out on top little bit by little bit.
And I think really what they were hoping to do was get a kill on Sven, take him down, and lead that into a dragon, right? But instead, that TP play doesn't work out. Svenskeren actually sees Meteos backing off after taking the blue buff, so it's going to be Svenskeren here who gets to actually start up this Cloud Dragon, and it should be uncontested because Olaf has reset, Ryoma's running out of base, the Rise ultimate's on cooldown, no way they're going to get over there.
But important to keep in mind, as we've stated previously here in week 1 of Season 10, the way the Drakes have changed, getting a couple of them early on isn't going to be quite as impactful in terms of the bonuses they convey your team. It's really just about letting your opponents know, hey, we're starting to work towards that soul clock. You've got to be prepared. No reason to start wiping the sweat off your forehead from a single Drake, but it is a nice thing to be able to pick up here early on.
Yeah, it's securing yourself an additional way to win the game later on, right?
Yep.
It's saying, hey,
an investment.
Exactly. We'll spend a little bit of time doing this. You get some ult CDR, which is kind of nice. There's some pretty lengthy ultimate cooldowns here when you're looking over at the 100 Thieves side. Over 2 minutes on both the bot laner's ult. The Rise ultimate is 3 minutes. These are ones that you're going to get a pretty big chunk of time off of that. So it's pretty nice, but it is mostly about being able to threaten that soul potentially later on, which we know is going to be either Infernal or Ocean because the next dragon is going to be Mountain. Yep. And those are two of the best ones to get.
Yeah, everybody loves the Ocean Soul in particular. Infernal Soul giving you that extra burst. Ryoma tries to get away, but the second part of the chain is going to find him. A little bit more damage. Almost there. Happy Feet steps right out of the way of the beam. Almost sniped from bottom lane, but not quite.
I gotta give some credit to Ryoma to have the confidence to not use the flash there. He barely stepped out, and he's like, no, I don't need the flash.
That clipped him on the heels, for sure. He felt the wind by his butt.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely, you like it. So confident play there, looking for the sidestep. And now it is going to be about this Rift Herald play. They're trying to answer back. 100 Thieves have TP'd over into the pit, and their bot lane is here as well. So 5 members in the area already. Kumo is locked under his turret. Jizuke is heading bot lane, so this is going to be 100 Thieves grabbing the objective.
I really like that call. They know LeBlanc doesn't have her full kill potential. She just used Ignite. They know Bang doesn't have a huge team fight ultimate with the Senna ulti. That's a green light to grab something and make sure that you're punishing your opponent's unsuccessful play.
Yeah, and Jizuke was out of mana, so they knew he had to go back to base. He's not playing teleport, so Ryoma's going to be out on the map much more quickly, and they're kind of using that tempo advantage to now drop Herald here, and they're just going to try to bully Kumo out of here.
But this is what you've got to be careful of. Remember, Kumo is able to drag someone into the death realm if you try to turret dive. The turret can still shoot you as well. It makes it into a pretty precarious situation. Shelly's going to be beaten down. The turret's still at 2 plates. 100 Thieves back away.
Yeah, that was actually pretty close to not even getting the charge off, because the eye did actually get popped there and took a fair bit of damage. On the bottom side, Jizuke is going to be getting most of that gold back, if not even more, and he's actually getting it solo, right? He's working on that 3rd plate, so you know, 100 Thieves not getting, I think, nearly as much as they were hoping for. The Tahm Kench ultimate from Zeyzal really shutting a lot of that aggressive play down. They were hoping, I think, to try to push him off the turret and, you know, punish Kumo. Instead, it's 3 solo plates probably that are going to go to Jizuke on the bottom side.
Well, with no turrets having been taken, we're already into the Australia lanes. Everything's been flipped topsy-turvy. Bottom laners in the top side, but it's mid laners in the bottom side right now, as both of those big bruisers in the top lane head towards mid themselves. You can see boots completed on both sides to counteract the other's main damage type, working towards those first items, usually Liandry's Torment for the Mordekaiser, Black Cleaver for the Aatrox. Warrior up and running on both of these junglers. A lot of damage potential here for these guys. Still only 1 kill on the board here, 12 minutes into the game, 200 gold separating the teams. You can see Jizuke and Bang topping out the gold charts. Cody Sun a whole 2 gold behind his lane opponent.
Ooh,
so
devastating.
Very close there.
It is interesting to note that Someday has actually kind of skipped over the CDR garage sale. He didn't go for the Caulfield. That really is the standard build, to actually just grab the Kindle Gem, grab the Caulfield, rush towards CDR. Instead, he's going for that faster item completion, right? So he'll be kind of weaker on the way, but when he completes that Black Cleaver, he's going to have, you know, an earlier power spike that he can then use to try to bully out Kumo. And we'll see if he's going to be able to accomplish anything when that item completion does come through, because he's only 400 gold away, really, from finishing that off.
Kumo has managed to staunch the bleeding pretty well in terms of the CS situation that he was in such dire straits on before. Yeah, he's still down 20, but it's not like it's grown to a 30 or 40 deficit and Someday's just continuing to blast him in that lane. You can see the next Drake will be spawning here sub 30 seconds. We'll see if this is worth fighting over for either side. When you're on such even territory, you would think that they'd be looking for any sort of an opportunity to get themselves ahead. Bottom side river control is currently owned by 100 Thieves, who want to shove this mid lane wave out, and then we'll see how many bodies they send towards that pit.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see who goes for it. I think, you know, neither team is going to be too concerned about it, because individually, I think this is kind of the worst dragon, you know, for this setup. There's not a lot of pure tanks, not a lot of resistances actually being built up, so the bonus MR as well as armor is not going to be the biggest of deals. EG would like to continue stacking, but I think you're okay to give up like a dragon like this as long as you're getting farm advantages elsewhere, gold advantages elsewhere, because the individual dragon is really not very threatening.
And as we're 13.5 minutes into the game and we're seeing the teams group up in larger posses, getting ready to fight each other here, you can see a 3v3 potentially breaking out. Stunts going in, a lot of damage coming out onto Svinscare, and he'll be finished off. Cody Sun grabbing the kill, as Meteos now has to retreat. Ragnarok still ready to go. Ryoma keeping Jizuke at bay here in the bottom half of the river, but Meteos is dangerously close to dead, having to pop the ultimate defensively. Bang tries to shoot the ulti ahead, but he's not able to predict it correctly. Meteos knowing that would happen, stays out of the way, and gets himself out.
Yeah, really nice job, though, by Bang and Zeyzal, bullying out multiple members here from 100 Thieves, because that initial play, as Jizuke can come over the wall here.
Jizuke looking for something. He won't find it. Meteos gets back to base just in time.
That initial play makes you think, oh, Sven's dead. That's the Dragon for 100 Thieves. But because of all this damage and utilizing the Glacial Augment slow on those auto attacks, Senna is chasing them down and punishing them so heavily that they can't actually continue. But we are getting to see the hard engage I talked so much about in draft really shown off, right? This is the power of a pick like Rakan. You see someone there, you have an additional member, you say, guess what? We're fighting. You don't have a choice about it. We are going to start this up. But because of all the damage that Bang got back, it is 100 Thieves that actually have to reset off this, and it is Evil Geniuses who are going to grab their second Dragon of the game and going to be really happy about that one.
And as the Infernal Drake blazes and burns away the walls into the jungle, that feels good as a champion like Olaf or a champion like Ryze. The less walls that are around, the less disadvantages you have against champions that do have dashes or blinks, makes it easier to run them down, makes it easier to just utilize your movement speed to have an advantage in the fight. We'll see how that plays out if it ends up making any sort of a difference here as the game pushes forward. 2 Drakes to 0 for the side of EG, so if they get the next 2, that's when 100 Thieves has to start actually worrying. The Infernal Soul, very powerful, especially when you've got the pick potential already with a team like LeBlanc in these.
And this is really kind of demonstrating the two schools of thought on how to play around the new Rift, right? We have Evil Geniuses who are actually focusing a lot of their time on taking the Dragons. We have 100 Thieves who they invested their time in taking that Rift Herald. And the argument is essentially this, that you can give up the first 2 Dragons while extending what you're hoping is a gold advantage by taking the Rift Herald, and then start fighting at that 3rd Dragon when you are more powerful than your opponent, right? So we're going to see if that comes to fruition, because Someday does get solo turret gold, largely because they actually had that turret low from the Rift Herald.
Right, that gold advantage you're talking about right now hums the tune of about 1K, a little bit under for the side of 100 Thieves. Will that be enough? That's the question of the day, as Svinscarin's chasing after Meteos here, running towards the top side. Meteos going into the ultimate, looking to stay alive, but he's going to be taken down by Bang. The burst is there. Evil Geniuses get the first kill of the fight. Zeyzal's having to go into the stasis, and EG decides they're going to leave Zeyzal to the Wolves. They go top to help Kumo instead. Someday retreating into the safety of a Realm Warp, bringing his teammates to him. And 100 Thieves will end up losing 1 there, and it's EG who now have priority over the topside river. They will go into the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Kumo just isolates Someday, and even though Someday I think was going to win that 1v1, it doesn't matter because Someday, the strongest member for 100 Thieves right now, is isolated out of the fight. Meteos was killed off very early on, and the rest of the 100 Thieves were getting blocked out by Zeyzal, who just pops a stopwatch and buys so much time. So, 100 Thieves didn't have the opportunity to connect with those targets that they really wanted. And as a result, it's again EG that is pushing their opponents out of the map and getting that objective. So going to be a Rift Herald each and 2 Dragon advantage for EG. The gold lead really not meaning anything at this point. 400 Thieves, only a couple hundred.
Yeah, I like how you talk about the different philosophies around how to play around Drakes. Same thing, there's 2 philosophies with Mordekaiser ult. Either take the guy that you can beat up, kill him instantly, or just say, all right, I know I'm not going to kill you, but you're not allowed to do anything for 7 seconds. Just throw him in the cage, walk around in circles, dance if you want to. As long as they're not in the fight, you're winning.
Yeah, I mean, if Someday is the guy with the gold lead, if he's the guy that you're worried about popping off, as Jizuke has him very low there, Someday going to slink away. But yeah, to your point, you just pop him in the ult. He's not going to be able to kill you really quick. You have a really fat W shield. Obviously, the passive does make it, so you kind of have to respect the Mordekaiser, even if you are ahead. And they just did a really good job of kind of isolating these fights and picking their battles.
Meteos and 100 Thieves walking up, trying to get down a little bit of vision here in the EG jungle, but they won't be able to do too much. Zeyzal's on duty there, using the control wards, keeping that vision down. Considering there's still only 1 turret taken in this game 18 minutes in, neither side's going to feel too super confident about walking into the enemy jungle just yet. It's very easy for their opponents to have nearby bastions to retreat to if they find themselves in a bad spot. But now Kumo getting into a 1v1 here yet again, up against Someday on the bottom side. Not going to find the hit there with the mace. Meteos has made his way down into the fight now, too, and as soon as that Death Realm fades, Kumo's going to be in a real rough spot. Bang! Bringing in the cavalry with the ultimate. Someday's going to dash over the wall, keeping himself alive as well, and both teams are so quick to get everybody involved.
The global play there was fantastic from EG. It looked like 100 Thieves are going to be the ones in the advantage because Meteos is there waiting for the ultimate to expire. But all of a sudden, Bang throws his ultimate in. There's a fast shield now on Mordekaiser. In comes Zeyzal with Svenskeren. Not only that, they're always getting something off of the HP advantage. It feels like EG wins the skirmish, and they're always able to then take something afterwards. And this time, it is the big reward of that mid-tier 1.
See if this fight in the top side turns into much of anything. Jizuke, he will get the root onto Ryoma, which will stop him from escaping. Jizuke still looking to maybe find a little bit more, and he has got it! Solo kill for the EG mid laner.
That is a close one. Jizuke not even needing his Ignite, which he had used in that bottom side, does take down Ryoma. But I've got to say, mistimed the Seraphs a bit. He didn't get the full value out of that Seraphs. He had used it actually after most of the spells had already come out from Jizuke, and the little difference there made a really big deal as Jizuke gets a solo kill. The Infernal is up on the map. 100 Thieves looking to be in position to start it, but they have to wait for Ryze, who has no teleport and no ultimate to get over here. So if EG get any sort of chip damage down, they could push 100 Thieves out again.
Yeah, let's rewind 4 or 5 minutes here where you were talking about you give up the first 2 Drakes in exchange for a gold advantage. That gold advantage has now gone the other way. EG has completely evaporated what 100 Thieves was working for here in the beginning, and now it's the Thieves who find themselves in a pretty rough spot as this 3rd Drake is alive. Evil Genius is ready to go. They've got the whole team already ready. Cody's son, 60% HP now. You are the Xayah, so you've got Flash, you got the ulti. There's plenty of get-out-of-jail tools here for this AD carry. But 100 Thieves have got to respect the control over the area Evil Geniuses now have.
And the threat now from LeBlanc to actually just kill Cody's son. You know, he went in without Ignite, took Cody's son to half. Now he's got stun to a 3rd. Jizuke just solo won EG the Dragon here. This guy is playing so confidently, just charging forward into his opponents, being able to get multiple chunks down on the bot lane members of 100 Thieves, and there's not even a fight because Jizuke just played too damn well.
And now, EG has put this game on Soul Point for 100 Thieves. We talk about how it's not a big deal when you've got 1. All right, it's okay when you've got 2. Every one of them matters now, and it's a situation that feels so hard to play into. Meteos in some trouble. Jizuke finding some damage onto him, and this guy's just all over the map.
He's everywhere.
Bop, bop. Every single time, you're losing half your HP.
This is some incredible LeBlanc play here from Jizuke. And, you know, if you listen to some of the preseason interviews, Zeyzal Svenskeren talking about Jizuke, he's this madman that they're trying to keep on a leash who's going to go and look for these crazy plays. And a guy that has the skill to pull them off. And we are seeing that here as he has gotten multiple chunks across the map that are really rewarding EG with some of these big objectives. And now 100 Thieves is one mistake away, one pick away from giving up Soul, right? It's not just the next Dragon that you have to worry about. The one after. They're going to have so many chances to actually claim Soul, which is that permanent game-long buff.
And look at the itemization on Jizuke. This is exactly where a LeBlanc that's roaming around like this wants to be. Ludens and double Spell Pin. This is that mid-game, now you see me, now you don't, that's your health bar type of gameplay that LeBlanc is known for. When you look at the items on the enemy side, yeah, Ssumday's going to be tanky against some magic damage. He's got Hexdrinker, he's got Treads. Meteos might as well be an AD carry. He has no defenses against this whatsoever. He'll pop as fast as Cody will. And now, we're going to see Jizuke find himself in a bit of a rough spot. Svenskeren showing up immediately to protect his mid laner. Here comes Zeyzal. Here comes the counterattack. Ryoma will realm warp away and dodge out of that one. But can Meteos find the kill onto Jizuke? It doesn't seem so. Stunt going to be fighting here on the other end of the fight. Kumo and Zeyzal keeping the rest of the Thieves away. And somehow, in all of that, neither side loses a man.
Yeah, Meteos running between the 2 mid lane turrets there to escape. They are still on the chase a little bit here. We'll see. Oh, he's getting pretty greedy going for this red buff. He might just be caught.
Greed is a deadly sin, but fortunately the blast cone forgiveth and will let him get away over the wall. Red taken by Bang, and Meteos will see another day.
Yeah, I've got to say I'm really liking how EG are playing this. They're staying proactive. They know they don't want to just be kind of farming it out and playing slow against this type of composition. You know, a trap we see so many LeBlancs fall into is they have a strong early game, and then they just go match side lane against someone like a Ryze and farm for 20 minutes. And all of a sudden, oh my god, the Ryze is winning the game. Who would have thought?
It's like, who would have guessed a late game champion won in the late game?
Yeah, but we're seeing Jizuke constantly be proactive. Yes, he has to go respond to some of these side lanes, push out the wins, but then he's looking for picks. He's moving around, trying to find pockets of vision that he can attack his opponents from. And that's what you need to do on the LeBlanc. So I want to see that continued confidence, him and Svenskeren, as well as Zeyzal, moving around the map, getting vision that their opponents then have to contest, where Jiizuke can punish.
2 minutes until the 4th Drake of the game spawns with 3 under the belt of EG. 100 Thieves no longer has the option to ignore it. We've already mentioned this, but it's very important to keep everyone aware of exactly how close that is. You see teams sometimes prep for objectives very early on. 2 minutes is not unheard of. 100 Thieves cannot be behind the pace of their opponents once that spawns.
Yeah, they really can. They've got to be first to the scene. They have to be the ones who are actually starting that up. And it's even more difficult based on the fact that it's a Lee Sin on the other team. So even if you have control of the pit, you know, we've seen so many Lee Sins come over the wall, steal that away, you know, utilizing Q execute damage.
It's literally what happened in the Academy game right before this. Team Liquid Academy, they not looking like they're going to be winning this game. They look like they are going to be winning this game, excuse me. And then TSM just says, nope, see ya. Yeet the guy out of the pit, steal the Drake, all of a sudden, wham, bam, you win the game. It's such a difficult situation to be in against that champion. Kumo going to be defending here in the bottom side, 1v2. It's Someday and Meteos making sure they've got priority over this bottom lane. 45 seconds till that Drake spawns. Meteos heading back towards the mid lane now. But nobody on EG is in a position where they could be caught out.
Yeah, and they're resetting at an appropriate time here, right? You need to be back in base and out on the map before it spawns, to be in position getting vision before your opponents are actually at that spot. And that is something that both teams are prepared to do. 100 Thieves trying to get pressure here in mid lane. They are already grouped up 5 men strong. And they would love to get a pick here, and they might have one on Jiizuke.
Jiizuke! He walks right into the brush. Ryoma is ready and waiting. Realm Warp going to be coming through. Ryoma does end up putting him in a spot where he can't get away. It's Stunt that grabs the kill, but that is so important.
Yeah, the face check there onto Ryoma, who then just kind of corrals his opponent. Realm Warping behind him, so he has to go back to the distortion, but Stun is already there waiting. That kill will give 100 Thieves the opportunity to be the ones to start up this dragon. We'll just have to see, though. Can Svenskeren and Kumo work some magic? Can they actually try to steal this away? Oh, he missed you.
He misses the Sonic Wave. Stun's going to continue buying time, and 100 Thieves have got themselves 5 more minutes before the soul is a potential again.
And that shows the value of pulling that dragon back, of not actually fighting inside the pit, right? Yep. And that was just out of range for Svenskeren. Had they been a little bit more lazy, a little bit more rushed on that dragon take, well, Svenskeren could have actually potentially stolen that away. Had that Q hit, I think he would have had the potential to just grab that and take the soul. But 100 Thieves do get in their least on life, avoiding that soul. And as you say, they're going to have to keep fighting at every single one of these. Ryoma did know his opponent is coming. He sweeps out the brush, sees that it is empty, had already spotted him on the ward, and then just drops the Realm Warp behind Jiizuke. Jiizuke had to come back. Cody's on instant waiting. No way out from him for that position. So really well played there by Ryoma, and getting a pick back, that was a big one for the team.
100 Thieves keeping the hope alive. Remember, the win that they got on Saturday was against the Golden Guardian squad that 4-0'd them in Drakes, that got the soul early, and it was a steal of an Elder Dragon that ended up bringing 100 Thieves the win. Now, whether or not you want to say that that had to do more with 100 Thieves playing it well or Golden Guardians playing it incorrectly, that's up for discussion.
Some of column A, some of column B.
Yeah, a little bit of both, I think a lot of people would have at least some agreement with, but EG wants to make sure they don't fall into that same trap, right? But the game is so very close. 27 minutes in, only 5 kills between them, and 500 gold separating the squads.
We are seeing Someday, though, create these side lane advantages, right? He's up 40 CS now. He is winning out on these trades. He's 1,300 gold ahead of his lane opponent. He has the level advantage. So, you know, if that is a way to create opportunities for 100 Thieves, because they really do want to be playing in these side lanes. If you have Aatrox beating the Mordekaiser, Ryze is going to start beating Jiizuke on this LeBlanc here. So, you know, that is kind of the worry for EG. They want to push the pace. I talked about their lack of engage. It hasn't been, you know, a big deal thus far because they have been really good at playing around vision, about finding picks and chunks like this. But the later you get into the game, the harder and harder it's going to get. So they've got to be on point, and they've got to make sure that they secure a major advantage, such as the Soul or a Baron, you know, in this next, say, 5-minute range, or it could get tough.
Remember what I said earlier about Meteos essentially being as tanky as Cody's son? Well, Jiizuke pops him like a balloon, and that is a pick that Evil Geniuses needed now. They've got everybody pushing up. It's Kumo in the bottom lane, rest of the team here as a 4-man squad in mid. Ryoma's gonna be locked down by the chains. Follow-up damage coming through. Nice kick out of Svenskeren. He will end up falling, but it's yet another kill onto Stunt. 2 out of 3 100 Thieves kills on their support, not where you want to see them.
Yeah, and that's the mid laner dying for the jungler, which is a great trade, right? You know, Ryoma is such an important part to the 100 Thieves squad, and Svenskeren going down to grab that kill, well worth it. That's a lot of the wave clear for them, a lot of their side lane strength, so you know things are going to get tougher for 100 Thieves. Jizuke, again, finding plays for the squad. And he has so much confidence to go forward into this team and look for the pick. Here is the follow-up play after Meteos had already been killed off. Jizuke again starting it off. He lands the chain, which then prompts the rest of this engage. Ward hop forward, kick flash, really nicely done to buffer that from Svenskeren. And it's that chain followed up by the root from Senna. You know, no way out for Ryoma once he had gotten locked up there. Maybe could have early flashed and tried to break that chain tether. That probably would have been his only hope of getting out.
And that timing from Svenskeren was so perfect because as soon as Rise set his first foot inside the range of the blast cone, Svenskeren says, nope, we got to kick him now. And boom, he's kicked right out of the way. Well done by the side of EG, keeping this game as close as it has been for the entire time they've been playing it. 60 seconds until the next Infernal Drake spawns. 100 Thieves and Evil Geniuses. Nobody really has a lot of vision or preparation in the bottom side of the river here just yet. You can see EG grouping up in the mid lane. They want to shove this out. 100 Thieves here to answer. And we'll see if EG puts themselves in a spot where they give up a crucial pick again and aren't able to contest it.
You know, the other advantage that EG have at this point, because it's so critical for 100 Thieves to stop every dragon, if 100 Thieves overforce on that dragon, you know, it's not like they get a soul on this next one. EG can actually potentially trade for Baron. They are moving down here, though, so it does look like they want to try to contest, want to try to grab this soul right here and right now. So fighting over vision going to become very, very important. Someday has arrived. All 10 members playing around this dragon pit.
Someday trying to get a little bit of a knock up there on to Bang, who's saved by Zeyzal from the chains. Stunt's going in, but good lord, man, he is down. Someday, 15% HP, he's on the run. Svenskeren's gonna be taken low, but Meteos is sniped out by Bang. Kumo's gonna fall, it's a 2-for-1. Cody Sun barely gonna be keeping himself alive there with the ultimate. Has to flash out of the way of the big ulti from Bang. And with a fight win there, EG have control over the Drake pit.
Yeah, this should be theirs. Meteos is down. There's no real chance of a steal or even a contest here. They're going to TP back in. They feel like this is something they need to fight over. They do have double teleport available, but how do they even get in?
Everybody TPing in for this one. Zeyzal's barely getting himself away. The Drake is secured. Svenskeren's over the wall. He's got the safeguard to make sure of it. Bang's going to keep himself on the run now. Svenskeren doesn't want to go anywhere close to this fight. Bang's got the camouflage. He's going to look to dodge away from Someday. Zeyzal's here. Nope, all right, they don't even need to do it. Everybody from EG survives with Infernal Soul in the bank. Things have just become pretty dire here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that is such a big deal. 100 Thieves, even after the soul went down.
Oh, no. No way. Okay, he's not going to go all the way.
I mean, he's level 16. The distortion cooldown's pretty low, but he's not going to chase. You know, 100 Thieves felt committed to that. I think when you see that long chase, they are looking then to say, all right, well, we lost it, but what if we get some kills? Can we take the Baron afterwards, right? They wanted to be able to try to get something back, but now you've given over this permanent buff here, and let's watch this one more time. It is Kumo, you know, going forward here onto Someday, pops the ult, getting a lot of damage down, and at the same time, Stun was looking for this engage, just gets kicked out by Svenskeren, looks for the re-engage, and just gets absolutely lit up by Jizuke, who had been such a playmaker for the squad, and now Meteos slowed down, and he's just shredded through. Olaf, when you are not ahead, you are behind, it always feels like on this champion, and he is just getting absolutely blasted.
Tragedy there for 100 Thieves, who also used a triple teleport to try to contest the Drake afterwards, meaning all of those critical summoner spells are down.
I mean, I think that tells you right there how dire they felt the situation was, how important they think that soul is. You don't triple TP into contest a dragon without your jungler if you don't think, hey, we're going to lose the game right here. So they are up against it. I will say Cody Sun's still in a good spot, has 3 items plus the QSS. We know how good his late game team fighting can be, and with that Zyracon combo, if they find the right engage, there is an opportunity to make something happen.
Infernal Soul, very scary, essentially like a Luden's Echo on every champion. Tahm Kench just have a nuclear tongue every time he slaps it out there and gives you a lick. But you've got to be so careful in respecting what could happen. If 5 members of a team all hit you at once, that's an extra 600 or so damage just being piled on there. 100 Thieves trying to maintain some control on their side of the map. Someday will grab the red buff right before EG is able to make their way over. Both the Sonic Wave and the Tongue Lash are going to miss the 100 Thieves top laner. But now that the Drake is not a concern for them for the next 3.5 minutes, Baron very well could be, and you can see EG setting up around the Baron.
Look at those 3 picks in mid lane. They have a line of 4 wards right there.
It's like
You
Scion,
shall not pass.
It's Scion Speedway. They're just making a track for everybody to run around.
There's very good vision in that area.
They're just patting vision score. That's all.
They actually missed one of the pink wards. So that's the strategy. You put 3, they're like, well, we got 2.
We can only kill 2.
Surely.
It rounds up to 100%.
There's no more left. There couldn't be a third.
Well, the side of 100 Thieves is doing a good job here, sweeping out some of the wards in the top side of this river, making sure that they take the advantage while their opponents are back. 2 control wards here in this brush. Stun having to be careful. He's very aware of exactly how mortal he is after the way that last team fight went. EG continuing to maintain control over the flow of the game for now. They're the ones pushing up here in mid lane. 5 men strong. Nobody going to be manning that side lane. We've seen Kumo down there practically the whole game. Jizuke has always been jumping around, looking for some picks, looking to chunk someone out. But everybody's just chilling here in the mid lane. So much range on Bang on this Senna.
92 stacks.
That means he's only a few away from having that 5th big buff coming in, considering it is every 20, and that means his range will just be absolutely ridiculous. You saw that's the reason Meteos died in that last team fight. Bang shot him from seemingly 2 states away.
Yeah, I mean, he has 100 bonus range already, so he's sitting at 700 range, without the rapid fire active. That's an 850 range auto. That's like a full screen practically.
Yeah.
At that point, and when you get tagged by that and chunked out early in a fight, it feels pretty damn bad. It's also really hard to engage on this guy with a Guardian heal Tom Kench standing in his back pocket.
Well, 100 Thieves are making the call. They are not willing to sit idly by while their opponents just control the game. They're going after the Baron. They've got it down to about 2/3 HP. Bang gonna go ahead, shoot in that ultimate. Jizuke, he's got some burst, and it's Bang who grabs the kill onto Cody. Ryoma's looking to get himself out, but Bang's got a double. 100 Thieves are collapsing, and Bang is destroying everyone. The damage continues to pour in. Kumo's gonna grab the kill onto Stunt, and someday will hobble away from this fight.
Cody's son got absolutely erased there. No time to react, no time to get that ultimate or flash off. Jizuke and Bang, it looked like, grouping up there and just absolutely knocking him down. EG gonna grab the Baron, and it feels like they have full control over this game.
6-0-3 on Bang Senna, providing the extra burst damage to make sure Cody's gone before his finger can find the R key. And that is just such a big win here for Evil Geniuses. Nearly 5,000 gold ahead without the Baron even dead yet. That'll be another 1,500 in their pockets. Bang and Zeyzal coming back over. Normally Senna teams, one of the weaknesses of it is it doesn't take Baron as fast because of the low attack speed. But when it's totally uncontested, it's not too big of a concern.
Yeah, Mordekaiser with Liege plus that passive can burn through it pretty quick. So here it is one more time. It actually started out okay, 400 Thieves, but then Someday is going out of the top side. You see this engage come through. Jizuke flying forward, getting so much damage down, plus Bang putting some damage down over top of it. The Infernal Soul proccing, and Cody's son just absolutely disappeared. And then the chase is on, looking to take them down. Kumo grabbing his first kill of the season here, taking out Stun.
And now, Elder Drake's on the table. This is a win condition if you're 100 Thieves. Remember, it doesn't matter how many Drakes you have.
How do you win the fight?
Get it, that's the question. That's the million-dollar question here for 100 Thieves. They want to try to contest EG for this. You know if you end up giving your opponents both Uber buffs, the game is just over when they have the soul as well. You cannot concede this fight. 100 Thieves have to look for an opportunity. You would think that it needs to be a huge engage from Stunt, but he's already down to 20% HP. He's nearly dead. There's no way for him to engage this fight, and Evil Geniuses maintain control. Bang looks to go for the snipe. Stunt, if anybody so much as breathes on him with that Infernal Soul ready, the man is dead. Drake so close to gone. Meteos looking to run in. Can he feel it? No, he can't. A valiant effort effort, but that Viking's going to Valhalla, and EG are going to the 100 Thieves base.
Yeah, Meteos had to try there. That was the last hope, I think. EG looking to close this one out, get the first win for them back in the LCS.
Here they go. It's mid lane inhib gone. It's everybody marching down the mid lane. 100 Thieves, make your stand. Nexus turrets under fire. One is gone. Two will go. And Ryoma and the rest of the 100 Thieves will have no say in what happens here. Someday gone. Ryoma gone. Everybody gone. And Evil Geniuses get their first win.
I've got to say, man, welcome to the LCS Jizuke. What a game from the Italian Stallion on LeBlanc.
His teammates are saying he's a madman. Well, those are the kind of plays you want to see on your LeBlanc players. All over the map, popping health bars left, right, and center. He was critical in keeping that team where they needed to be in the mid-game to get them to where they could get the soul and get that Baron.
He was so proactive. You know, we saw the attention there. Svenskeren, Jizuke, even Zeyzal coming up towards that mid lane, trying to get the initial lead for Jizuke. But he did not sit on that by any means. He was very active across the map, getting so many chunks onto their opponents, granting them, you know, full priority around the Dragon Pit, pushing Meteos out of his jungle, finding straight up 100 zeros like that kill on Cody-san by the Baron Pit. This was a fantastic LeBlanc game, and that's the kind of play you need from your mid laner when you're coming over here and you're looking to try to attack the top of the table.
And I want to harken back to what Prolly said right before the desk threw it to us. He said that the improvements 100 Thieves had to make seemed minor, and Evil Geniuses seemed to have a lot more improvements they needed to make compared to their Sunday performance. This team looked much better than the team I saw play yesterday.
Yeah, they really did. And I think that's something that a lot of EG fans could be very, very excited about when the mid and jungle is working that well together.
Yeah.
You know, people had a lot of questions about, well, which is the dominant lane that Svenskeren's supposed to play around, right? You have the MVP jungler, but if your lanes aren't winning, if your lanes aren't being dominant, where is he supposed to go? Well, I think we kind of got that answer right here.
And we saw 100 Thieves try to take the Olaf into the Lee Sin, go for that preemptive counter pick we talked about. But Svenskeren, he was there. He found some critical kicks. He made the plays work. And that's what you want to see. That's why you pick up an MVP jungler. And for more on the victory, Avli is standing by with EG's mid laner.
Thanks, guys. I've got the Italian Stallion right next to me. Jizuke, congratulations on picking up EG's first win. You were destroying people on LeBlanc. Completely popped everyone on 100 Thieves. Were you expecting them to give up a little bit more of a fight?
I thought that I could have done so much more, actually, but yeah, the fights I took, except the one where Ryze killed me on the bush on mid lane, I think except that I played fine, I guess.
Well, this is your first weekend playing in the LCS coming from the LEC. What do you think of the scene so far?
Yeah, it's good. The first question, any or you? It's good. LA is good. The food is good. People are good. Yeah, NA is good overall.
Good all around. Well, let's maybe find out a little bit about the players and the talent, because I remember watching you 2018 Worlds. You had a crazy champion pool. You were making all of these wild plays. So when you look at the mid lane talent in the LCS, who's your biggest competition here?
I'm not sure yet, but I guess I will discover. I think there are just many legends and experienced players in LCS, so I'm looking forward to play against everyone. I still have to see who is the most, the best mid lane in NA and stuff like that. It's been only 1 week of practice so far, so.
Do you think that you have a different play style from the majority of LCS players?
Well, I come from Europe, so I guess, yeah.
Well, what makes it different?
Just we are a bit more crazy in Europe, I'd say. In NA, it's more like controlled, I'd say.
Controlled, all right, that's fair to say. We saw your CEO, Nicole, standing off to the side, asking you for the evil laugh. I won't make you do that, but I did see the Twitter video of you holding the flamethrower. So what evil act did you do today?
Well, just to say that was a fun day, like holding a flamethrower and laughing was a fun day indeed. Today, yeah, I was looking to get a WR just one-shotting everyone in game, but that was the evilest thing I could do, but I'm not sure what I could do.
Yeah, that was pretty nasty. Now, I know that you just said that you like LA for the food and everything, but you're coming from Naples, Italy, birthplace of the pizza. Have you tried American pizza yet?
I mean, like, no. like I'm actually, I'm not touching carbs at all when I'm not in Italy because I just, like, there is a reason to eat carbs in Italy, but outside of Italy, like, I don't see why I wouldn't eat steaks and stuff because carbs are just bad, like everywhere. Like pasta, pizza is just bad. Like it's uneatable, you know. Just like right now I'm on keto diet. I just eat many proteins and that's it. But just yeah, I just don't like to eat carbs outside of Italy, pretty much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jizuke, the mid laner extraordinaire and also nutritionist. Congratulations again on the win. And for everyone else, stick around because right after the break, we're going to see Team Liquid take on TSM.
20% or so. 15.
Are you sure? It's nice to have him loud.
Oh no, you don't want to hear what I'm hearing.
Here comes another attempt. The side of Evil Geniuses. Ryoma, the chain's gonna lock him down. The damage comes through, and first blood. Jizuke, he will get the root onto Ryoma, which will stop him from escaping. Jizuke still looking to maybe find a little bit more, and he has got it.
No, who's winning?
I'm winning. I'm shooting on him. He's on
Let's go.
I
am slow.
There's under Penta. Penta! Give me Penta! Penta!
Right here, right here.
He's Quadra. Oh! Oh no.
Every click.
Every frame.
Every press.
Every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
When the difference
Between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
everything.
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 Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Hello and welcome back to Monday Night League, ready for game number 2 where TSM will be facing off against Team Liquid. Now let's take a look at the starting rosters. Selecting blue side, it's gonna be Team Liquid. Impact taking to the top, Surenfire once more in jungle, Jensen in mid, Doublelift in bot, accompanied by Poor JJ in support, and your coaches Kane and Dodo.
Facing them on the red side, it's TSM. Broken Blade in the top lane, Dardoch jungle, mid, Bjergsen, Kabe in the bot lane supported by Biofrost with coach Peter Zhang and Lustboy.
Now, in day 1, going back to the performance of Team Liquid, they, of course, came up a bit short. And we touched on the jungle substitution and how that impacts, but I just want to get your general feel about some of the other characteristics in addition to that that may have contributed to their performance.
Yeah, so I think a little thing that's getting glossed over a bit is like Doublelift's performance. Him being in an advantageous bot lane matchup and then not really growing a lead is a little concerning for the first week. And then as well, like, I know Surenfire was the one who got caught that enabled C9 to get the Baron, but Doublelift was the one who was mispositioned around their defense and actually got caught, and that's why C9 was able to close the game in our shortest game so far.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to pinpoint, like, Baron lost from this one guy, the substitutes play, but it wasn't like it was this dominant first 15 minutes, which we saw out of Team Liquid all summer long last split. So there's definitely more going on. Yes, you have already said at the top of the day, jungle is the most important position for like building team synergy because so many lanes depend on him, the support as well, working together for vision control. So, you know, some of that stuff can also be influenced by the jungler, but I mean, it wasn't like the rest of the team was hard smashing and like, oh, this one idiot just threw the whole game for us.
It seems like the expectation being that there's only one starting position change for Team Liquid leaves a lot to believe that they're guaranteed to start picking up those wins later. Do you think it is really important for the teams to be making a statement against the roster in these early stages to pick up the wins for themselves?
Ooh, I think it's gonna be rough. If you can't beat TL in this form where they don't have their full roster and Surenfire like came in recently, so it's not like they're practicing with Surenfire for a month or something. Like, this is the time to pick up your wins against TL. It's like, this is do or die right
now. And they didn't even really boot camp at all, right? So Team Liquid is probably one of the least practiced teams right now because they're probably in the mindset, we're gonna have a really long year, we're amazing, we're gonna be going to MSI, we're not gonna get that many breaks, we'll take it slow in the beginning of spring. And now they're like, all right, we're gonna lose a little bit, whatever. So teams need to beat them now because, like Prawley said, they're just gonna keep ramping up.
For a bit of a refreshment on TSM, you both made a note earlier about how the draft ended up impacting their first results.
Yeah. It was it was one of those ones where you saw a very similar draft here out of actually EG, who just picked up a win. They had the same exact 4 champions aside for a Mordekaiser in the top lane instead of the Rumble, which isn't like it's that much more engaged or anything, but you saw how different it is when you're not playing into a poke team. The side of 100 Thieves had to move forward. They were short range, so you got fine without having that much engage.
Yeah, so this is kind of a weird situation where we did blast the draft yesterday, and this is a case where it's like, yeah, the draft is so similar, but they're not playing against the same thing, so it kind of means the draft actually has like a lot more playability than it did yesterday. And I think Jizuke kind of like popping off on LeBlanc.
That made it easier.
Yeah, if he wasn't that strong, maybe we would run into the same like comp issues.
Right, if Bjergsen had solo killed and then got a couple side lane kills on the LeBlanc, we probably would have been like, oh yeah, the draft is fine for TSM. But with, you know, having all the inability to make side lane plays, not getting the solo kills like the blue buff that they went for, they did not convert what their draft potentially could have done, as well as probably having a tough draft to begin with.
Well, an interesting note, if you take away the results of game number 1, you have one team that has some changes coming through, another that's been boot camping since way back in the day of the offseason. But for all of you in the audience, it is not too late to let us know who you think will be the MasterCard player of the week. So tweet who you think was the best performer in week number 1 to @MasterCardNexus. Any thoughts from you on who you think is coming through?
I think there's been one candidate that stood out to me, and I saw someone call it correctly on Reddit, and I almost was like, correct, but I didn't want to spoil it.
Yeah, I'm not spoiling anything yet.
All right, well, I'll let y'all keep your lips locked here over on the desk. But it is going to be time to get into game number 2. TSM, a historic or looking to get back to that championship status, whereas Team Liquid are looking to defend their title for another split once again. So for more on this game, let's send it over to the casters.
Thank you very much, Gabby. Here we are. It's TSM. It's Team Liquid. And at the end of the day, when the smoke settles, one of these two teams, which everybody has a lot of expectations for, is starting their first week 0-2.
Yeah, and I mean, TL, their academy squad went 0-2 as well, right? So they're actually facing down 0-4 as an org, which is not where they want to be. But that being said, you know, they don't have as much practice as some of the other squads. They are not playing with their intended starting jungler. That is a big deal. Yeah. So, you know, for them, I think it's not going to be like a confidence shattered type of deal if they lose. Whereas for TSM, I do think they have been working hard. They have been feeling confident. They have been putting in the time practicing with this squad. This is your time to beat TL, right? You want to be picking up these wins early on when you know TL is not practiced, when you know TL is playing with a jungler who is, let's face it, you know, Surenfire is a good player, but he's not Broxah, right? You know, this is, I think, an important win for TSM, both confidence-wise and, you know, if you want to be finishing up at the top of the standings, you know, looking for those buys, every win counts even early on.
Plus, the game that they lost already this week, they were up against Immortals, which is a team that the majority of people rate rather low on the LCS power rankings. So that's the one everybody was saying, oh, well, this is the one that you should win. This should be a good start for you. Now you're up against the team that everyone's like, okay, you got to bite your nails a little bit about that one. So if you can upset the upset that happened and beat the good team after you lose to the bad, people only remember the last thing you did. Recency bias is a very real thing.
True.
After MSI, people didn't talk about Team Liquid beating the reigning world champs. They talked about 0-3 against G2.
Yep.
That's all that ever got mentioned. So here you go, TSM. You want a good week one? Nobody's going to care if you lost to Immortals if you beat Team Liquid.
It's true. Everyone remembers Captain Flowers, the LCS caster, not Captain Flowers in the cornfields?
Yeah, not the guy who wore tank tops and streamed from a bedroom where my equipment was all set up on a Bowflex.
Well, that's still the same.
There's actually just a bunch of Bowflexes behind the camera here that everything's set up on. But into the game we go. We're into Champion Select. As per usual, it's Akali and Rumble banned away. Lucian, Kiana, Aphelios, all going to join that ban list. There's one more that TSM gets to pick. We'll see who it is.
So what I'm really interested to kind of follow up on is a little bit of the discussion they had on the analyst desk, right? Where, you know, we just saw EG win with a similar draft that TSM lost with and was kind of criticized for. Does TSM draft more hard engage here, you know, in this game against TL, or do they say, no, we just misplayed. It's nothing to do with the draft. We should have cleaned that one up. We should have been able to close that game out. And I'm really kind of interested to get a little bit of a peek into where their head is at as far as that goes.
Well, the Senna will be the final ban this game. So we've seen a lot of her. I mentioned it last game, but we aren't going to see her here again this time. Jarvan locked in first and foremost. TL, they want Surenfire on this champion. Powerful level 3 ganks, solid engages throughout the game.
And it's also what he played last time, right? I think when you have a guy who's subbing in, you want to make sure they are comfortable, right? This is the guy who's on the outside, who doesn't have as much time working with the rest of the squad. You know, very little. He's only been here for a handful of days practicing with them. So get comfort for Surenfire, put him in a position where he can succeed, and I think the Jarvan is that.
Elise locked in. They're going to go ahead and respond to jungle with jungle. Hovering over Annie there, probably hoping that LS is co-streaming so that they can get some sort of shout-out from that one. But we'll see what else TSM wants to go for here in the first rotation. Plenty left up to pick from. We do see a lot of bottom lanes getting picked up here in the first rotation these days. So maybe they'll go for that, maybe not.
Yeah, and anytime you're playing blue side top lane and you see an early Elise pick, you're already a little bit nervous about things like the Elise Renekton combo and some of these aggressive top lane types of duos that TSM could be drafting towards. They've grabbed the MF for themselves early on. Senna's already banned out. MF is a very strong laner. It is going to be the response of the Zyra Khan for Doublelift and Core JJ, so they are going to have some strong engage on their side, as well as a pretty powerful laning duo.
Yep, back-to-back Zyra Khan games we're getting to see here tonight.
I think we just get Tahm Kench again, which does leave me a little bit worried once again for TSM's engage options, right?
Somebody get the bench.
You know, this is something where, okay, they're going to go a different route. And I like this actually a lot more. So, you know, one of the ways that you can obviously circumvent needing to play so defensively and protecting your AD is by having these kind of really aggressive engage wombo combos. Leona is a really good answer into the Rakan. You can actually stun him out of his dash when he's shielding back to his team now. You can hard engage onto him, lock him down, and set up for the Misfortune ultimate. So there is the potential to actually burst down and punish Core JJ. And this is going to give TSM way more options if they get into that kind of stalled out mid and late game stages that we saw them in their first game, where Biofrost now can be moving around the map, starting fights, looking for picks. And I think that's something that a lot of TSM fans wanted when they heard Biofrost was going to be back on the squad, because he always was a playmaker for them back in the day.
I mean, who needs Tahm Kench to keep you guys safe if the enemy team's dead the entire time because Leona was able to go in?
Best defense is a strong offense.
Exactly. You cannot die if all your opponents are already dead unless you run it down to wolves.
The tower.
Unless you run it down to wolves or a turret or something.
Or die to a red buff like
this is not Dignitas versus Renegades. This is TSM versus Team Liquid, so I'm not expecting we're going to get much of that here these days. As Vladimir and Aatrox are banned out by TSM, powerful solo laner is going to continue to be the target here. Irelia banned out by TL. They do not want Broken Blade on that champion. Let's see what they decide to finish things off with.
Could be a Renekton ban, could be a Camille ban. Neither of those would really shock me if you're worried about playing into that kind of top lane 2v2 duo. I do think that there is an opportunity for TL to just go towards something like the Ornn here too. You know, have Jensen on a reliable carry, grab the Ornn alongside the Rakan. That would be powerful engage, especially when you already have the Jarvan. But they have a lot of options. You know, Mordekaiser still on the table. You can go aggressive here, and I think we will see top lane probably get locked in, and then TSM look to kind of counterpick for mid. So it is going to be a different kind of approach to this. This is not the dominant Elise plus top laner type of combo. This is banning out some of the picks that you were worried about, such as the Vladimir into the GP, and looking to actually play towards the bottom side of the map, where you have the Leona, incredible gank assist for your Elise. You have a GP now who's going to just try to chill under the turret, drop ultimates down on the bottom side. It's a great scaling option, and I think TSM is shoring up a lot of their weaknesses from the previous game through their draft.
GP ulti makes Leona ulti so easy to land, which makes the rest of her combo easy to land, which means you're in the entirety of MF's ult.
Yeah.
The Wombo combo is just nuts between these champions. You're going to see Jensen on the Orianna here this game. There was a lot of criticism from the fans on him towards his performance in Team Liquid's first game of this split. We'll see if he can step it up here, have one of those Orianna games that we've seen him pop off on in the past. And Impact will be the tank here in the top lane.
This is what I was honestly expecting. I think that Ornn is such a strong pick in the current meta. If you're playing a lot of solo queue, you know, this is one of those tanks that you're actually scared of in the early levels. Ornn is someone who can just straight up beat a lot of carries in lane, who does have solo kill potential, especially if you are going to go Spellbook and take the Ignite. That can be pretty dangerous. It is incredible engage. And it's also very difficult sometimes now when you're looking at a comp like this for MF to be able to get a clean ultimate off, right? Because there's no Braum to actually block out an Ornn ulti to actually prevent some of this engage. So that is something that you can use for the long range engage to deny the opportunity for Kobbe to set up for that fully channeled ult. That being said, really good scaling on the side of TSM. The Zilean coming through here for Bjergsen. You know, this is going to be a tremendous amount of wave clear. And also, you know, a lot of kind of support here for Kobbe, who is going to be their main consistent damage dealer when you look at these team fights.
And I'm still remembering games where Bjergsen was able to take this Zilean to the late game, have 2 or 3 ultimates over the course of a drawn-out team fight. The man knows his way around this champion. It's always fun to see just how close him and his teammates can get to dying before he knows, okay, this is when we actually need the ultimate. So we'll see how that works up against Jensen's Orianna here. We haven't seen a lot of Zilean recently, so this will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, career for Bjergsen on Zilean, 24 games played, 79.2% win rate.
It's pretty high.
Almost a 10 KDA, 9.9. So he has a damn good Zilean. Jensen, though, he's on his career most played, I do believe, with the Orianna. This is a guy who is really reputed for being able to set up his own shockwaves, for being able to make those individual plays on Orianna. But this is a game where he's not even going to need to, where you have the Rakan, you have the J4, easy ball control and setup with that to engage the fights. And a lot of this, I think, you know, you were right on the money when you're talking about the timing of Zilean ultimates, the timing of cooldowns. That is so critical because there is so much CC between the Rakan, between the J4, as well as this Ornn, that if you mistime your ultimate, if you wait too late, you can be CC'd up. Your teammates can go down in that burst very, very easily.
And working on this bottom lane too, both top laners have the ability to call in long-range ultimates. The Gangplank, of course, being global. The junglers, both powerful level 3 gankers. Mid laners on champions that they've played so many times before. This game has all the elements I'm looking at to be a real awesome way to cap off this first week here of LCS Spring 2020. Plus, it's Doublelift and Core JJ, our most reputable bot lane, the one that everybody just always has on this tier above everyone else, playing Xayah Rakan. This isn't a Tahm Kench lane. A lot of people, I am one of those people, it's me, I'm people, does not like Tahm Kench.
You are people, that's
He
true.
makes everything slow. he pumps the brakes too much. There's not even a gas pedal in his car when
You're
he's
not in the
driving.
Twitch chat spamming on bench with Kench.
Yeah, I just take the out of it and put him right back on the bench. Zaya Rakan is so much more fun to see because of the playmaking, because of the opportunity to shine as a bot lane duo.
It's that playmaking, right? It's the agency to create things, to make things happen, where I think you see the truly great players shine, right? And that is why we've seen CoreJJ as an MVP, as a guy who can make things happen for the team, who can be that primary engage and can be such an electric player. So this is very, very exciting. And I've got to say, you know, it's going to be really fun to watch this 2v2 on the bottom side. You know, Doublelift is a guy who is incredibly confident, right? And when people were asking him about who he thought the top bot lanes were actually in the league, you know, he pointed to Ven, he pointed to Kodi-san. I have not heard him mention Kobbe whatsoever. So this is something where I think if you're Kobbe and you're coming into this league, you want to prove that you are going to be competing at the very top. And the best way to do that, take down Doublelift and CoreJJ.
You got to be, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. And what better test than these two guys right here, bottom side.
Double MVP bot lane.
Yeah, Biofrost just hanging out here inside the brush. Top side, you can see Broken Blade getting pretty aggressive onto Impact early on in this lane. Grasp of the Undying on the Gangplank makes him so very effective at extended trade.
It really does. And Impact, you know, he is actually starting Spellbook, so your early laning is weaker. This ward has not yet spotted Surenfire, and Broken Blade could be in trouble. He's level 1.
Broken Blade just getting level 2. Step backwards so he does not get knocked up by the Surenfire combo. He still takes a little bit of damage there, but keeps all summoner spells intact, and honestly, he's in good shape.
Yeah, that was great. You know, being able to actually be in range for the experience, level up, made him quite safe, and then the fact that he had the little sidestep on the knockup, guaranteed nothing was going to come from that. And now it's Dardoch's turn down here on the bottom side. Here they go.
There it is. Doublelift going to be the one who gets jumped on Kobbe, putting down some damage. Doublelift's going to be ignited. Seeing if they can bring Dardoch in here to finish it off. The CC is down and Doublelift is gone. First blood, TSM.
Biofrost just having a great engage there, despite the fact that Doublelift actually flashed. It seemed like the Zenith Blade had already connected, so he was able to actually follow after him, and heal plus Guardian, not enough to keep him safe there. I want to watch this one more time. We'll see, was the flash in a rate just a little bit too late, I think. Yeah, so flash Zenith Blade. He does get the flash to respawn, but once that Zenith Blade has connected, he will follow you through that summoner. And as soon as that happened, that was really going to be it. Biofrost held onto his stun until Dardoch is in range, maximizing the damage there. Kobbe dropping the heal for the speed up to be able to get in range too, and it's a repeat gank.
Dardoch's right back down here, but a TP is going to be coming in. It's going to be a bloodbath. Kobbe is going to be taking low. Doublelift as well. Doublelift is gone. CoreJJ, half HP. Team Liquid looking to find some sort of return fire here. Dardoch, very nicely timed on the rappel. Has to be careful though. Looking to smite the crab, flashing away, staying alive. And TSM, 2 kills. Doublelift, 2 deaths.
I mean, if you're on the Dardoch hype train, this is what you have signed up for. This is what you want to see. The aggressive, dominant early jungler is what TSM have been wanting, and they're getting that. 2 early kills down on that bottom side before his first base. That is incredible to see. And this one was even more costly for TL, as Doublelift expended his teleport to get back to lane. And then out of the brush, here's Biofrost. Coming from behind you is Dardoch, who had just had great pathing to actually sneak around outside of vision. Caught them completely by surprise. So even with the impact teleport, there's actually nothing to really help out there. And I've got to throw a little bit of criticism Impact's way, who could have actually teleported to that river ward and maybe made a bigger impact, because he was a little bit late to actually join that play as a result of the TP placement. But Broken Blade, soaking up the experience, soaking up that CS on the top side. It's level 5 to level 3 in the top lane, as Impact does just ding 4, but that's a significant lane advantage, and he has TP, so he's sitting pretty.
Surenfire going to be looking for this top lane here yet again. Flash followed by flash, but Surenfire will not manage to get the follow knock up there. So that means Broken Blade again just walks away.
Yeah, that was the attempted flag and drag, trying to redirect the knock up with the flash once Broken Blade had done that, but not quite on target, not able to knock him up. And like I said, Broken Blade had TP advantage because he didn't have to go down to that bottom side, so he's going to TP right back in. He's now being protected by Dardoch. He has the Sheen, so Impact in a little bit of trouble here. You know, he's going to be at a pretty significant lane disadvantage.
Dardoch also having the Dark Seal in inventory with a 2-0 start. He's feeling confident. He's saying, all right, let's get some more stacks. Let's get some free AP. That item becomes incredibly cost efficient. If you manage to get stacks on it, it's worth a lot more money than the $350 you pay for it. So he's counting on continuing to snowball this early lead here. Schernfire just continuing to farm up now, has only invested into the top side so far, did manage to get a summoner spell, but nothing more, and that's why TSM is up to a 1,000 gold lead here early on mid lane. The farm is even, bottom side, the farm's pretty much even. You can see 3 Dorian's Blades on Kobbe for this misfortune, something that sort of became popular here again within the recent months. 80 carries stacking a few of those, makes you very powerful.
Yeah, it makes you very powerful in lane. You know, it is kind of the MF Classic. This is one of the champions that people love this build most on. It's not just about, you know, the added damage. It's about how damn tanky you get, because there's a lot of health when you start stacking up these orange blades, and it becomes, you know, very difficult to actually just hard engage and burst down MF, even though she doesn't have a move block that's going to dash out of there or anything. You have a tremendous amount of lifesteal to stay healthy. It's just really investing heavily into this laning phase, and we'll see if Schernfire wants to try to steal this. He can Blast Cone in for the potential smite.
Pulling it away just to make sure it stays out of his range, and TSM will successfully secure the first Drake of the game for themselves, just shy of 7 minutes in. Ocean Drake under their belt, and Cloud will be number 2 that spawns about 5 minutes from now.
Yeah, Ocean always feels so nice having that in-combat regen. You know, it is something that I think, you know, that affects the top lane most if you're going to be playing this isolated lane, and you are a tank, right? You're relatively low consistent damage when you are impact on this Ornn, so all of a sudden having that additional HP that you have to work through because of that Ocean Dragon makes it really hard to ever threaten a kill onto the GP.
Bjergsen will just keep farming up here in the mid lane on the Zilean, not looking to get too violent with his lane opponent early on. Happy to just let this one scale towards the late game, when he'll have the ability to keep everyone revived constantly. The ultimate on Zilean, such a dangerously low cooldown later on in the game, especially if they do manage to get the Cloud Drake here that spawns next. Yeah. That only is going to make it more of a nightmare for Team Liquid to find these picks.
And you've got to know TSM is going to have the TP advantage, right? They have that TP in their mid lane. Yes, Doublelift can have a TP to answer a side lane, but you don't want your AD carry just sitting in the side lane, you know, farming it out against the Zilean. Whereas Jensen had to take the cleanse because he's up against the Elise, and if you do not take cleanse, it's such an easy setup for Zilean. You slow him down, double bomb into Cocoon, you're probably just dead. So Jensen feeling he needed that phase rush cleanse is going to be down teleport as a result.
Top side, TSM has rotated their bottom lane here into the top lane instead. And one thing I do want to point out, I want to give praise to Team Liquid. We've been praising TSM a lot for this early game, as we should, because they played it well. But look at the bottom lane CS. Despite the fact that he's the only one who's died in this game, Doublelift was up almost 20 farm before TSM rotated top to catch that wave. He is doing a great job at not letting that bad early game affect him.
Yeah, and one of the things that we haven't touched on yet is, despite the fact they got a lot of work down on that bottom side, none of that gold actually really went heavily into Kobbe's pockets, right? He has 2 assists. That's not a big deal as far as the gold injection goes. It's really helped Dardoch out more, who is going to be the one who can hopefully snowball the game for TSM. And Doublelift, he's just working straight towards Essence Reaver. He could actually be going a different direction here as he has that dagger, but I am going to guess he's still just going to rush straight towards that Essence Reaver. And Kobbe, you know, his first item is going to be quite delayed because he invested into the triple Dorms.
Biofrost just continuing to walk forward, always threaten the possibility of that engage. The strength of Leona, so powerful right now in the current state of the game, as we're going to see TSM start up the Rift Herald, managing to get their bottom lane into the top side, have everybody around here. It's a 5-man take, getting one out of the books, Clutch Gaming from last year, just making sure the whole team's ready to go. Eyeball needs one more hit to make sure they secure that one, and there you go. Dardoch will pick it up. CoreJJ looking for the opportunity here. It's Impact looking to find the ulti. Dardoch has already flashed away. CoreJJ can't get in range in time. Bjergsen tossing a couple bombs over the wall. Bjergsen just decides, all right, we're not going to risk anything here. Flashes over the wall to get out of the pit.
Yeah, so it does cost them a couple summoners, and we'll see how much gold they're going to be able to cash in with that Rift Herald. You know, if they could take a turret, that would be incredible. All of the turrets are full health, though, for TL, essentially. No plates have actually been knocked down, so it is unlikely, but should be some more gold in their pockets. And Dardoch has this early completed jungle item. He's going to be out on the map looking to get something done here.
Yeah, 4 minutes. 4 minutes into this game, TL had a 1,000. We're at a 1,000 gold deficit. Now 10 minutes into the game, it's only a 500 gold deficit, so they're doing a good job of not only just stopping that bleeding, but making sure that TSM can't keep finding anything.
And this is always one of the things that people talk about with TL, is that all of their laners are so good, they often just beat you by out-CSing you. They often just beat you by creating these incremental advantages here and there by being more efficient. And that is one of the things that makes it really, really tough to kind of cement a huge advantage against them as they are looking for Doublelift. Remember, he has no ultimate. Biofrost did force that, so if he shows up here, he's probably in trouble, but he will walk it out.
That time the flash is on time. Gets away from the Zenith Blade. Keep your eyes on Dardoch, though. His hand's still glowing with the purple, means Shelly is ready to summon. 11 minutes into the game means there's still 3 minutes of plate timers left, so he's not particularly in any rush to use it. He's still got it under his belt for a little bit over 2 more minutes. We'll see where TSM wants to drop it.
I mean, I think they want to try to crack this top lane turret, right? You send a lot of members up there. It's now down to 3 plates. Shelly will get you 2. So if you can get any sort of a kill, that will set you up very, very well for that. Jensen also going for a bit of a new age build. This is something that's gaining a lot of popularity. Grabbing the Super Soaker here without actually playing Glacial Augment. He has that early Hextech GLP. People are just taking this kind of in lieu of Ludens, right? It is less burst, it is kind of less damage there, but it gives you a lot more utility. And when used, especially in combination with the Phase Rush, it gives you a lot of control in these team fights, right? You're slowing your opponent down, you're speeding yourself up with the Phase Rush, and you can sometimes really kind of outmaneuver them and set yourself up for your own Shockwave. Set yourself up for your own kind of fighting gauge a little bit better than you could with something like this.
And when you've got a carry on your team like Doublelift, you know you're going to have damage. You don't need the little bit of extra edge that a Ludens would give you over a GLP in particular. If you look at the builds too, Schernfire going with the Warrior on the Jarvan, going for the Chad build, wants to make sure when he goes into gank you, somebody's going to die.
Yeah, I mean, you have that pure tank from Impact, the Ornn up on that top side. Rakan is going to be building probably a fairly tanky build. This is just going to be this lane swap here, looking like a trade of towers. Impact just trying to clear out as much of the wave as he can. He wants to just delay this. And, he is going to be able to delay it a little bit, but the Rift Herald is going to come down, and this will be turret going their way. They should have this before TL can crack it up on the top side, but TL will be able to trade that top lane turret. The question is just, how far can TSM go? They are just going to continue walking this down, and we see Jensen and Schernfire making their way over from mid lane, but they're at least going to get another charge here out of Shelly.
And plates are still up. That's great for getting money, but it means they do take so much longer to tear down. So you're going to have TL members up there for a while now. Shelly will get that second charge off TSM. So many people still around this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, excuse me, and made a little bit of a liar out of myself. I mean, they didn't actually finish off that top lane turret. They will eventually, as Doublelift does TP back up after that Essence Reaver buy, and should be able to grab the solo turret gold, which again, that's something you always have to kind of take into consideration. TSM do get first turret, but that gold is actually split between 4 members who are down there or 3 members who are down there, whereas Doublelift is going to get all of this in his own pockets, which is almost always more effective. It is just better to have completed items, so funneling all the gold into one carry is going to get you more bang for your buck.
That carry, Essence Reaver up and running, has the free boots and inventory from the Inspiration Tree. So often you see 80 carries. Free boots and biscuits is just such a good deal. A lot of 80 carries always want to go for it. Doublelift has that ready to go, so he's going to be a threat in these team fights if we get to see a bigger fight break out. You've got the Iceborne Gauntlet already completed on Impact. There's a lot of physical damage coming out from both the MF and the Gangplank. And one thing that's also nice that I want to point out, because on the first day we saw some shenanigans happening where Ornn was in the game and his teammates wouldn't buy the stuff he could upgrade. That is a problem when you're playing with a champion like Senna who wants to buy other types of items. But when you've got a traditional marksman on your team and they get an Infinity Edge, it's just so easy. Upgrade that, upgrade the items for the mid laner as well, and have those upgrades on the carries where they really need to be.
Yeah, and I want to see, how quickly these guys are actually going to rush towards those items, because we have seen Ornn come out, notably from CLG, where the carries didn't actually then have Ornn upgradable items, right? So you weren't able to get that value. I am assuming that Doublelift will probably just go towards an IE second, which is going to be that first upgrade, and then you could look for something like a Death Cap on Jensen.
Biofrost, he's charmed up, he's bursted down. Jensen catching him out and making sure Team Liquid gets a kill.
There's that play, right? He sets himself up with that Hextech GLP, slowing him down to guarantee the Shockwave will land. Biofrost had no flash, so Jensen's just kind of alley-ooping to himself on that one and is able to grab a kill for himself. Very well done.
Broken Blade continuing to just maintain control in this side lane, though. A Gangplank with a completed Trinity Force isn't too worried about anything Ornn's going to do to him, so he'll be comfortably hanging out here until somebody else from Team Liquid has to come down and stop him. Catalyst and Aeons up on Impact will provide a little bit more sustainability. So Jensen will just continue shoving up mid lane here as well. Next Drake is spawning in 90 seconds. We are at the point of the game now where the Rift has been burned away by the Infernal Dragon, so that means those are all we're going to see from here on out. Both teams would love to grab that soul, but it is TSM who are already 2 of those 4 on the way.
Yep, and TL probably going to have to make their stand at the next one, right? We talked about that in the previous game. That is generally the mark at which teams are no longer comfortable seeding those dragons, because if you let your opponents get the 3, 1 pick, 1 miss smite, 1 anything really, and they have soul for the rest of the game, right? And a lot of people feel that that is generally lights out. So I am expecting TL to try to farm it out, try to get as prepared as possible, and look to reset in the next 15, 20 seconds to try to go for that. They do have the opportunity to try to trade for a Herald or try to take Herald first, but then you risk being late to that dragon fight, and that could be very dangerous.
And with the dragon coming up soon, with Herald being alive on the map, always important to do stopwatch check. Both supports have it, and Dardoch has it. So there is some aggro drop potential in these fights if you initiate onto the wrong person. Remember, if you're TL, you've also got to be extra respectful because of the fact that Bjergsen can always punish going too hard after one guy and not having sufficient follow-up for when the ulti is used. So that's one thing I'll be keeping track of a lot during this game. Drake in 20 seconds.
I mean, positioning for Kobbe is so incredibly important, right? We really have to see him step up and play well, because if you misposition it at all, you are going to get engaged on by the Rakan, by the Ornn, and they kind of need to get a lot of damage from him out in the fight. They need him to have a really nice channeled MF ulti, which requires great positioning.
Impact gets himself CC'd, but yes, buffers the dash away so well. Bjergsen's going to be caught out there only by the GLP. CoreJJ can't get in there with the quickness. Bjergsen doesn't even have to use the ulti. And with Rakan ult being such a powerful teamfight tool, TL is hesitant to take this fight and seem to be willing to concede it.
Yeah, they're just going to give it up. I think they don't think that they can win a fight without that Rakan engage, and they very well may be right. So they kind of took their swing. It was at Bjergsen. Bjergsen just sped out of there. So now TL is going to try to trade for Rift Herald. That is where they are setting up, but I don't think they can really do this either, and they may be getting caught out.
Oh, Solar Flare finding its way onto a couple of people. Only going to grab the slow, though. Impact with the counterattack. There's your stasis for Biofrost. We're going to buy a little bit more time. Won't be hard CC'd, but will be exploded. It's Jensen grabbing the second kill of the game for his team.
Yeah, one-way trip for Biofrost when they are not able to follow up on that engage. He flashes forward, he looks for the kill. They couldn't do it. TL kited out using the Xayah ultimate. It's hard for TSM to chase through those feathers and look to try to punish and then turn around with that Ornn ultimate. There's no Braum to actually shut down that Ornn engage, so he is going to be really having a good time in this game.
Ornn and Xayah ultimates together are such powerful zone control and disengage. Unless all 5 people are on the same page and in range, it's just nearly impossible to ram your head into the wall hard.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to run through feathers and an Orianna bottle? It's probably not going to work out very well for you. So here this is one more time. Flash, ultimate comes down, but you'll see Jensen positions the ball forward. There's multiple feathers down there too, so it's a good stopwatch to deny the initial turnaround from Biofrost, but Leona is a one-way champion. The engage has to work, or that is what it looks like. You kind of slowly waddle away as you die, and unfortunately for him, that was the case here. Bjergsen, though, going to be passed off the blue buff, and TSM still in a great spot. They have 3 dragons, and they're going to be 1 away on Soul. They really have 4 chances, right?
Yep.
Soul only goes away if TL takes 4, and they have 0 dragons right now. So TSM is going to have a lot of opportunities to get a potentially game-closing buff for this game.
And when you think about it in terms of raw time, this game has been being played for 19.5 minutes. Team Liquid is at a minimum 20 minutes away from a Dragon Soul, which means that's longer than the game's already been played from here till now. So it's quite a while. TSM feeling comfortable in that department at least. You can see Broken Blade working towards the second item here on the Gangplank. Finally, Kobbe getting the first fully completed item done. It seems like Doublelift was done with the Essence Reaver miles ago. Rapid Fire Cannon now completed on that Xayah as well. Let's see what Kobbe wants to go for next.
Yeah, so if that looked like a funny exhaust to you, that's Impact just actually cycling through the spellbook. He wanted his teleport back available, so that is why he expended that summoner, kind of working his way through. Jensen, I'm assuming, will be going towards a Death Cap, and they do have Rift Herald, so they are going to actually drop that. I do believe they actually took it during the replay after killing off Biofrost, so I don't think that was really on screen, and should be able to knock down this mid lane turret here, get themselves some more gold back. Impact now at level 12, so he can access his own item upgrades. The next subsequent levels, he can start to upgrade his teammates' stuff. So you want to see TL prepared for that. With Doublelift not going for the IE second, you want to see Death Cap probably coming out next for Jensen, so he can look to upgrade that.
And I love the Abyssal Mask upgrade for Ornn. The Ornn items are not all created equally. Some of them give better upgrades than others, and the Abyssal Mask is top tier in terms of the upgrade it provides.
Over 1,800 gold in added value to the item. That's
nuts.
absurd.
I don't know how that one is so much higher than all the other ones, but upgrading Abyssal Mask is pretty much a priority for Ornn.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy when you think about that. You know, with the combination, depending on how heavily you're going to value the mana,
right?
Iceborne isn't as good there, you know, as far as the stat efficiency. But even just with those two, you know, you're still getting like a good 2,500 plus gold worth of value. Sunfire and Abyssal are the two best by a lot as far as the item efficiency when you are getting those upgrades as far as the ones Ornn would want to get. But
and Sunfire also doesn't have the mana part to it that you have to kind of put a little asterisk over and say, it's not really a combat stat.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have an Abyssal already, probably not having too many mana problems on the Ornn, but it is Death Cap second for Jensen, so you love to see that. At 13, that can be upgraded, get the additional AP there.
Oh, yeah.
And that is kind of just a hidden value, right? So while the scoreboard will tell you gold is basically dead even, when you're adding a good 2,500 gold from the Ornn items onto Impact, and you get another level, you add another 1,000 or so for the Death Cap, that starts to become, you know, a little bit of a lie.
750 health and 100 magic resist in a single item slot.
It's literally a Giant's Belt and a Negatron. You get extra when you upgrade that item.
Absolutely
it's
crazy. Absolutely crazy. But that's a really good sign here for Team Liquid, who are ready to fight for another Drake. Biofrost going to lose a little bit of HP, but not too worried here just yet. TSM are 200 gold ahead of their opponents and would love to get a 22-minute Infernal Soul right here.
And basically every single summoner is available. Biofrost missing Flash, but everyone else has everything ready to go. This is going to be an explosive fight.
There it comes. The Ornn horn is sounded. Broken Blade going to be the target there at the start. Dardoch going into the repel. Bjergsen throwing down some bombs, keeping Team Liquid at bay, and the Infernal Drake is started up. This could be a moment where Schernfire has to be a hero here for his team. TSM with control over the Drake for now. Gangplank ultimate going to be used, zoning everybody away. Biofrost going to be zoning too. Dardoch going to split away from the Drake. It's going to be taken very, very low. Bjergsen's going to be shut down. Team Liquid able to find themselves a fight here so far. Dardoch getting out of the way with the repel, seeing if there's anything else he's able to do. Kabe's able to burst him low. Schernfire's going to be taken very low, not quite able to grab it, but Team Liquid, thanks to Jensen, will get that Drake. Still 4 alive on the side of TSM. They have only lost their mid laner. Kabe's thrown up into the air. CoreJJ says Bjerg won't die alone as Biofrost and Broken Blade try to disengage. It's a 2 for 2, and critically, it's Team Liquid who prevent the soul.
That was so close. Schernfire had to smite for health. He was gonna actually die there, and he wasn't, you know, able to actually save his smite to secure this. So TSM decided to try to rush this down, but the patience actually gets, you know, reset. The dragon leashes, and you see CoreJJ up engaging from the top side of your screen. Kabe gets a very good ultimate off, and we see that Doublelift gets absolutely burst down by Kabe plus Broken Blade. Then the Shockwave coming through, nice repel from Dardoch. A lot of that damage is being avoided, but here's this critical part of the fight. Kabe actually flashes forward to try to burst down Schernfire and secure them the dragon. He smites for health, but Jensen has just enough damage to actually finish it off before Dardoch can come through and smite that. So that was incredibly close. And had it been managed just a tiny little bit better, maybe the dragon doesn't reset and they can finish. Maybe, you know, they're able to actually have Dardoch in position to finish that off with a smite. But the narrowest of margins, getting TL that dragon and keeping the soul out of TSM's hands.
And before I hear some Bronze 2 analysis from the Twitch chat, I want to point out that Bjergsen didn't forget to use his ult there. Bjergsen was chain CC'd, exactly as you mentioned earlier on in the game, from 100 to 0. There was never the opportunity to press R. You could be pressing it the entire time, it's not going off. And that was what enabled them to just take control of that fight enough to wrest control of that Drake away.
And it's such a big engage from CoreJJ, right? He was able to actually find that angle from the top side of the fight. Broken Blade had already used his ulti to try to zone out Jensen and Doublelift, And to be fair to TSM, they had a great first punch of their own, taking down Doublelift almost immediately. But Jensen was able to avoid so much of the damage and was so big throughout that fight. You know, he is now sitting 4-0 with the upgraded death cap. You know, he is very far ahead of the curve, a couple thousand gold ahead of Bjergsen and his lane opponent. And you know, he's going to have a mighty amount of AP with that Rabadon's Death Crown.
So the Death Crown itself gives 175. Dardoch's in a really bad spot right now. He'll look to repel away, but in the time it takes the Shockwave to animate, Doublelift blows him up. And Team Liquid are now in a spot where they're wanting to push down the mid lane. We'll see if TSM can manage to defend this tier 2. The Demolish not able to be procced there, as Team Liquid will hang back here a little bit further, but it was a nice pick from TL.
Yeah, it really was. And Broken Blade quietly also getting very, very strong here. You know, he is going for this really powerful late game build, working towards what is very likely the IE as his third item, and he's already on 40% CDR. It's a very AD heavy build, which can allow you to take over a fight with one really good barrel, right? And we saw just how much damage he actually got down on Jensen in that mid lane, you know, with one barrel himself there. So there are lots of ways for TSM to come in back into this and win the subsequent fights. You land one big barrel chain with Biofrost having an ultimate layered on top of that, GP ult gets dropped, that person could just be dead. And the Leona engage itself becomes much more dangerous as you get a lot of AP onto the Zilean, because that can be a Leona diving in with that bomb on top of her head that is going to deal, you know, 400 plus damage to your opponents.
That, plus the sunlight also that you're going to be getting from it, from the fact that her Eclipse is going to pop off, her Aftershock's going to be popping off, MF ult all over the place. Big team fight potential here from both of these sides. And with this game still being within 2,000 gold, this is exactly what I was hoping for from TL versus TSM. This is what I wanted to see. Drake in 1 minute. I feel like the Drakes, even though there's only a 1 minute difference from what they are between what they were 5 and 6, it just feels so much more frequent. And for TL, that's stressful because every single one of these you cannot afford to give away.
Yeah, I also got to say there's got to be a little bit of stress being induced on the TSM side here too, because they put a lot of time into the early game and securing these dragons and done such a great job of that. That last one is going to be, you know, riding on you a little bit, feeling you probably got a little bit unlucky to not actually get it, that it goes over to, you know, an Orianna Q or whatever. So TSM really going to be wanting to secure this next dragon because the scaling is very, very strong on TL. Their engage is incredibly reliable, and you know the Ornn upgrades are all coming through, right? You see all of these Ornn upgrades across the table now. Molten Edge is there, the Rabadon's Death Crown, the Black Cleaver is ready to be upgraded on the next level too. So TL is becoming very, very strong.
Broken Blade will try to continue to have a little bit of poke here with those barrels. TL are the ones with control over the bottom side of the river. They'll be the ones to rotate down there first. Impact going to be taking some damage. Biofrost going in on him, but it's Bio who's now going to be mindful of where his health bar lies. He's taken down to about 1/3. Broken Blade, that's a pretty important chunk going through. Biofrost flashing away from the second part of the Ornn ulti, and with that, TL wins the fight hard enough to take the Drake.
Yeah, it's going to be their dragon. Biofrost has to flash out, which means his effectiveness in the next fight is going to be a lot lower. You know, Broken Blade got very low there too. It wasn't engaged, you know, that kind of was a lot of the damage going into Impact, and Impact got relatively low, but this guy is very, very tanky on the Ornn at this point in the game, working towards what looks like a Warmog, so he can just walk forward, soak up a lot of the poke, and just kind of shrug it off.
And when we were talking earlier about the Ornn item efficiency, the average bonus of an Ornn item is around 1,000 gold. So when you look at the fact that this game is 2,500 apart, but then you look at the fact that you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, that's 5,000 more gold. It feels more like a 7,000 gold deficit for TSM, and that's why these fights look like that one just did.
Yeah, and it is very scary, right? Because the individual dragons are worth so much less than they used to be. You know, previously, you got 10% AD AP is...
Oh, Dardoch. He repels up in time to avoid the knockup.
Ooh, look at Core on the side.
Core JJ looking for the opportunity to go for the quickness here. Fires off that vision plant. The Scryer will see where TSM is escaping to. Team Liquid, they took some damage to their own health bars, so they don't want to chase this down super hard. But TSM, got to be careful.
They just want mid lane control. So that is why we have Jensen and Core JJ standing in between their opponents, and Doublelift is charging down mid lane. So TSM are going to lose their 2-2 mid, maybe even more. That's why we're seeing a teleport back to the base here, as Bjergsen wanted to try to defend, even more damage going their way. But you know, to step back to that Infernal point really quickly, in last season, it was 10% ADAP for one Infernal. Now it's 4, right? So the individual dragons aren't doing much for TSM unless they actually complete that 4 dragon soul and grab themselves the Infernal buff, which is really, really powerful. But until they get that, well, it doesn't really mean that much.
Well, Baron's alive, Drake is not. That's going to be the state of the game here for the next 3 minutes. So you can see the teams focusing their efforts on this northern half of Summoner's Rift. Doublelift will be forced to flash away because you know if you manage to get hit by that slow, the Super Soaker's following up, the rest of Team Liquid's following up, and you're dead.
Yeah, I mean, you got tagged by the Super Soaker slows. You know that more damage is going to be coming through. If you repel there's nothing to repel to, so you just die. So Hextech GLP used very well, forces a flash off Dardoch. That is now no flash on your support, no flash on your jungler, and it's a tough position. They're just going to start this up. They know that Broken Blade was down on the bottom side. They at least want Broken Blade's teleport, but I think they just have Baron's gone.
They know Broken Blade's bottom. They know Dardoch's back in the base. He's pretty scared of going out anywhere when you don't have the flash like that. Very nice take on that there coming out from TL. 3,500 gold ahead of TSM. The bottom side turret will fall. Broken Blade will at least take that tier 2. But TSM now have to deal with a TL that's wearing purple.
Yeah, the gold lead is going to extend, and bad news gets worse when you realize the Baron buff should still be active right when the dragon spawns. So if a fight were to break out right around that, or even the posturing for vision for this next Infernal, that gets dangerous, right? And while one Infernal isn't the biggest of deals, it's only that 4% ADAP, if TL grabs a third, they're now getting a lot of bonus damage. And you can see Broken Blade stacking cloaks. So you got cloak on cloak on cloak. He's sitting at 100% crit. So
this is why it was nerfed.
This is cross your fingers for the barrel on the carries, right? You're hoping to land a big crit there, drop the ultimate for the true damage in that center with the upgrade from your Galleons and be able to have enough damage to just knock someone out of a fight and win a fight off that. And we'll see if Broken Blade can pull it off.
They're going to need something like that. The game has felt like it's just slowly but steadily creeping more into Team Liquid's favor as we've moved on. Dardoch did sell the Dark Seal, was not able to snowball the game any further after those good first kills that he got on the bottom lane. And TL will now push up into the bottom side. They'll take down that next tier 2 turret. Only one left standing for the side of TSM, and that's in top lane. 64 seconds until Infernal spawns.
TL has just played such a stable game, right? Dardoch had 2 kills at what? 4 minutes, 5 minutes, something like that. Has not been able to actually, get anything more with this. And now you have this Warmog Thorn just going to be chilling here, buffing up these minions. You can hit him as much as you want. If you can't kill him off, he's just going to heal right back up, and he's got 4,000 health, so good luck.
There's your barrel, by the way. That was one barrel hitting Doublelift with the cloak build, making sure that he's very respectful of the damage coming out from TS.
Yeah, I mean, that's the combo, because you have that bonus damage on the center of your ultimate with that true damage. With Death's Daughter, I do believe that upgrade is called. And if you actually land the barrel, you drop the ult right on their head, that is most of someone's health, right? So any follow-up on top of that can just be a kill, and that's what Broken Blade is looking for, because he feels these fights going more and more in TL's favor, and they know they need an X Factor. They need a great engage from Biofrost or an incredible ultimate from Kobbe. It's got to be something, and someone from TSM needs to step up and make it happen, or this is going to be TL's game.
Kobbe just now hitting 3 big completed items. Doublelift sitting on 4.5 of those as the Drake falls for Team Liquid. And what was a 3-0 Drake game has now put both teams at soul point. TSM now feeling the same pressure that you've got to get the next one.
And you'd way rather have 3 Infernals late into the game, right? It's just more effective when you have this much flat AD and AP. That triple Infernal is incredibly valuable, and TL gonna walk it in, get an uncontested inhibitor here. They can head right down towards bot lane. The Baron buff has expired, thankfully for TSM, as they should be able to wave through this no problem.
And the question for TSM now becomes, how much are you willing to give up? Where do you draw the line? Where do you fight? Because TL just showed they can walk into the base and take something in 5 seconds.
Yeah, and I think you really cannot afford to give up much more than they have, right? Losing 1 inhibitor is okay. That was to the Baron buff. They know that's now expired, so they have confidence in their wave clear, but this is going to be the Ornn, also zone him off the turret.
Impact starting it up. Biofrost thrown up into the air, but he's the only one. 4JJ half HP. Jensen going to be walking out now as well. Broken Blade looking to find those barrels. Nice sidestep coming out from Team Liquid. 4JJ below half, looking to find some sort of damage. Doublelift goes after Kobbe. Manages to scare him back, and they get the ulti out of Bjergsen.
Yeah, they get both summoners off Kobbe and the Zillion ultimate there. That is huge for TL as Doublelift step forward. forcing those major cooldowns. I think TL are just going to go for the throw here, going to look for the second inhibitor as they know those key cooldowns are missing.
Impact getting a knock-up onto Bjergsen. Zilean ulti 3/4 of the way back up already. Schernfire doing a good job buffering away from the CC. Biofrost nearly going to be killed right here, down to 5% HP, but Kobbe with a good ulti keeping his support alive, keeping TL zoned off.
They will hold the line, but if you are TSM, you are now very nervous about this next dragon. This next dragon spawns in 3 minutes. Kobbe will not have his flash. And as the misfortune, going up against a Rakan with flash, a J4 with flash, and an Orin with flash, good luck staying safe. That becomes very, very difficult. So TSM have got to get something going for themselves here, have got to establish vision control around that next dragon if they want to stave off the 4 consecutive Infernals and that Infernal Soul, which probably is just going to be lights out if TL get it.
And looking in the inventory of CoreJJ, you can see the Shurelya's Reverie now complete for even more engage options. TL knows how hard they've been winning this game, and they know that all they need to be able to do is just find one person on TSM, get that pick, and the game is over. That could help enable that. We'll see if that ends up making a big difference here. As we are 2 minutes away from Infernal, we are 45 seconds away from Baron. TSM still contending with one inhibitor down there in the mid lane. They need that Wombo combo. They need Leona CC into an MF ult, into a big broken barrel, onto one of these carries, but it's just so hard to find.
It is really, really hard. And on the other side, there's such super powerful carries with Jensen and Doublelift that one misstep and you're just dead. Jensen has nearly 800 AP at this point. You know, with double large rod items plus the triple Infernal, he is insanely strong.
And one of the weaknesses of this cloak stacking build for Broken Blade, granted you can't do this build anymore because they're only 20% now anyway, but your item slots become a resource.
Yep.
Despite the fact that Broken Blade has 2,000 gold in inventory, if you don't have enough to just upgrade straight into the Infinity Edge or one of your other items, you can't use the gold.
Yep, yeah, exactly. I mean, it's an 800 gold cloak, and you need 3,400 for that Infinity Edge, right? So until he has the additional 2,600 gold, you're just going to be killing on that. And he is getting close to it, to his credit. He's at 2,400, but TL not going to wait. They are on the Baron.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and Baron is spawned right now. TL will be scared away from it by the Gangplank ulti. Impact trying to zone the rest of TSM away. Here comes the Ornhorn! Biofrost caught out. Damage continuing to pour through. Flash over the wall will keep the TSM support alive. But with him at such low HP, you have to wonder, can TSM stop it twice?
Yeah, I mean, I think that TSM are just saying we can't fight before IE. So Broken Blade stayed in the side lane to farm up the IE gold. He dropped the ultimate, though, and now there's no flash on Biofrost, so it's up to Dardoch.
CoreJJ zoning everybody away. It's actually Doublelift who secures the Baron. Schernfire's nearly going to be killed. TSM looking at this. Maybe this is your opportunity. CoreJJ could be in a bad spot. Bjergsen looking to run away. Going to be taken very low. Make it rain coming down. Not going to find a slow onto anyone. Broken Blade continuing to walk out of this one. Infernal Drake critically. 20 seconds still left before it spawns. It gives these teams some time to reset, but Doublelift is already on his way to the bottom river, to the Scuttle Crab, to get ready and set up shop.
Yeah, that's the problem. TL are going to be the first ones there, so again, TSM is going to be having to face check into them with no flash on Biofrost. There's no one on TSM who can safely walk forward into these brushes, so it's all coming down to this. I think whoever wins this fight is going to have a stranglehold on the game.
This is Armageddon for these two teams, and Biofrost is not long for the world. He is gone. Impact barely going to be kept alive there. Schernfire also looking to walk away. Dardoch, just a sliver of HP remaining. Impact's got the CC. Team Liquid's got the fight. Broken Blade with a nice flash away, but Doublelift goes on a killing spree. He'll get Bjergsen. Jensen grabs Dardoch, and with 4 dead on TSM, that has got to be the fight that wins TL this game.
Yeah, that's going to do it. They're not even going to grab the soul. They're just running it down mid lane with the Baron buff, knock down this inhib, and look for the end.
Broken Blade is either going to be the greatest 1v4 Gangplank we've seen in years, or this is a Team Liquid win right here. Schernfire on the front line, the rest of the team right behind him. Broken Blade and Biofrost, nothing they can do, and Team Liquid will get that win.
Slow and steady was the key here for TL today. TSM had a great early game, got 3 early dragons, was able to get multiple kills down on that bottom side, but they could never get more. They could never extend the advantage, and TL always felt like you know, they were kind of better prepared around those later Dragon fights. But you've got to think, if you're TSM, you've got to be so frustrated with that early Infernal Dragon that actually got taken by Jensen. You know, that was the one where it was really close between the two teams. And it felt like TSM could have maybe got that. After that, it felt like it was all TL. They never even got close to those dragons. TL was completely dominating past that point.
And when you look at TSM historically, as an organization since the beginning of LCS, they're a team that was frequently in the same spot like what we saw TL, where even if they had their opponents get off to a good start against them, they would just say, it's okay, we can outscale, we're the better team. Fast forward to now, they need to do more. They need to continue snowballing these advantages and finding more in the mid game that we saw them not be able to do. And when you have Team Liquid playing the way that they did, utilizing Xayah and Ornn and just making it so, hey, if we don't want this fight, this fight's not happening, that's a good place to be in.
Yeah, but, you know, it's tough, right? Because both teams had good scaling. Both teams had reasons to think that they could be confident in the later stages. But, you know, TL showcasing why they are 4 times in a row the LCS champions, right? This team is so damn hard to beat in the late game. If you get them there with a decent chance in the game, they almost always win, right? You know, they're so good at setting up around objectives. They're so good at actually navigating these team fights. And we saw, you know, TSM go for a more aggressive look than what they had last time, with some more engage from the Leona. But almost every time, TL was able to effectively disengage, utilize zone control, the Ornn ultimate, the Xayah feathers, the Orianna ball, as well as the Hextech GLP to slow people down. They absorb the engage, they re-engage, they kill off the Leona, and then TSM is like, well, what do you do now?
Yeah, and I was mentioning early on in the game how it was fun to see Jensen and Orianna, because yesterday we got to see sort of fans talking some trash. Oh, Jensen's not playing as good as we were expecting. I want to see more out of Jensen. Well, he popped off.
He was
incredible. He was constantly slowing everybody down, keeping everyone zoned away. The ball was finding people. It was Jensen's Orianna that was just this cannon that TSM had no answer for.
Yeah, I mean, he was ridiculously strong. I've also got to give some credit to Schernfire, you know, being able to step in with the team here and perform what was, you know, a solid game against one of the best teams in the league.
Well, for more on that win, Pastry is now standing by for an interview with Team Liquid's mid and jungle duo.
Thank you very much. I am, in fact, here with Schernfire and Jensen. Quite the game. And Schern, you told me right before we went on that was actually more intense than your first day on the LCS. What made this game so different for you?
I think just versing players that I've always respected just made it way more, like, surreal for me. I had to, like, keep myself in check a lot. So, yeah, definitely.
And in general, it's quite an interesting situation. Jensen, I know you went off to Europe to play with Broxah, and then Schern comes along and you have a very limited amount of time to integrate a new jungler. What was that process like for you?
I mean, it was fine. Like, working with Schern has been fine. He's already played competitive before, so I think he already has a good idea on how to, you know, play jungle and play pro play in general. So it was okay. I mean, I wouldn't say easy to transition into, but I mean, he's a good player, so it worked out well.
What about you, Schern? Did you feel like was it tough trying to, you know, get in practice and get in the mindset of playing in just a couple of days?
I think it's more psychological. Like, I've always looked up to everyone on the team. Like, I respect all the players on my team a lot, and I had to be a player first, not a fan. So I think that transition's helped me a lot.
And then as far as your future plans go, do you have anything, obviously playing in TL Academy, once your stint on the LCS is over, is your goal to reach the LCS again?
Well, it's to play with this guy. That's the goal.
Do you enjoy playing with Schern?
It's been a pleasure so far.
All right, certainly looking good on the Rift as well. Thank you very much and congratulations on the win today. We're going to throw it off now for the Bud Light Breakdown.
Thank you so much, Pastry. Welcome to the Bud Light Breakdown, where we look to close out our week of the LCS. So let's see how things ended up shaking out. In the top spots, we have Cloud9, Dignitas, and FlyQuest, ending with 2-0. And in last, after 2 games, are the Stocks, TSM, CLG, and Golden Guardians, who will need to wait till next week to get their first whopping win. But even maybe more importantly here on the analyst desk, the prediction winners, a bit of a
I'm coming for you.
All right, not as bad as I thought.
One back now.
Analyst needs their wins too, but probably unfortunately on the opposite side of that this time.
Yeah, this was a painful day for for probably stats.
It's good that your bad day happened on a day where there's only 2 games. It could have been twice as bad if you had your bad day on the weekend.
I planned it that way, actually.
Yeah.
I was ready to be wrong, but on this day.
I'm sure, yeah.
Well, and with Monday Night League featuring marquee matchups, when you have Team Liquid and you have TSM both facing off after a loss, someone is bound to come out somewhat disappointed. But with week 1 in the books, we are awarding the first edition of the MasterCard Player of the Week to Dignitas Froggen. Ooh, what a performance he has had so far, indeed.
Yeah, I think him not playing at the level he was this weekend, they would have definitely had at least 1 loss.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was super impressive, getting out of the laning phase and playing around Huni, and then himself going into the side lane and dumpstering kids. Then happened again on the Orianna this time around. As people tried to make plays on him, he just kept shutting them down. So really, really impressive stuff.
And with so many people looking to Dignitas's return and looking to the aggressive solo lanes, it's always great when you get some of that right off the bat. But this year, with the MasterCard, we will be immortalizing the Player of the Week with a commemorative statue. And to test the technology, our very own Sam Kobe Hartman, wow, I am messing up his last name. Hartman Kensler volunteered his likeness for our production sample. So each week you can tweet at MasterCard Nexus with who you think will be the MasterCard Player of the Week to have. And for a chance to win this figure for yourself, what would it mean to you both if you got to walk away with a figure of a player? Anything?
Could I get one of me, though?
Yeah, I was going to say, how are they making these? Can I just show up one day and get one? I don't care about the players, I care about myself.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment.
All right, there you go. But let's take a look at some of the games that we have coming up for this next week, because this was just week 1 after all. Game 1 has CLG facing off against 100 Thieves. Then Team Dignitas challenges Team Liquid, and 3 more matches for the start of week 2. Any match in particular that you're looking forward to most?
Actually, Team Liquid versus Dignitas.
Yeah, don't steal my line.
We'll come up with something else. I'll come up with another one then.
All right, I'm gonna say 100 Thieves versus CLG because I voted for 100 Thieves this whole time. And I'm expecting another win against CLG.
So you are taking after Mark a little bit in his decision to stand by his prediction?
Yes.
Is it because you don't have any faith in CLG, though? Is that the
Yeah, I
reason?
think it's mostly on CLG. I think soon they will be good. I think week 2 is not their week, though.
Yeah, I think for me, the Dignitas Team Liquid one is just, even without Surenfire, you see they're still at least a decent team in the LCS. And I'm excited to see Dignitas take down another person who right now might be in that middle clump where they were.
Well, thank you to both of you for the wonderful times here in our first Monday Night League. But we are wrapping up things here on this channel. So be sure to make sure that you end up joining everybody for the fun party on twitch.tv/BudLight for the Bud Light League Lounge, where Avali and Riv, the best in the biz, will be wrapping up the week with guests from across the league. Now, alas, that is going to be it for us here on the Analyst Desk for the premiere of Monday Night League. So the rest of your budding excitement will have to be reserved for the Bud Light League Lounge. But on behalf of the Analyst Desk, I want to thank you very much for tuning in. And until next time, good morning, afternoon, evening, and good night.